You have to imagine it. Who said you were too dark, too large, too queer, too loud? Who said you were too poor, too strange, too fat?
I'm too fat.
You have to imagine it.
I'm
Who
too
said
fat.
you must keep quiet? Who heard your story, then roll their eyes? Who tried to change your name to invisible? You've got to imagine. Who heard your name and refused to pronounce it? Who checked their watch and said, not now? James Baldwin wrote, "The place in which I'll fit will not exist until I make it."
So true.
New York, city of invention, roiling town, refresher and renewer. New York, city of the real, where the canyons whisper in 100 tongues.
The realist.
New York, where your lucky self waits for your arrival, where there is always soil for your root. This is our time. The taste of us, the spice of us, the hollers and the rhythms
You
and
don't
the
need
beats
to,
of us,
we don't need to talk about
and
what
the
we taste
echo
like.
of our ancestors who made certain we know who we are. City of insistence, city of resistance. You have to imagine an army that wins without firing a bullet, a joy that wears down the rock of no. Up from insults, up from blocked doors, up from trick bags, up from fear, up from shame, up from the way it was done before. You have to imagine that space they said wasn't yours, that time they said you'd never own.
That's right.
The invisible city lit on its way.
Got to make the impossible
This moment
possible.
is our proof.
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Jesus is coming.
To administer the oath of office to Public Advocate Jumanji Williams, welcome 3 New Yorkers who have been impacted by immigration enforcement in New York City. Josue Nikolno Amundrai, Amadou Lee, Asadu Diallo, and Rebecca Press.
Jesus is coming! Jesus is coming! Coming back! Jesus is coming! Hold on! Hold on! Jesus is coming! Hold on!
Show me what community looks like. Show me what community looks like.
This is what community looks like, motherfuckers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Amadou Lee, and I'm a Senegalese American.
Uh-oh.
A proud New Yorker. And I am honored to be a naturalized American citizen.
Hell yeah.
I came into this country in 2001 as a teenager. I was undocumented, with no one and nowhere to turn. Yet, I felt at home. As I walked through the city, the bright light seems to whisper in my ear, telling me, dream, Amadou, dream. You too, you belong here. But being undocumented meant living in fear. It
Support
meant being
Stephen
vulnerable.
Miller.
It meant facing deportation. However, after my life story made the front page of the New York Times, something extraordinary happened. People showed up, blue-collar workers, teachers, celebrities, even presidents.
Oh
They too said that I belong here too. Because of them, I was allowed to stay here. Because of them,
So fucking sick.
I was allowed to study. I was allowed to build a life. But every day, thousands of New Yorkers face the fear I once did without the spotlight. They fear being abducted,
Motherfuckers look cold.
detained, and disappeared. With me today is Miss Aissatou Diallo and Mr. Perez. And Miss Diallo has lived in the United States for over 20 years. This past Thanksgiving, she was abducted by ICE at LaGuardia Airport.
Oh.
She was shackled and detained. After decades of building a life here, her freedom was suddenly stripped away. Mr. Perez and his family fled Venezuela in search of safety to New York City. He and his partner and their 3 beautiful children were summoned to 26 Federal Plaza just before Christmas. Just before Christmas. Not knowing whether they would walk out together as a family. And standing beside each one, as he stood beside many New Yorkers, was public advocate Jumaane D. Williams. He used his position, he used his voice and his power, not for himself, but to defend people that are under attack. To speak to those whose voices are too often ignored. And because of that solidarity, because that leadership showed up, because the neighbors showed up, Miss Diallo and the Perez family can be here today with us. I would like to thank everyone who continued to stand with immigrant families in the face of fear and intimidation, and everyone who refused to look away. We are the proof that it matters. And we are reminded that advocacy can truly change lives. Because of the courage and compassion of New Yorkers, we stand here today at City Hall, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we are proud to swear in the people's voice, the people's champion, our public advocate, Mr. Jumaane D. Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for him.
Please raise your right hand. I, Jumaane D. Williams,
I, Jumaane D. Williams,
do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the Office of Public Advocate for the City of New York,
of the Office of the Public Advocate for the City of New York,
according to the best of my abilities.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
I didn't forget. Zohran, Mark, we did it. We're here. Thanks to everybody out here. Thank y'all. Peace and blessing, love and light as we begin a new term, a new era for New York City. Thank you, everyone. I want to thank Amadou and these inspiring family for being here at this ceremony in New York.
Welcome back, Ribbons.
I'm a son of immigrants myself. My parents came over from Grenada over 50 years ago.
He gets up there just as a fucking Zeke
sworn in on my late father's Bible.
I'd like to quote Hitler.
My mother is here today. I'm so proud to have my family, my wife, and my children, and my sister, and my mom, everyone standing with theirs.
Welcome back, German cow.
Their stories perfectly capture this moment for the city. The challenges we face, the hardships we endure, and the hope that persists. Those realities are often in tension because this is a time and a place of contradictions. One where even as the federal government drives us to despair, local leadership can invite inspiration. When this celebration at City Hall is only blocks from tribulation at Federal Plaza. When the relief that these families are still united comes as so many are being separated. And this sense of contradiction carries across the 5 boroughs. This is a city of enormous wealth and enduring poverty, of the greed of some and the generosity of many, of darkness and of light. And I've seen the darkness, of course, yet I look out on New York today and I see so much light. These contradictions mean we can at once love our city as it is and challenge its flaws, not as a reason for pessimism, but a call for activism. As public advocate, I've tried to be an activist elected official, someone who pushes back. Now I see the chance to push forward.
It's a little cold. We have done this inside. That's all I'm saying.
To provide accountability aimed at the ideal that government has an opportunity and an obligation to do good. At the core of public service and progressivism is the principle of making government work and showing people it can work for them. That means we need to meet people where they are, also show grace instead of ignoring what brought them there, and be honest about why. The powers in place would rather create an other to blame for our problems than to address them. Whether it be our immigrant communities, our trans siblings, our homeless neighbors, or too many other marginalized groups. Rejecting those ideas means naming the reason that the powers in place perpetuate them. Because if we are divided, the status quo stands. Whether you arrived in our city generations ago, or 5 years ago, or 5 minutes ago, the reason so many New Yorkers have too little are not because of the people who have even less or who have been here for less time. Not because of the people pushed to the bottom, but the systems entrenched at the top.
Yep.
That's where we should focus our anger and our action.
That's right.
If we are not driven apart by the divisions of our races, our religions, our identities, but pulled together by the commonalities in our emotions, our needs and our humanity, then we can all climb.
Right, we got to make it about
I know
morality.
that the project of New York is possible. That great mosaic described by another mayor who believed in democratic social ideals, David Dinkins. Yet the truth of it is there are people who are rooting for New York to fail. Some couch it in concern, others openly scorn our city. But at the heart of this hate is the truth that our success, that our very existence belies their core belief that New York is not possible.
And you can thank Donald Trump for
They
Zohran
demonize
Mamdani.
us because our mosaic challenges their ideology.
This wouldn't have happened 10 years ago.
They want to be right in their cynicism more than they want us to succeed in our idealism.
100%.
They are driven by the idea that bringing together so many diverse people, cultures, faiths, identities into a united community is impossible. But New York, we are a shining beacon of possibility. We cross new cultural borders through each subway stop and are introduced to new experiences through each passenger. Our possibilities come in every language and from every heritage. So do our prayers, so do our people, so does our power. We've shown it in the face of oligarchy and authoritarianism. Neighbors standing with neighbors across borough and background to defend immigrant communities and feed hungry families. We see it in the multicultural mosaic that brought us to this very moment. Even with this great moment, I know that realizing the full potential of our possibility will not be easy. It never has been.
Thank you.
Yet I believe it's possible to make great progress because I've seen it through my years in the building behind me and the streets before us. I've been in our movement and I've seen things move. The simple truth is that governing is hard, that achievement is exhausting, and I aim to assist my partners in government when possible and hold them to account when necessary to learn from what we've done and guide what we can do. I believe in this possibility that with the people, the tools, the passions, and the compassion that we need, we can meet the moment and create change. We can look into the unknown and see opportunity. That's the thing about uncertainty.
I'll turn it up just
anything can happen, but anything can happen. We couldn't make New York more affordable, more safe, and more just. We couldn't. We can, and we have to try. This optimism toward action is embedded not only in our city's heritage, history, but in my heritage. In Grenada, Maurice Bishop took up the fight for these radical, crazy ideas, socialist ideals like housing, healthcare, and education.
Right. That's right.
He
We're the
demanded
radicals.
that we move forward ever, backward never. And today I echo that call.
Democratic socialism
from the
is
island
fucking
Spice
radical.
to the island of Manhattan.
As in, do a kickflip.
He also cautioned that revolutionaries do not have the right to be cowards. We can be afraid, but we have to meet that courage to match it. There are things to be feared, but there is also reason to hope. Hope is the embrace of possibility. Hope and fear are undeniably connected. Hope is the belief that good can come. Fear is the worry that it won't. In these contradicting ideals, we are faced with a choice, and I choose hope. In other words, I have faith. But faith without works is dead. So today, I'm committing to the work of public service. And I ask every New Yorker to commit their own talents, to use what they have and do what they can for the success of our city and everyone who calls it home. I don't know if when my mother, my Grenadian mother, arrived as a teenager, she hoped that a half a century later her son would speak from these steps. But she could have, because here in New York City, we choose to celebrate possibility and work to make reality.
This is a good fucking
I wish I could go back and tell my younger self that. Instead, I'll say it to my daughters today, to the children of the Perez-Araneda family, to everyone who may question their own worth, like I did, or whether it's worth fighting for the city with all its contradictions and problems and possibilities. And I gotta take a second to say something to so many young people who are out there. And I'm gonna say it to one person who's waited 49 years to hear it. Little black boy, you were worth it. And you always were. And without any titles...
That's good. That's some good shit right there.
You were enough. You were always enough. And you deserve to accept love, and you deserve to be protected. And I'm honored to be here to help create a city that's worthy of that for you. And I'm so proud of you. So just hold on.
Look at the crowd.
You're gonna be all right.
Man, that's good stuff.
I'm so proud of you.
It's all right. Let's go. It's gonna be all right.
As we head into a new year, a new term, I want to ask all of you to take an oath with me. Our neighbors, I know in Brazil, adopted this motto that I've tried to embody. I did hear it for Comptroller Lander, but I gotta give him his credit. That no one let go of anyone's hands, because if we're all connected, we can't lose anyone. So we hold on to the hand of our neighbor and we reach out with our other hand to grasp someone who may fall through the cracks, and we bring them along. I want everyone, if they're comfortable, take a hand of the person next to you or the arm and just repeat after me. We can all be the voice of the people.
We can all be the voice of the people.
I know what's ahead, but I won't lose hold. And I won't lose hope.
I won't lose hope.
Anything can happen, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen, so anything can happen.
And as we march forward, no one let go of anyone's hands.
No one let go of anyone's hands.
Peace.
Unless they're a fascist. Then they can fuck right off. That was a speech. That's a fucking speech right there. God.
To perform the labor anthem, Bread and Roses, please welcome to the stage Lucy Dacus.
Oh, you know, if you're in the know, you get emotional because you know how important this is. This is people's lives. This is people's happiness. This is people's future. This shit gonna get my ass DMCA'd. This is the end of my stream. John Axel, it won't be a better year. That's the factual reality of it. I love the talking heads though. Factual reality is this is going to be the hardest year. This is going to be the hardest year. So steel yourself now. First of the year, first day of the year. Okay? The fight of our lives is ahead of us. And they're not going to give it to us. We're going to have to take it. And it's going to take everything that we got. Because not only are we fighting the fascists and the authoritarians and the idiots and the racists and the pedophiles, but we're also fighting the corporatists, the neoliberals. Okay, seriously, you're going to get my ass DMCA'd totally. Okay? This is no fucking joke. That's why we get emotional when we hear that shit. Not because we're suckers, but because we believe in a better future. Not just for us, but for those who come after us. So fucking important. This is people's lives. You know, this is for the person sitting in the hospital bed, calling up the insurance company, begging them for the surgery. This is for the little child that doesn't have a future. This is for the Gen Alpha, Gen Z that doesn't have a job, doesn't have a house, and has completely embraced nihilism.
A thousand mil offs gray are touched with all the radiance that a sudden sun discloses. For the people hear us singing, bread and roses, bread and roses.
The rose is the symbol of the Democratic Socialist, I believe, right? I'm trying to turn up the volume, but it's kind of stuck, so I'm just going to keep it right here. If you need it louder, go ahead and turn it up on your end. Cool instrument.
Shall not be sweated from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies. Give us bread, but give us roses.
Give us bread, but give us roses. Food isn't enough. We need hope for the future. Man, look at that thing. That's cool.
Crying through our singing, their ancient call for bread, smart in love and beauty, their drudging spirits new.
I thought that was Zohran's wife for a second. That would have been crazy. It's my wife's band. She does shoegaze music, because of course she does. Oh, I see. Thank you, Strategy. Beautiful song.
The rising of the women means the rising of the race. No more the drudge and idler tend that toil.
I hope the security's good. Don't mean to get glib and cynical on you right now, but I hope the security is adequate. Israel doesn't want this. So I hope the fucking security is good.
Our life shall not be sweated from birth
The white
until
rose
life
represents New York. Ah,
closes.
wonderful.
Hearts starve as well as bodies. Bread and roses, bread and roses.
My son would like this song.
Thank you. Congratulations, Zohran.
I'm gonna get so emotional. It's already hurts, man. I'm a DMCA'd on this. This song should not be DMCA'd. This song should not be owned by any multi-billion-dollar record company, but we know it is. Shit is so important. Ah, yes, we didn't miss Bernie Sanders' speech. Oh, man, I'm here for it. Oh, yeah, shoegaze, you know, if you're in the right mood for it, and I'm not often in the right mood for it. You know me, I'm an aggressive guy. I like to hear gunshots and fucking cowbells, you know, but when you're in the right mood for it, it hits good.
Thank you very much for inviting me
I'm
to
cold.
what has been an
Can we wrap this up?
extraordinarily moving and beautiful afternoon. And I'm here mostly to thank the people of New York City.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for showing
At a
up.
time in our country's history when we are seeing too much hatred, too much divisiveness, and too much injustice.
That's right.
Thank you for electing Zohran Mamdani as your mayor.
Yeah.
New York, thank you for inspiring our nation. Thank you for giving us, from coast to coast, the hope and the vision that we can create government that works for all, not just the wealthy and the few.
Goddamn right. You goddamn right. Thanks, Donald
In
Trump.
a moment when people in America, and in fact throughout the world, are losing faith in democracy, over 90,000 of you in this city volunteered for Zohran's campaign.
90,000 people volunteered.
You knocked on doors. You shared your dreams and
not
your
yet.
hopes for the future of this city.
What do you think,
And
John
in
Axel?
the
Is it a good one?
process, you took on the Democratic establishment, the Republican establishment, the President of the United States, and some enormously wealthy oligarchs.
Right. Israel
And
too.
you defeated them in the biggest political upset in modern American history.
So fucking true. Now I'm gonna go take a nap. I've been here too long.
You showed the world the most important lesson that can be learned today. And that is that when working people stand together, when we don't let them divide us up, there is nothing we cannot accomplish.
The only thing that ever works, folks. 3-step program.
Running a great and winning campaign was extremely difficult. But governing a city of 8 million people with all of its complexities and all of the problems that Zohran is inheriting will be even harder.
Let me know if you need me to turn him
Zohran
up.
needed your help to win the election. Now he will need your help to govern. Grassroots democracy and people participating in the day-to-day struggles of this city will lead to good governance. Please remain involved.
That's right. Don't go to sleep now.
You know,
We just started.
all of us have heard how Zohran's opponents have called the agenda that he campaigned on radical,
Bernie's been hearing that for a few years.
communistic,
Yeah, they call it just...
oh, and absolutely unachievable.
Yep.
Really? That's not what we believe.
Right.
In the richest country in the history of the world, making sure that people can live in affordable housing is not radical.
That's right. That's right.
It is the right and decent thing to do. And in the midst of a massive housing crisis, it is exactly what the people of this city and this country want and need. Providing free and high-quality child care is not radical.
That's right.
Countries all over the world have done it for years. It is what our kids require if they're going to be well prepared for school, and what working parents desperately need.
We need it.
It is, in fact, what every city in America should be doing. Free bus transportation is not radical.
That's right. It isn't.
It will save workers time and money, protect our environment, and make the city more efficient. And making sure that every family in the city, regardless of income, has access to decent, quality food at an affordable cost is not radical.
Nope.
Good nutrition
no matter what Mr.
keeps
Wonderful
us
says.
healthy, helps prevent chronic illnesses. In the long run, city-sponsored grocery stores will save society money.
We don't need to privatize
Lastly,
food.
and maybe most importantly, demanding that the wealthy and large corporations start paying their fair share of taxes.
Goddamn right. Goddamn right. Preach. Preach. Look at that. Look at that reaction. Tax these motherfuckers. Tax them. Talking to you, Mr. Wonderful.
As I was saying, demanding that the wealthy and large corporations start paying their fair share of taxes is not radical. It is exactly the right thing to do.
Goddamn right.
Today, while over 60% of our people in New York, people in Vermont, people all over this country are living paycheck to paycheck, we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had. While tens of millions struggle to put food on the table, pay for health care, pay for housing, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good.
So fucking good.
And yet, there are billionaires and large corporations that pay almost nothing in taxes. That has got to end. That will end.
Tesla paid nothing. Intel paid nothing. Apple paid nothing, I believe.
The billionaire class in this city and in
Very
this
little.
country have got to understand that in America, they cannot have it all.
Right. Going to kill us all.
That America, our great country, must belong to all of us, not just a few.
Right.
And that lesson begins today in New York City. Let me thank you all
right now
for the hope and inspiration that you are giving people all over this country. And now it is my honor to swear in your new mayor.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Please repeat after me. I, Zohran Mamdani,
I, Zohran Mamdani,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Charter of the City of New York,
and the Charter of the City of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties
of the office of the Mayor of the City of New York,
of the office of the Mayor of the City of New York,
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
You fucking right. You fucking right. God. Thanks, Donald. Thank you so much, Donald Trump. Look back simply, Steve. Now I'd like to quote
My fellow New Yorkers,
Hitler.
Today begins a new era. I stand before you, moved by the privilege of taking this sacred oath, humbled by the faith that you have placed in me,
Mayor
and
Zohran
honored
Mamdani.
to serve as either your 111th or 112th mayor of New York City. But I do not stand alone. I stand alongside you, the tens of thousands of you gathered here in Lower Manhattan, warmed against the January chill by the resurgent flame of hope. I stand alongside countless more New Yorkers
position.
watching from cramped kitchens in Flushing and barbershops in East New York, from cell phones propped against the dashboards of parked taxi cabs at LaGuardia, from hospitals in Mott Haven and libraries in El Barrio that have too long known only neglect. I stand alongside construction workers in steel-toed boots and halal cart vendors whose knees ache from working all day. I stand alongside neighbors who carry a plate of food to the elderly couple down the hall, those in a rush who still lift strangers' strollers up subway stairs, and every person who makes the choice day after day, even when it feels impossible, to call our city home. I stand alongside over 1 million New Yorkers who voted for this day nearly 2 months ago.
1 million.
And I stand just as resolutely alongside those who did not. I know there are some who view this administration with distrust or disdain, or who see politics as permanently broken. And while only action can change minds, I promise you this.
Some dickhead
if you are a New
wailing
Yorker,
on his horn.
I am your mayor. Regardless of whether we agree, I will protect you, celebrate with you, mourn alongside you, and never, not for a second, hide from you. I thank the labor and movement leaders here today, the activists and the elected officials who will return to fighting for New Yorkers the second this ceremony concludes, and the performers who have gifted us with their talent. Thank you to Governor Hochul. Thank you as well to Mayor Adams.
Guarantee you the guy honking is a right-winger.
Dorothy's son, a son of
Boo.
Brownsville who rose from washing dishes to the highest position in our city for being here as well. He and I have had our share of disagreements,
but I will always be touched that he chose me as the mayoral candidate that he would most want to be trapped with on an elevator. Thank you to the two titans who, as an assembly member, I've had the privilege of being represented by in Congress, Nidia Velázquez and our incredible opening speaker, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You have paved the way for this moment. Thank you to the man whose leadership I seek most to emulate, who I am so grateful to be sworn in by today, Senator Bernie Sanders.
I'm cold.
Thank you to my teams, from the assembly to the campaign to the transition, and now the team I am so excited to lead from City Hall. Thank you to my parents, Mama and Baba, for raising me, for teaching me how to be in this world, and for having brought me to this city. Thank you to my family, from Kampala to Delhi. And thank you to my wife, Rama. For being my best friend and for always showing me the beauty in everyday things. And most of all, thank you to the people of New York. A moment like this comes rarely. Seldom do we hold such an opportunity to transform and reinvent.
It's fucking bastard. They won't give us anything.
Is it the people
they won't give us anything.
Whose hands are the ones upon the levers of change? And yet we know that too often in our past, moments of great possibility have been promptly surrendered to small imagination and smaller ambition. What was promised was never pursued. What could have changed remained the same. For the New Yorkers most eager to see our city remade, the weight has only grown heavier. The weight has only grown longer. In writing this address, I have been told that this is the occasion to reset expectations, that I should use this opportunity to encourage the people of New York to ask for little and expect even less. I will do no such thing. The only expectation I seek to reset is that of small expectations.
Happy 2026-7.
We will govern expansively and audaciously.
That joke is officially
dead.
We
may not always succeed, but never will we be accused of lacking the courage to try.
You're tubing. Welcome back.
To those who insist that the era of big government is over, hear me when I say this. No longer will City Hall hesitate to use its power to improve New Yorkers' lives.
Welcome back, female eunuchs.
For too long, we have turned to the private sector for greatness while accepting mediocrity from those who serve the public.
That's right.
I cannot blame anyone who has come to question the role of government, whose faith in democracy has been eroded by decades of apathy. We will restore that trust by walking a different path. One where government is no longer solely the final recourse for those struggling. One where excellence is no longer the exception. We expect greatness from the cooks wielding 1,000 spices, from those who stride out onto our Broadway stages, and from our starting point guard at Madison Square Garden. Let us demand the same from those who work in government. In a city where the mere names of our streets are associated with the innovation of the industries that call them home, we will make the word City Hall synonymous with both resolve and results.
Hell yeah.
As we embark upon this work, let us advance a new question, a new answer to the question asked of every generation. Who does New York belong to?
Us.
For much of our history, the response from City Hall has been simple.
Let them melt.
It belongs only to the wealthy and well-connected, those who never strain to capture the attention of those in power.
They should thank their pedophile president for
Working people have reckoned with the consequences. Crowded classrooms and public housing developments where the elevators sit out of orders. Roads littered with potholes and buses that arrive half an hour late, if at all. wages that do not rise, and corporations that rip off consumers and employees alike.
That's right.
And still, there have been brief, fleeting moments where the equation changed. 12 years ago, Bill de Blasio stood where I stand now as he promised to put an end to economic and social inequalities that divided our city into two.
Yeah, and he fucking failed.
In 1990, David Dinkins swore the same oath I swore today, vowing to celebrate the gorgeous mosaic that is New York, where every one of us is deserving of a decent life. And nearly 6 decades before him, Fiorella LaGuardia took office with the goal of building a city that was far greater and more beautiful for the hungry and the poor. Some of these mayors achieved more success than others, but they were unified by a shared belief that New York could belong to more than just a privileged few. It could belong to those who operate our subways and rake our parks, those who feed us biryani and beef patties, picanha and pastrami on rye.
Oh, man.
And they know that this belief could be made true if only government dared to work hardest for those
Cat's
who work
delicatessen.
hardest.
That shit is nuts.
Over the years to come, my administration will resurrect that legacy. City Hall will deliver an agenda of safety, affordability, and abundance, where government looks and lives like the people it represents, never flinches in the fight against corporate greed, and refuses to cower before challenges that others have deemed too complicated. In so doing, we will provide our own answer to that age-old question. Who does New York belong to? Well, my friends, we can look to Madiba and the South African Freedom Charter. New York belongs to all who live in it. Together, we will tell a new story of our city. This will not be a tale of one city governed only by the 1%, nor will it be a tale of two cities, the rich versus the poor. It will be a tale of 8.5 million cities, each of them a New Yorker with hopes and fears, each a universe, each of them woven together.
Arrest ICE.
The authors of this story will speak Pashto and Mandarin, Yiddish and Creole.
ICE probably getting the fuck out of there.
They will pray in mosques, at shul, at church, at gurudwaras and mandirs and temples. And many will not pray at all. They will be Russian Jewish immigrants in Brighton Beach, Italians in Rossville, and Irish families in Woodhaven, many of whom came here with nothing but a dream of a better life, a dream which has withered away. They will be young people in cramped Marble Hill apartments where the walls shake when the subway passes. They will be black homeowners in St. Albans, whose homes represent a physical testament to triumph over decades of lesser paid labor and redlining. They will be Palestinian New Yorkers in Bay Ridge, who will no longer have to contend with a politics that speaks of universalism and then makes them the exception. Few of these 8.5 million will fit into neat and easy boxes. Some will be voters from Hillside Avenue or Fordham Road who supported President Trump a year before they voted for me, tired of being failed by their party's establishment. The majority will not use the language that we often expect from those who wield influence. I welcome the change. For too long, those fluent in the good grammar of civility have deployed decorum to mask agendas of cruelty. Right. Many of these people have been betrayed by the established order. But in our administration, their needs will be met. Their hopes and dreams and interests will be reflected transparently in government. They will shape our future. And if for too long these communities have existed as distinct from one another, we will draw this city closer together. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. If our
Trump voters don't know what they are,
that the
what they
people of
fucking
New York
want.
yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster it. Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers. And it will be New Yorkers who reform a long broken property tax system. New Yorkers who will create a new Department of Community Safety that will tackle the mental health crisis and let the police focus on the job they signed up to do. New Yorkers who will take on the bad landlords who mistreat their tenants and free small business owners from the shackles of bloated bureaucracy. And I am proud to be one of those New Yorkers. When we won the primary last June, there were many who said these aspirations and those who held them had come out of nowhere.
Right.
Yet one man's nowhere is another man's somewhere.
That's right.
This movement came out of 8.5 million somewheres. Taxi cab depots and Amazon warehouses, DSA meetings and curbside domino games.
You might have to pay $4 million more in taxes.
Had looked away from these places for quite some time if they'd known about them at all. So they dismissed them as nowhere. But in our city, where every corner of these 5 boroughs holds power, there is no nowhere and there is no no one. There is only New York and there are only New Yorkers. 8.5 million New Yorkers will speak this new era into existence. It will be loud. It will be different. It will feel like the New York we love.
It better. It fucking better.
No matter how long you have called this city home, that love has shaped your life. I know that it has shaped mine. This is the city where I set land speed records on my Razor scooter at the age of 12. Quickest 4 blocks of my life. The city where I ate powdered donuts at half times during AYSO soccer games and realized I probably was not going to be going pro. The city where I devoured 2 big slices at Coronet's Pizza. Played cricket with my friends at Ferry Point Park. And took the 1 train to the BX-10 only to still show up late to Bronx Science. The city where I have gone on hunger strike just outside these gates.
That's big. That's big.
Sat claustrophobic on a stalled N train just after Atlantic Avenue and waited in quiet terror for my father to emerge from 26 Federal Plaza. The city where I took a beautiful woman named Rama to McCarran Park on our first date and swore a different oath to become an American citizen on Pearl Street. To live in New York, to love New York, is to know that we are the stewards of something without equal in our world.
This motherfucker right here.
Where else can you hear the sound of the steel pan, savor the smell of sancocho, and pay $9 for coffee on the same block? Where else could a Muslim kid like me grow up eating bagels and lox every Sunday? That love will be our guide as we pursue our agenda. Here, where the language of the New Deal was born, we will return the vast resources of this city to the workers who call it home.
Yeah, J.D. Vance wants to drop his wife.
Will we make it possible for every New Yorker to afford a life they love once again? We will overcome the isolation that too many feel and connect the people of this city to one another. The cost of childcare will no longer discourage young adults from starting a family, because we will deliver universal childcare for the many by taxing the wealthiest few.
Right. And they can afford it, and they're not going anywhere.
Those in rent-stabilized homes will no longer dread the latest rent hike, because we will freeze the rent. Getting on a bus without worrying about a fare hike or whether you'll be able to get to your destination on time will no longer be deemed a small miracle, because we will make those buses fast and free.
These are big fucking promises, man.
These policies are not simply about the costs we make free, but the lives we fill with freedom. For too long in our city, freedom has belonged only to those who can afford to buy it. Our city hall will change that. These promises carried our movement to City Hall. And they will carry us from the rallying cries of a campaign to the realities of a new era in politics. 2 Sundays ago, as snow softly fell, I spent 12 hours at the Museum of the Moving Image in Astoria, listening to New Yorkers from every borough as they told me about the city that is theirs. We discussed construction hours on the Van Wyck Expressway and EBT eligibility.
Yeah, Nate,
Affordable
technically
housing for
he was
artists
sworn
and
in
ice raids.
at
I spoke to a
12:01.
man named TJ who said that one day a few years ago, his heart broke as he realized that he would never get ahead here, no matter how hard he worked. I spoke to a Pakistani auntie named Samina, who told me that this movement had fostered something too rare, softness in people's hearts. As she said to me in Urdu, "Logo ke dil badal gaye hain." 142 New Yorkers out of 8.5 million. And yet, if anything united each person sitting across from me, it was the shared recognition that this moment demands a new politics and a new approach to power. We will deliver nothing less as we work each day to make this city belong to more of its people than it did the day before. Here is what I want you to expect from the administration that this morning moved into the building behind me. We will transform the culture of City Hall from one of no to one of how. We will answer to all New Yorkers, not to any billionaire or oligarch who thinks they can buy our democracy.
Represent.
We will govern without shame and insecurity, making no apology for what we believe. I was elected as a democratic socialist, and I will govern as a democratic socialist.
Boy, you better. You're going to ruin the whole movement if you don't. You fucking better. And AOC better listen up.
I will not abandon my principles for fear of being deemed radical. As the great senator from Vermont once said, what's radical is a system which gives so much to so few and denies so many people the basic necessities of life. We will strive each day to ensure that no New Yorker is priced out of any one of those basic necessities. And throughout it all, we will, in the words of Jason Terrence Phillips, better known as Jadakiss or Jay to the Moi, be outside. Because this is a government of New York,
we're referencing
by
Jadakiss.
New York, and for New York.
Oh, fuck yeah, man. This is so fucking cool. I can't even take it.
I want to ask all of you, if you are able, whether you are here today or anywhere watching, to stand with me. I ask you to stand with us now and every day that follows. City Hall will not be able to deliver on our own. And while we will encourage New Yorkers to demand more from those with the great privilege of serving them,
that fucking bullhorn
we will encourage you to demand more of yourselves as well. The movement we began over a year ago did not end with our election. It will not end this afternoon. It lives on with every battle we will fight together. Every blizzard and flood we withstand together. Every moment of fiscal challenge we overcome with ambition, not austerity, together. Every way we pursue change in working people's interests rather than at their expense, together. No longer will we treat victory as an invitation to turn off the news. From today onwards, we will understand victory very simply. Something with the power to transform lives, and something that demands effort from each of us every single day. What we achieve together will reach across the 5 boroughs, and it will resonate far beyond. There are many who will be watching. They want to know if the left can govern. They want to know if the struggles that afflict them can be solved. They want to know if it is right to hope again. So standing together, with the wind of purpose at our backs, we will do something that New Yorkers do better than anyone else. We will set an example for the world.
You better.
If what Sinatra said is true, let us prove that anyone can make it in New York and anywhere else too. Let us prove that when a city belongs to the people, there is no need too small to be met.
Ford.
No person too sick to be made healthy.
Pass that shit,
no
Nate.
one too alone to feel like New York is their home. The work continues. The work endures. The work, my friends, has only just begun.
Just begun. Fucking
Thank
right.
you.
Fucking right. See, that's what my heart goes out to you looks like. I just wanted to say, Mr. Bullhorn, Mr. Bang, 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 throughout the whole thing, perfectly represents the right-wing movement. A tiny, tiny, tiny minority, belligerently loud, but easily subsumed by a crowd that perfectly represents the right. Don't tax the rich. Probably a motherfucker who could barely afford the air horn. Bang, 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 bang. Muslim bad, bang, bang. Real loud and belligerent, but motherfucking subsumed, ignored. He didn't slip up once. So that motherfucker out there, bang, 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 perfectly represents the right wing and perfectly represents why they need to be defeated. They won't shut the fuck up. They won't give us anything. So we got to take it. You goddamn right. God damn it, you right. Jadakiss, baby? I think it's Jadakiss. Who's that? Oh, all right. We getting ethnic with it. Let's go.
Mamdani acknowledges that he is going to be a mayor for the people who voted for him as well as for those who did not.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Too fast, too furious.
Can't forget about the haters here, folks. 1 second. This one's for you, buddy. Sorry, my computer sucks. Where's my flush? Where's my flush at? No, I don't want to flush a bunch of balloons. Okay, hold on. I don't have my soundboard. Here we go. This one's for you. Ooh. Ooh. You hear that? One more time. There he goes. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, prick. Trying to talk shit. Fuck them. Fuck them. I hope your taxes get raised, motherfucker. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you for attending the inauguration of a new
That was
era.
sick. That was fucking sick.
And a happy new year.
Yeah. All in the service of a pedophile king. They hate watch, they waste time. And once he's gone, they're gone with him. The movement dies with him, and that's all that's left is the fucking regs. Right? That doesn't mean we don't have to, it's all over, we won. When the Orange Goblin dies. because they're going to try to hold on to that power that they've stolen from us as hard as they can. J.D. Vance will, Peter Thiel will. But all this activism, this cocky, it all goes. They're going right back to political irrelevance. Both sides, and then they fucking crawl away. Oh no, thank you, strategy. I mean, I have it here, but I had to switch rooms because some other family members are here using the room I'm normally in. So I have my soundboard here, but then I'd have to program it, and of course, I'm far too lazy. So one thing I did want to see real quick before we move on to other news here is I wanted to see AOC's speech. I wanted to see if she's saying anything new. So we're gonna watch AOC's speech here real quick, and then we're gonna move on. But yeah, the right wing can fucking choke on it, and I can't wait to raise their taxes. Not right wingers specifically, because most right wingers are poor, fuck more poor than me, and I'm unemployed. But you know, the rich right wingers, who those poor people, you know, ball coddle. Andrew Epstein, what? Okay, so there's AOC right here. I want to hear AOC's speech. It's ironically easier to set it to numpad as to put it on a soundboard. I like the stream deck.
To deliver a welcome
it's
message,
not perfect.
Introducing Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah, good point, strategy. AOC, when are you going to switch parties? Huh?
My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and it is my deep honor and privilege to welcome you to the inauguration of our new mayor of New York City.
It's not going to be easy, but one thing that I feel positive saying is that he's going to try. And that was, you know, a big problem with de Blasio. You know, similar kind of neoliberal style, right, of like blah, 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 using the language of progressivism. And then, but where's the effort? Where's the action, right? Capitulation and bended knee. So I think, you know, he's going to give it a shot. Whether he succeeds or not, who knows? But I feel confident saying that he's actually going to try. He's actually going to put in, you know, try every little avenue, every little trick in the book. You know, and that's really what most leftists, we would be perfectly happy if, you know, because like they're talking about, oh, we don't want to do another impeachment because the other two failed. It's like, you could try. Can you at least give us some effort? We'll give you an A for effort. I mean, for some leftists, obviously it's not enough, but you know, you don't win every battle, but you lose every battle you don't fight.
Zohran Mamdani.
Ribbons. Whoa, Mr. Fancy here with the number pad.
To celebrate the beginning of his leadership, as well as that of two incredible elected officials who will be guiding the city by his side. Public Advocate Jumaane D. Williams.
That was a great speech.
And our new controller, Mark D. Levine.
Maybe that was
we
him.
Also celebrate
Mark Levine's
the
speech there.
And thousands
Good speech.
Of public servants and city leaders getting to work today. From our sanitation workers and librarians, to our commissioners, deputy mayors, and our school's chancellor, as they care for our city and its people in the coming weeks, months, and years. Together, this ascent marks a new era for New York City, led by a historic new mayor in Zohran Mamdani, guided by his dedication to a working class that makes our beautiful city run. Importantly, I also ask that we consider today an inauguration for each one of us, too. The nearly 8.5 million New Yorkers who make up the greatest city on earth.
If it isn't the greatest, it's one of them.
New York City who have chosen
go there,
historic,
folks.
ambitious leadership in response
nuts.
to untenable and unprecedented times. New York, we have
not him,
chosen
YouTubing,
courage over fear.
I'd like to thank Rush
We have
Limbaugh
chosen
for
prosperity
dying.
for the many over spoils for the few. And when the entrenched ways would rather have us dig in our feet and seek refuge in the past, we have chosen instead to turn towards making a new future for all of us. In Zohran Mamdani, we have chosen a mayor who is relentlessly dedicated to making life not just possible, but aspirational for working people. New York City has chosen the ambitious pursuit of universal child care, affordable rent and housing, and clean and dignified public transit for all. And we have chosen that over the distractions of bigotry and the barbarism of extreme income inequality. We have chosen this path because we know that it's the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do, and that if we can make it here, we can make it anywhere.
Come on, AOC, surprise me.
New York City, this is an inauguration for all of us, because choosing this mayor and this vision is an ambitious pursuit. It calls on all of us to return to public life en masse. Now is the time for us to turn towards our neighbors, stand with them, and return to community life.
But a lot of us try.
A city for all will require all of us to fill our streets, our schools, our houses of faith, our PTAs and our block associations as we support this mayor in making an affordable city a reality for all of us. Zohran Mamdani will be the first Muslim mayor of our great city.
That's huge.
He will be our first immigrant mayor in over a century.
So fucking huge.
And he will be the youngest mayor of New York City in generations. But most importantly,
Millennials
Zohran will be a mayor for all of us. With that, let us extend our deepest well wishes and support to Zohran, his wife Rama, and his family.
I like AOC, you know I do. You know I got her back a lot of the time. But, you know, shake it up. Shake it up. Switch parties. It's tough to switch parties, you know, especially when you're in office. But come on. Now's the time, AOC. Yeah, so that's what I was expecting from AOC. Safe, you know, positive, supportive, but I don't know. Maybe it's just my own bias, but you just get the sense of hedging. Yeah. But that was great. Wish I had my soundboard. I'd be hitting that applause button. That was good stuff. That was good fucking stuff. Let me know what you think in the chat. But you know, like I said, man, you better deliver. Like, you know, it's if you don't know it, I'm not expecting him to deliver on his whole, you know, his whole platform. But I want to see effort, and I want to see some successes. You know, I want to see some fucking success, something. Make someone, you know, make New Yorkers' lives better. You know, Romance Love, ask her for her OnlyFans. Is that how you do it, Student Dad? And how's your girlfriend right now, Student Dad? Oh, okay. Yeah, let's hear what LBC has to say. I'm always interested in what this fella has to say. He's pretty good. I like him. Unlike that other son of a bitch we heard last time on LBC, that fucking Putin dick sucker. Looked like a penis himself. God damn it. I'm still pissed. I'm still pissed at that motherfucker. Ari something or whatever. You're repeating word for word Putin talking points. Talking about Zelensky waving a peace deal around. Like it was his fucking choice to go through this charade. Putin's best friend over there at LBC. Motherfucker should be ashamed of himself and quite frankly should be investigated for connections and ties to Russia. I don't think he's connected, but I want to know for sure. Okay? I think he's just an idiot, but I want to know for sure that he's not taking checks from the fucking Kremlin. That shit was embarrassing. I'm still pissed. I'm still pissed. If you watched the stream a couple days ago, I mean, I went on for like an hour and a half. I was just a little teapot. Let me tell you. Let's hear what this motherfucker has to say. I like him.
Zohran Mamdani, the victor in the recent New York mayoralty elections. He's been sworn in. He's officially now the mayor of New York.
He is officially the mayor of New York. As of the stroke of midnight last night, New York time, he had to burn a little time at the City Hall underground station where he decided to take the oath of office.
I thought the backdrop was great.
It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if you don't know, let me just show you real quick the backdrop for Zohran Mamdani's official inauguration. He did it at an abandoned train station, and the aesthetics of it were great. Yeah, so here it is right here. Yeah, here's the video right here. Real quick ceremony, right? Obviously the party was today. Oh, wow, that's so cool. I mean, what a way to ring in the new year, huh? You know, you get a New Year's celebration. You're officially mayor, and then you go home and bang your hot wife. I mean, it's just dubs. It's just dubs for the whole fucking leftist movement over here.
Good evening, everyone.
But look at the so this is apparently an abandoned train station. I'm just shivers, dude, shivers. All right. One thing that gives me hope in Zohran is that he is a politician. He's shrill. He is willing. No, he didn't reopen it. It's still closed, but the aesthetics are so great. But he understands this is the game you got to play. And I'm not saying like you have to embrace corruption, but you have to understand this is a game of give and take. This is a game of compromises. This is a game that needs to be played. And, all too often the critique of leftists is that, we're utopian, we're unrealistic. And I don't see that with Zohran. So that means some of us are going to be unhappy, right? I mean, already some of us are unhappy with him refusing to call out Jeffries, Hakeem Jeffries, for him, not giving help to that other, socialist in politics there. I can't remember his name. But that tells me he understands, like he's got an agenda and he's going to achieve that shit, come hell or high water. And if he's got to, give somebody a tax break or, because that you're going to get more oligarchs coming to your side. That doesn't mean they're on your team, but that the best we can hope from the oligarchy is them just not actively fighting against us, right? But no, this is the aesthetics right here of the official inauguration that happened at 12:01. I mean, it really is New York. I mean, if you ever been on the New York subway system here, scummy, right? It could use a little polish, a little scary. That this perfectly represents it. I don't know who picked it, but chef's kiss, brilliant stuff. Just going to keep this open for the next right-wing asshole to come by, because I can't fucking wait to ban you. I can't fucking wait to flush the toilet on these fucking turds. Oh, my free speech, my free speech. Go to the fucking sidewalk and use your free speech. You're in my house, bitch. And you're not going to waste my chat's time with a bunch of racism, bigotry, and fucking oligarch talking points straight from Israel. Talking about Uganda and some shit. Talking about New York, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
Absolutely fantastic.
It
It almost
those
looked like
all tiled.
Yeah, it looked like something out of a Batman movie,
It
right? It
did.
looked like it was
It looked
the
like something from
Gotham
Gotham.
set,
Yeah.
with
was
all
very
of that
pared
wonderful
down and
tiling, you
simple,
know, and then the word City Hall sort of above him in an arch. So he swore on the Quran because he's the first Muslim American mayor of New York City, the first, therefore, ever to take the oath of
but
office.
not the first American politician.
But not the first American politician, no. And your fabulous producer, Roxy, just pointed out to me that he also had to pay $9 in cash because his oath of office has formally to be filed, and so there's a $9 filing fee, and he was required to fork that over, which is a great bit of
Whip round for Mr.
TV.
Mamdani, please. Yeah.
So look, I mean, now the rubber hits the road for Zohran Mamdani, this young, radical, Democrat, socialist firebrand. New York has never, certainly in the modern era, seen a mayor like him, someone who avowedly says that he wants to shift power and money away from New York's big moneyed interests and away from New York's government and put it in the hands of New York's working class. He talks all the time about working class Americans. And that puts him firmly in the wing of the Democratic Party that has more traditionally been espoused by the socialist warhorse Bernie Sanders, the senator from Vermont, by Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman also from New York. The Democrats traditionally have talked a lot more nationally about middle-class Americans than they necessarily do about working-class Americans. He's all about the working class, and his policies, which...
And by the way, yeah, they talk about the middle class, but did they deliver for the middle class? Fuck no. The neoliberal Democratic, or, you know, Democrats, they don't deliver for the middle class. It's like people were okay ignoring the working class and the poor for a really long time because at least there was a middle class. If you could get to that middle class, right, and we're left out, you know, I'm firmly in the lower class again. Might have been in the middle class for a brief period of time, but they're left out in the lurch right now by these motherfucks, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, what it is? Did Israel say I can help the middle class? No. Oh, okay.
Include introducing free childcare in New York City,
Steve.
free buses in the city.
That means I'm doing something real
he wants
good.
to freeze rents for 1 million rent-regulated properties. He's talked about opening a small number of city-owned grocery stores in a bid to try and compete with the privately owned supermarkets and bring prices down through what would effectively be price controls. All of this anathema to large numbers of other Democrats all over the country, and yet he used this to win a stonking victory in New York City.
Alaikum salam.
And he's also, as you will have seen within the last few weeks...
Sorry, I always butcher that. I think it's Alaikum salam. I'm sorry. I'm so white it hurts. I'm so white, my white bread toast does this when I take it out of the bag. Welcome back, Harry Has, and OK Life. Good to see you both. Krail Azanath, good to see everybody, all you lurkers out there. We're going to switch it over once we're done with this recap here to some headlines. And, you know, it won't be a super long stream, but we'll do some headlines. And then we'll celebrate today, you know, because, you know, I was saying at the beginning of the stream, and I still mean this, of course, I think Simply Steve, or was it maybe your tubing? Who said that? John Axel, like, hey, I hope this is going to be a new year, you know, a better year. Quite frankly, it's not going to be a better year. It's going to be the hardest year. Bond market is on the verge of collapse. ICE opening up new concentration camps. I'll show you proof on that. You got these right-wing incel virgins trying to get brown people arrested across the nation. We got a lot of work to do. And it's not going to stop when Trump kicks the bucket. But if you're a guy like me, doesn't mind a little hard work, doesn't mind a little getting a little dirty, this is a great opportunity. You know, like you know, one famous general said, "Boys, we're surrounded. You know, and that makes our job all the easier. He said something like that, right? Hey, we're surrounded. You know, that makes picking a target pretty fucking easy, right? So get ready to fight. This is the fight of our lives. And if you're a guy like me that likes to fight, I'm in heaven, baby.
Kind of won Donald Trump round, or at least Donald Trump is pretending for the moment to have been won round by Mamdani, having insisted on the campaign trail
that he was a communist.
That he was a communist, he was going to destroy New York, he was going to lead to all the wealthy people leaving the city, and that he, the American president, would not allow federal money to flow to New York if Mamdani...
Hey, that's fine. You want to keep trying to take our federal money? Well, we'll stop giving it to you. It's interesting to see the no tax movement starting to emerge from the right wing. I mean, leftists all over should be ashamed of themselves. That should have been us. But it's fine. If it's got to start from the right wing, that's fine, whatever. But now you got right wingers talking about don't pay your taxes. I mean, to be fair, that's a pretty libertarian kind of POV. You know, they're always talking about that. So, you know, I guess they're a little closer to that. But quite frankly, you know, there's not enough leftists out here. Like, where's Hassan talking about the general strike? He's over here talking about, I want to be part of the CCP, Hassan. Man, what an embarrassment. What a fucking embarrassment. Back when we need him the most, he's over here talking about China. He's over here making excuses for the mistake he made with his dog. He should have came out and said, I made a mistake, thrown away the shock collar. No, he lies. I didn't do it. No one likes me anymore. No one wants to do streams with me anymore. Because you're a fucking broken bitch, Hassan. Suck it up. You too can be wrong too. I mean, it's ridiculous. When we need him the most, one of the only motherfuckers getting in the streets, Hassan. And he's over here creaming his pants at Mao's little red book. Makes me fucking ill.
Became mayor. So Donald Trump's done a 180 after that extraordinary White House meeting. You kind of wonder, of course, whether Donald Trump has got an eye on his own business interests in New York, which remain substantial, and you know, wants to curry favor with the guy who's now running America's biggest city. But this is going to be a big litmus test for left-wing, progressive, democratic, socialist policies.
We got to deliver. We got to deliver. Yeah. Look, Hassan is nowhere close to, you know, the failure of Rogan, but it's not good enough. And he's so whiny. He's so whiny. Suck it up. Mea culpa. Mea culpa. Oh, I got all these elements coming after me. Yeah, no shit. Stick your neck out, people are going to chop. Get used to it. Wham, 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 motherfucker. Wham, wham, wham. Tired of it. Tired of the weakness, the excuses. And I'm really fucking tired of the you know, is he a communist? He's a fucking communist. No one creaming their jeans over Mao's little red book isn't a communist. Drop that shit. Come into the democratic socialist movement and come correct. Damn it, Hassan. God damn it.
In the United States at a time when the Democrats are struggling to figure out their own path forward.
And of course, New York isn't the same or particularly representative of large parts of the rest of America. But the manner in which he campaigned, and those two names you mentioned, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez and Bernie Sanders, they campaigned with him.
Very much so.
And there were it was a very different incarnation of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, he should quit bitching and moaning.
Can't just be supplanted into different states in a general election, a presidential election. But the party more broadly will have been looking at their MO, won't they? And thinking,
very much so.
Because they feel dead in the water.
Well, I mean, they have, to all intents and purposes, disappeared.
Sorry, I'm just going
they
higher
have
bit rate.
Abandoned the American people in large measure for the last year, and that's not
Democrats.
My opinion.
He's talking about Democrats.
That's the opinion of Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey, who's taken to the floor of the Senate on numerous occasions and excoriated the party for basic...
And Cory Booker, not afraid to take corporate money. Cory Booker, proud neoliberal, even he's coming out here calling him out. You're good, honey. Sorry about that. But when you got corporatists like Cory Booker feeling the need to at least pretend to give a shit that the Democrats aren't, I mean, just like where, and just it's silence from the entire neoliberal organization. Primary every fucking single one of them. And I'm talking AOC as well. Primary her. There's, if a Democratic socialist wants to criticize AOC for staying silent on, on the immigration issue during Joe Biden's micro presidency, for capitulating somewhat to Israel, for capitulating on the Build Back Better infrastructure debate, while making an argument on how we need to leverage our political strength. That's fine. I don't know about spending money on a primary, but she should be challenged from the left. She should be encouraged to go further to the left. Every one of them needs to be primaried. Every single one of them. Rashida Tlaib, she has the audacity to call herself the Squad. She needs to be primaried from the left. But look, when it comes to money and resources, obviously we go after the Hakeem Jeffries. We go after all these little Joe Manchin clones. That's where the money should go on the challenge. But if there's a Zohran Mamdani living in AOC's district, I'd love to hear from that person. I'd love to see AOC's feet get put to the fire, because even if that challenger doesn't win, it's pressure from the left, and that's important. That's how the right wing wins. You're never right wing enough for those assholes. That's how we need to be. We do. We got to be uncompromising, and and in some cases a little selfish, right? Because it's like it's not going to happen without pressure. And if they if they're a bunch of Hassans out there, oh, be nice to me, oh, be nice to me, it's not gonna give us the results that we demand, the results that we need, that our children need, that our old folks need. We got to keep pushing.
Betraying the American people. Gavin Newsom has sounded some of those notes, the governor of California. There is an alternative view of the path that the party ought to be taking, and it is espoused by another figure who is about to become very powerful, the incoming governor of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger. She gets sworn in on January the 17th.
So this, I mean, he's showing his naivete, coming from the UK here, with the Spanberger thing, because he's over here talking about the failure of the Democrats, and then he's saying, America needs to make a choice between the AOCs and the Spanbergers. I mean, Spanberger is status quo corporate neoliberal. There's just no other way about it. She's not. If she is, crowned as the future of the Democratic Party, we're fucked. Because we're not dropping Israel. We're not taking on the democratic socialist principles that people want, that right wingers want. They want free health care. They want free education. They want higher wages. They want to see the rich get taxed. And Spanberger doesn't represent any of that shit. I wouldn't be surprised if she voted along with the rest of these corporatists to poo-poo socialism after Zohran Mamdani won. That was the first thing. It was the number one priority. Right, so they're little tech bro oligarch donators, right? Oh, don't worry. Oh no, we're still secret libertarians. We love Ronald Reagan. So if she's crowned the future of the Democratic Party, I mean that's more Donald Trump, basically.
She won a big victory in Virginia, and she's a centrist who has actually said directly to party grandees, I do not want to hear Democrats ever using the word socialist again, because she believes that the American people are, for the American people, it's anathema. The whole idea of branding yourself as a socialist. So, and she's, governor of Virginia, very, very powerful position she's going to have, overseeing the entire Commonwealth of Virginia.
Abigail Blair.
Spanberger. Yes, well, Abigail Blair. Yes, precisely. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Might as well be. And And so, you know, how does the Democratic Party resolve the fascination that so many grassroots Democrats have with what Mamdani's done in New York with the desire of the elites?
I take it back. There's no naivete here. He's doing an accurate description of the. He's trying to say that there's this fight on the left. You know, where do we go? This is all accurate here. So I take back that naivete comment. Sorry, Simon. I know you're a big fan of the show. Sorry, Simon.
And the powers that be who see in Spanberger the kind of centrist who isn't going to rock the boat too much and
the boat needs to be rocked.
And some, well, heretofore political realities, which is that New York isn't the rest of America.
Yes, correct,
so you can't
absolutely. But equally, Virginia's not the rest of America either. So they have, the main thing they have to do is reintroduce themselves to the American public. And I think they can really only do that once they know broadly who they are.
And that's why the victories are so important, because we can talk all day, but unless we got examples that this stuff works, we're only going to get so far, right? We have to step out of the realm of academia, step out of the realm of theory, and start showing people, especially Zohran, you know, where he's got an opportunity now. Got to start showing people that these are policies not only that people want, but they work.
Let's talk about the big gun then, Donald Trump. The Supreme Court ruled on something interesting yesterday, which he will not have liked. Tell us what it is.
Well, I mean, this is about his deployment of the National Guard
so this is some good news.
California, in Illinois, I think also in Memphis, Tennessee. And he announced yesterday with a flourish that he's pulling them all out, for the moment at least, although he indicated that he may send them back if he needs to, should the purported...
I mean, whatever will the, parks and recreational staff do now that they don't have trained soldiers trained on how to kill and survive in a frontline battle situation, raking leaves and picking up trash and standing around like the boredest motherfuckers you've ever seen in your life? Whatever will the parks and rec departments do? Fucking embarrassment. And how much did that shit cost us, by the way? Huh? Millions of dollars so Donald Trump can get his little 3-inch PP hard? Every American should be embarrassed, and quite frankly, the military leadership should be, doing whatever they can to show some kind of dissent instead of saying, whisper quiet, whisper fucking quiet. Yes, sir. No, sir. Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Orange Mussolini. Thank you so much for wasting my troops' time. Fucking makes me sick.
Crime waves that they were sent in to deal with reignite. I mean, the crime waves were never really crime waves in the first place. But the Supreme Court basically forced his hand and said you didn't have the rights to do what you did. So he's had to return, for example, the California National Guard.
He will be, I mean, put this down as a prediction. We will see Donald Trump declare martial law. And it'll probably be one of those South Korea style last second embarrassing excuse, but we will see him in a fit of desperate, because this is the man that did January 6th. Of course he's going to do martial law. Of course he is.
Put it back under the command of Governor Gavin Newsom. He's not allowed to federalize the National Guard. We will still have the National Guard on the streets of Washington, D.C., because remember, that's not a state and its governance is restricted.
When you say we, you live there.
When I go back there to Washington next week, there's going to be National Guard troops, all over the centre of...
So that's a hanging around for the Constitution, isn't it?
Yes, for the moment, yes. He has other alternatives at his disposal. That he has indicated he will not hesitate to use this year, if necessary, invoking the Insurrection Act to put armed troops on the streets of cities where he thinks there's a need to do so.
And we've had people like Marjorie Taylor Greene via the Epstein, not just because of her stuff on Epstein, but via the Epstein files. She made her presence felt, didn't she, as an agitator against Donald Trump within the MAGA movement.
$500 million.
And his approval ratings are woeful. Is he... Does he have the whiff of a lame duck president about him, or is that too early to say that?
All of that is going to hinge on the outcome of the midterm elections in November. If the Democrats retake control of the House and or the Senate, and in their ideal world, both, he will be a complete lame duck, and he will be tied up in impeachment knots for the remaining...
Okay, I mean, look, I sorry, Simon, here. But how much of the current legislation has actually been through the House and the Senate? One thing, literally, Build Back Better, bunch of tax cuts for the rich. Everything else has been executive order or just stone cold fiat. Now we're seeing some of it get rolled back, but all of it goes to the Supreme Court, and they're like over 80% shadow docket supporting Trump. So, I mean, what's the difference? Obviously, it needs to happen, but this idea that, you know, the brakes are put on if we win, that's not true. Obviously, once again, it needs to happen. I support it, even if it is a bunch of corporate neoliberals. Right? I do want to see the Democrats win in the midterms. But the idea that he's going to slow down, that Project 2025 is going to slow down, not with that Supreme Court.
2 years of his presidency. Marjorie Taylor Greene sniffs the possibility of presenting herself as the authentic leader of MAGA. Okay. He says she's a complete traitor. She sees change coming. J.D. Vance, the vice president, also positioning himself to be the party's presidential nominee in 2028. He's not a lame duck yet, but with approval ratings at around 39%, only 31% of the country approving of his handling of the economy. He's in trouble.
Hey, boss, do you want me to apply baby oil to Satan's asshole?
What are we talking about? Politics, man. You're in the politics section. You're in the realest motherfuckers politics channel. This is the news underground. I'm abandoned nihilism. We keep it so fucking real it hurts. If you're looking for real news, well, you fucking found it. That's what we're talking about. We're getting done with our Zohran Mamdani coverage, and we're going to get into other headlines of the fascist dictatorship that's taking over America. Stick around.
However, approval ratings for Democrats in Congress, 18%.
Yeah.
So we think he's doing badly. Look at Democrats in Congress.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Need some fucking tunage is what I need right now. All right, so we're going to get to some other news here, some headlines. Yeah, give me some Captain Picard. Yeah. No, I watch Star Trek clips. Yeah, I do. What, you gonna make fun of me? I deserve that, but too bad. Get some other links here going. Iced Out Click, Dirty Down South, full tape. The underground sound on the News Underground. Yo, this is good shit. Start off with this one right here. I'm feeling good. Oh yeah, You Can Be Video Games. I love that guy. No, I love You Can Be Video Games. I love how earnest he is. You know, he's just a nice guy doing, you know, tips and tricks like the old days, you know, of like, hey, this is how you beat the Legend of Zelda. I love it. And he loves his dog. Great channel, You Can Beat Video Games. Yeah, so let's start off with this one. I'm feeling pretty good. This guy rocks my socks, inspires me. He's got a sack the size of fucking Jupiter, okay? Every day, he's out there, real warrior. Okay, and yeah, if you don't like his style, I get that, right? He's abrasive, but that's, you know, we're done playing. We're done playing. This shit is fascism incarnate, talking about ICE, and it needs to be challenged. These people need to be told, you're breaking your oath, you're doing this for money, you're disgusting, you're part of the rot, you're the swamp. History will remember you, not in a good way. So all this shit needs to be said, and he's doing it. And like I said, sack the size of Jupiter right here. This guy is getting arrested. You know, they're going, I guarantee you, they're going through his finances. They're going through his social media. They're gonna do everything possible to destroy this man. And it's intimidating. You know, they will crush us, and they'll especially crush the loudest amongst us. So this man is a personal inspiration here. The woke farmer. He's got a name. Let's see if I can get his name here. Somewhere in here. Somewhere in the chat. Doing God's work. Like to say his name. if anyone's got his name. But he's an absolute inspiration. You've seen him before. His clips are going viral. The relentlessness, absolutely. Love these videos. Hope this guy has some backup. You got Captain America giving him the fucking salute. Good work, buddy. National treasure. Love this guy. More of this. Fucking love this guy. Okay. This guy for president. That's what I'm saying. I don't know about president, but, you know, presidential advisor at the very least, right? Anyway, you'll see what I mean. This is exactly what ICE needs to hear. I love it.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Super loud. Sorry. Good thing I caught that. Hold on. He is loud. He is very loud, but that's how we need to be.
I'm not in the way of the street. There's nobody coming in and out. I'm not blocking it.
Yeah, so this is the style of intimidation, right? Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta go. You're a nuisance. You're this. You're that. So apparently, this guy, according to the comments, is a January 6er, now working for ICE.
You have no authority, asshole. We know you have no authority. Look at you, you fucking traitorous little bitch.
You fucking right. You fucking right.
How do you fucking sleep at night? What is it, all the alcohol you drink? You clearly are an alcoholic. Look at that skin. Is that what it is? You drink yourself to sleep as you betray the republic?
Yeah.
As you betray this nation?
The
How do
woke
you
farmer.
fucking sleep at night? You think your grandmother...
Right. So he comes out, oh, you need to get out of here. You're blocking this. You're blocking traffic. You can't protest. You don't have free speech rights. And look at this guy. Now he's basically running away. He's running away. They're all coward bitches supporting a pedophile president.
Be proud, or was she in the KKK? Is that what it is? Are you a fucking January 6er? Is that what it is? Shame on you, you traitorous scum.
I don't know if he's a January 6er, but I'm sure he agrees with him. Oh yeah, it was just a little tourist visit there. Cops dying and shit. Windows being broken, feces smeared on the walls. You know this guy fully supports it.
Shame on you.
Looking back, Markov.
You are betraying this
deep
nation.
dive.
You can't even hang the flag properly. Why are you guys flying a tattered American flag? Shame on you, you traitorous scum. Shame. God damn. How do you sleep at night? How do you seriously sleep at night while you rape the republic? While you rape the people? While you drag children into concentration camps?
Exactly.
You are a Nazi. You are a damn Nazi. Shame on you. Shame on you, traitor. You are pathetic. You are such an asshole. Shame. Shame on you, you traitorous scum. Shame on you. You look at this guy. He dresses like a little kid. Why do you all dress like little kids? You're supposed to be representing something. You're supposed to be standing for something. You're supposed to be an American. What are you doing? Why do you not believe in the Constitution? Why are you betraying this nation, sir? Why are you betraying this nation?
Exactly.
What is wrong with you? How do you sleep at night? Real good, huh? You drink your 30-pack every night so you can forget the screams of the children that you're raping? Shame!
Oh, shit.
Shame on you, you treasonous scumbag! Shame! Shame on you for the betrayal of this nation, you Nazi scum! Shame on you! The cops aren't going to do anything because I'm not breaking any laws! I am practicing my constitutional rights!
And he wants to change it. Him and his ilk, the White House, they want to change it. They want to make what he's doing impossible. Free speech, protest, dissent. They want to button it all up like Hassan's favorite country, China. Right? Like Russia, another country that Hassan doesn't seem to talk about too much. They want to lock all that shit up. They want silence when they hurt us, when they destroy our rights, when they fucking rip up the Constitution. All they want is empty praise from sycophants. Idiots like Scott Jennings on CNN, cashing fucking checks while the goddamn republic swirls in the bowl. Enemies of the people, enemies of the republic, enemies of the Constitution. That's who these fucking people are. And they're absolutely miserable human beings. I hope your Thanksgivings are a half-warmed TV dinner and not a single fucking phone call. I hope that's what you get for Thanksgiving, you fuck. Imagine being a gay person and having this asshole as your fucking father. Huh? Hypocrite. A big bundle of lies.
That you don't believe in. Shame on you. How do you do it, man? Will you defend yourself for the people? Hundreds of thousands will see this video, maybe 1 million. Will you defend yourself to the people? Will you defend your actions?
Came out real tough, didn't he? Came out, oh, you're breaking the law, you're blocking, you need to get out of here, you need to get out of here. Hasn't said a fucking word since. That's the entire conservative movement right there. Bunch of cowards hiding behind fucking Nazis, hiding behind the authority figures while they strip us of our liberties. That's who these fucking people are.
Against humanity. Will you defend your betrayal of the Republic? Do you have anything to say for yourself? Do you have anything to say? That's all you have to say, you Nazi scum. Fuck you, Nazi!
Right. And that's exactly what a coward does, right? Talks a little shit as he walks, walks behind his little invisible barrier. What do you say, Donald Trump? You mean the pedophile Donald Trump? That's your guy? Someone check this motherfucker's browser history.
Shame on you all, you traitorous assholes! Look at this! That flag, tattered and shredded, sums up your love of this republic, sums up your love of this country, you traitorous shitbags!
Yeah. Yeah, so they put up the fucking flag. They don't even bother to treat it with respect. They just let it sit there in the rain, in the weather. There's a whole procedure for that flag that you would think at the very least a federal agency would be following. No, they don't believe that symbol. It's just another fucking icon for them to wave around and pretend like they represent. They don't fucking mean anything.
Shame on you!
Look at that. Look at that. That is shameful. That is fucking shameful right there. You would think, oh yeah, I love America, patriots. They'd get at least one guy who knows how to fucking handle that flag properly. You're supposed to put it out at a specific time, take it down at a specific time, fold it up in a specific way. Right? Take care of that symbol. They don't fucking care about that symbol. The only time they take that flag down is to wipe their ass with it. They make me sick. Yeah, Crail. And there's a proper procedure for disposing of the flag as well. These fucking people don't give a shit about it. They just leave it up there. Let it rot. Let it fade. Let it tatter. Makes me fucking sick. Okay, and I'm not even a nationalist. You talking to me, Games? You talking to me? Oh boy, we're getting that fucking flusher ready. Number 2. I'm feeling a big dump coming on. How about you guys? Some janitor on flag law? Fuck you. Fuck you. You're part of the fucking problem if you think this is the proper way to treat how a fucking federal office, a federal building. It's one thing if you're a veteran, 85 years old, right? And you don't have the time, you don't have the energy to be following proper flag procedure, right? That's one thing. But a Homeland Security office, there's not one veteran in there. Hey, I asked you a question, observing Games. Were you talking to me? Fucking coward. Where's what? Silence? Now we're getting silence? How about you get the fuck out of here before I show you the fucking door? Talking to me, huh? Fuck out of here. Lovely. Whoops, wrong one. Fuck out of here. Bye, bitch. Fuck out of here. You got no respect for the flag. You got no respect for this fucking country. There's a proper way to handle that symbol. Bye. Get a deuce on him. Bye, bitch. I got zero patience for these motherfuckers right now. Oh, don't you want to have a debate? Don't you want to debate me? I'd rather go through dental surgery through my anus than have a debate with one of you incel fucks, crusty ass socks masturbation problems.
Well, he's not so bad. He's better than Kamala.
Here's what your motherfucking pedophile has done to our economy. Look at this. Gold through the roof, silver through the roof. Bitcoin not doing so well. I guess a fake currency attached to a dying fiat currency isn't worth as much as we all thought it was, huh? Ether, same fucking story. The entire value of Bitcoin, the entire value of cryptocurrency is based off the value of the dollar. And what do we see? What do we see? Bond market on the fucking edge. A tariff program that's created unnecessary animus in a trade war with our allies. Our strongest ally in the North, Canada, now officially saying we can't depend on the United States. Don't give me that shit.
Oh, some janitor gonna tell me about flag law?
I'm sorry, a federal building should be treating the American symbol with more respect than you do with your fucking waifu pillow. Anyway, what this is a harbinger of what we are going to be dealing with. Source is Yahoo Finance. It's like they pulled the numbers on the 30th. So this is the end of the year recap. And when you see, gold, the precious metal of last resort, right? The last thing on earth that's going to hold value before the motherfucking death squads, before the purge hits, start hitting the streets. When you see gold doing this, when you see silver doing this, it means confidence in the dollar has dropped. And why is confidence in the dollar dropped? 100% related to Donald Trump and his fucking policies. It's like the one thing they claim to give a shit about, the economy, corporations, and they're getting fucked. Farmers getting fucked. Small and medium businesses getting completely fucked. Only one making any money is like 5 tech companies. Putting all our eggs in an AI basket, so we can make some pornography for Mr. Observing Games.
Can I watch a black chick have sex with a skinny nerd like me? Can you put my face on this?
Putting all our eggs into that basket.
I want to get pegged by a black chick.
Which is, hey, that's great. I don't want to kink shame. But then, then they get on social media and be like,
black people need to be deported after they peg me.
I want to live in a world where anybody can be pegged by a black woman. Huge artificial disconnect between the value of physical silver and the silver paper investments. Yeah, look, I'm no expert. I do know, though, that it's a sign of a weakening dollar, and we don't want that. We don't want that. Not in this country. Exactly, German. Yeah, if you're an American, you want a strong dollar. You want the reserve currency to not be questioned. You want a strong bond market. You don't want unnecessary trade wars with your neighbor to the north. You want to make those easier. You want to expand that. And he's over.
Well, you won't let me invade you without any use of a military. You should just acquiesce and the whole country becomes a state. That's what you should do.
Fucking incels. These incels, and they're still riding high. They think
we defeated woke. We defeated DEI. Now I want DEI for white people. The great replacement's gonna replace us. The master race is gonna get replaced. I'm America first. I listened to a virgin Mexican guy tell me why white people are superior.
Of course, I'm talking about Fuentes. These people do not deserve our time. They don't deserve our respect, and they certainly don't deserve a fucking debate. The only debate is, do I slap you or flush you? We're not done. We're keeping this fucking train going. You know, these are pretty good. I wanted to show you these. This creator right here, Datch Haven, with some really good political cartoons. Google's first trillion, as you can see, covering up the don't part. Pretty clever. You know, we're talking about AI here. We're talking about enshittification, right? So these are kind of a timely political cartoons to show, but this is pretty funny. Chickens figure out enshittification, ads on eggs, subscription model, smaller eggs, ads in eggs. You imagine you crack an egg and it's an ad for fucking Grammarly. Funny. Pretty funny stuff. Beware of dog, buy my course. And you see this a lot amongst the right wing too, right? They watch a couple YouTube videos and all of a sudden they're experts at finance or experts at exercise or experts on how to get women. We got incels out here. We got people like Andrew Tate, who's the gayest motherfucker on the planet, talking about how having sex with a woman is gay. Right? Buy my course. Learn how to be a pimp. Really? If I needed to know how to suck a good dick, maybe I'll buy Andrew Tate's fucking course. Once again, not kink shaming, right? Everyone needs to know how to suck a good dick. I mean, if you're into that, you know. This is a good one, but it's a little long. This one's kind of funny. The one counterfeit ring. We got Zohran here trying to buy the one true ring. It's a bunch of Etsy, AliExpress, Temu, Amazon. The prices are pretty interesting too, because Temu $29, AliExpress $49, and Amazon $55. Pretty accurate. Yeah, no, Andrew Tate is gay. He's a closeted gay man. Be a very large mouse. He's got the extra big one. Yeah, of course, you're tubing, of course. I'm not trying to kink shame anybody, but you know, it's the hypocrisy that I'm trying to call out with these guys. Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate, gayest motherfuckers on planet Earth. More gay than a party in the Castro. These motherfuckers. And they're like, I get lots of women. Now, Andrew Tate does have sex with women, so he's got that one over on Nick Fuentes. But my gaydar goes off like the intro to Inspector Gadget over here when I see that motherfucker over there. Having sex with women is gay. Okay, buddy. Sure. Iced out click, dirty down south. Shit, dude. Good underground right there. But this is great. Next day delivery. This guy's looking out at the chaos of the world. Got it. Your order of preventing climate change in paperback will be delivered by 10 p.m. tomorrow. Well, what if I did? What if I did? You'd have a problem with that, Mr. Bean? Huh? You got a problem? You got a problem with gay people having sex? I'm a straight man, super de-duper married, okay? I love pussy. I love pussy more than I love most things on this fucking planet. But if I was gay, what does that matter? What does that matter? Huh? You got a problem? Pathetic fucking piece of shit. You got a problem with that? This is really good right here. Websites are dealing with this, right? Useful websites that have information. Google over here. Great info in this website. How about I just summarize it for you instead? You don't have to go into that website. You could just stay in Google forever. Literal theft. Literally, they don't even get a view. They don't even get a fucking click. Too much for the oligarchy. Can't even get a fucking click. This is a really good one. This is interesting about this prop car Raghaven. He's apparently in shitifying Google. Hi, I was responsible for Yahoo's legendary rise as a search engine. You're hired. So he's lying. Looks like he's responsible for Yahoo making all those terrible decisions back when Yahoo was relevant. And he's doing the same goddamn thing to Google. He rose through the ranks in Google Ads until one day, terrible news, the projected billions of revenue growth this quarter may be slightly less. Let me look into it. I'll fix it. We're going to get those quarterly results up. Rob Carr went to Ben Gomes, head of search engineering. I know the search team's supposed to stay separate from the ads team, but for some sanctimonious reason, but yeah, because it's a clear conflict of interest that would inevitably ruin everything. Ben was quickly removed. And so the worse we make search results, the more time people will have to search. This is based on a true story. Make our service worse so that people spend more time on our website, and then we can show them more ads. Oh, that's great, right? It's all short-term thinking. And guys like this, they burn the whole place down. They get that big quarterly paycheck, and then they bounce. Zero ownership over this stuff. Exactly. Yeah, it didn't die, it was murdered. I'm finally entirely AI. This is good. My search results are just summaries, with ads seamlessly blended in. All remaining employees have been laid off, which nets a few more billion this quarter, I expect. It's perfect. As the world burns, right? Yeah, and it's not inevitable. It doesn't have to be inevitable. But if we continue to let these people operate in this way, they continue to flourish in an environment of zero transparency. It's like, I got no love for Google. But the reason why they get away with this, monopolies. That's why they get it, because like, where are you going to go? Google is now the internet, right? They've slowly taken it over. The internet's like 10 websites now, okay? It doesn't have to be that way. The government doesn't necessarily need to be responsible for forcing competition. It just needs to allow it to happen, right? That's where, that's the difference between a meritocracy and, full corporate control, right? The government can step in and try to equalize it a little bit. So you can't do that. You can't do this. And it's not anti-capitalist. In fact, it's pro-capitalist to go after a monopoly. It creates a more capitalistic environment where competition forces these massive companies to improve their services instead of reduce them. It's super de-duper capitalist to go after monopolies. Voting for religious psychopaths is extremely dangerous. No. Well, it's going really well in Iran. We're gonna get Iran's next, right? No, we should be a white Christian theocracy, so Stephen Miller and Nick Fuentes can rule over us with ICE, having their back. There's another image I'll show you here related to this. This is something that Homeland Security posted. I mean, just straight up Nazi shit. But this shows you where they're at. See, let me find it here, right here. Look at this. Homeland Security posting this, unironically posting this. The peace of a nation no longer besieged by the third world after 100 million deportations. Heaven. And what is it? It's some fucking cover of a Beach Boy cover band, right? Some Jimmy Buffett fan. Some fat, alcoholic, 60-year-old plus motherfucker's idea of a dream America. That's what they think. They think the world's going to get better without brown people. When the reality is that we're one of the strongest, we used to be one of the strongest countries on the planet because of our diversity, because of immigration, because we were that shining city on a hill. These people make us better. They make us sharper. They make us stronger. They make us smarter. The only way we're going to get this shit back is if we fight and if we take it. We take it from them. They're not going to give it to us. They're not going to have a coming to Jesus moment. They're not going to show humility, right? Don't be convinced like Cenk Uygur is with MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, she found Jesus. She's over here still talking about brown people are as monsters. She calls immigrants monsters. Fully supports ICE. Because she speaks out about Epstein and because she speaks out about Israel, I'm supposed to forget about all the other shit. The hatred, the ignorance that she supports. I'm not compromising with MTG. I want her defeat. I want a politician to say, when I get in charge, I'm going to take her fucking salary away. Yeah, it's probably AI generated too, isn't it? So this is a pretty interesting one. This guy's asking AI what to name his child. He's asking AI how to correct this behavior, and he's trying his daddy on his phone 24/7. Would you like help summarizing this play? He's looking at his kid's play over here. And then the end result. Happy 25th birthday, son. I wish you'd write back. I'm sorry I was so distant. And then AI interrupting. Would you like help at repairing this estrangement? Would you like me to text your son for you? You know, and this shit is sad, man. AI psychosis. It's not even ready. It's not even ready for this shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's an impressive bit of technology. It's changing the world of programming. You know, it's made office work easier, right? It's made meetings easier. Now you don't have to take, all these kind of notes. You just let AI sit there and it summarizes the meeting. Saving time, more productivity. That's great. It's not ready to supplement human interaction. It's not even close to that. Got losers jerking off to it. It's just pathetic. We're not even jerking off to real women anymore. Or dudes. Or cat men, cat people. Whatever your thing is. We're not even jerking off to that anymore. We're not even jerking off to fucking cartoons anymore. We're jerking off to AI. Will the history books remember the masturbation habits of our generation? I hope it does. And then this is how it ends. Sure, I can help you with that. Here's the concise epitaph for your father's tombstone. Robert Wembley, deceased. So this is from Datch Haven. Thisecommercelife.com. Thisecommercelife.com. I'll give you the link right here if you want to support human cartoonists. I know it's crazy. What, human? Well, you're still getting your political cartoons drawn by a human being? What are you, 100 years old? Continuing on with ICE and authoritarianism here. This is what they got planned for us here. This is the upcoming concentration camps that they're building. And yeah, there's no other way to put it. These are, you want to be nice, you can call them internment camps. But where ICE is planning detention warehouses. So these are 10,000 beds, concentration camps, internment camps. Right? They're going for it. This is Stephen Miller. This is Tom Hooman. They're going for it. They want an America without brown people. They want to make us weaker. They want to make us more bigoted, more ignorant. And they're not going to stop unless we stop them. It's not going to stop unless we take the example of that awesome dude that we saw earlier and we get out in the streets. We follow the 3-step program. We inform ourselves. We sign up and show up. And then we make that shit a lifestyle. Okay, and I'm talking about political activism. And if you want to know how to sign up and show up, we got something called a big list of protests. You can start there. Type that shit into Google. But if you want a direct resource, big list of protests, there you go. Olympia, Washington. Show up. What's your excuse? Fort Collins, Colorado. Fort Collins, Colorado. There you go. Sign up. Okay. This isn't even comprehensive, okay? There are groups out there that need your help. There are groups out there that need your money, that need your time, and they need your effort. And you got to shift your mindset. Resistance to authoritarianism is a lifestyle. It's not a hobby. This is how we win. This is how the fascists are winning. It's a fucking lifestyle for them, huh? They got the hats, they got the truck, they divorced their wife, kids don't call them. It's all about the movement. Okay? Now, I'm not saying you have to neglect your family, but you have to put the energy in, you have to put the work in, and you got to make shit awkward sometimes with motherfuckers who want to both sides it, who want to make excuses for apathy and nihilism. Okay? You got to be like, no, man. That's how we're losing. No. And words aren't enough. You got to show up, man. You got to show people with your actions. It ain't easy. I'm not trying to tell you it's easy. Hell, I'm not even trying to tell you it's fun. Half the time it's a fucking pain in the ass. Do you see Bernie Sanders out there? Does he look like he's having fun? Holy shit, I'm fucking cold. Holy shit. Bernie Sanders been doing this shit for decades. You don't think he wants to kick back in his, nice little house that he's got there? He's got a nice, pretty house, nice wooden cabin or whatever. I've seen it. He deserves it. But I've seen it enough times because right-wingers like to tell me that socialists don't deserve things. We gotta be Diogenes over here to get their respect. And by the way, if we were Diogenes, if we were in tatters, spending zero money, you think they'd listen to us then? Huh? You think they'd be satisfied then? Oh, you got a good point, socialist. Yeah, no, maybe my libertarian pseudo-fascist beliefs should be questioned. Yeah, I mean, now now that I see that you're living in abject poverty by choice, I don't see an iPhone there, so now I'm going to listen to you. Right? Don't believe the hype. Yeah, cadaver. And look, all you can change is yourself, truly, right? Like, other people, if they come and they come and they go, they don't follow whatever it is. But the one thing you can do is change yourself. And that's what I'm trying to tell people. And that's what I try to say with my 3-step program. To create real political change. Political activism. You can do it. And look, you're shy, you don't want to show up, you're worried, you're a young woman, you don't want to be going to places alone. You can volunteer to make signs, you can volunteer, you can donate money, you can volunteer for call centers, you don't have to leave your house. But it requires you to take the initiative. That's the only way we're going to do it. We're not done yet. Here's another bit of on the economy. That's what I'm talking about with the U.S. dollar here. U.S. dollar officially loses 9% of its value in 2025. Worst year since 2017. And what does Donald Trump want to do? We got to lower the rates. I want to start pumping out money like I pump out illegitimate kids, then shoot them in the head and dump them in Michigan Lake. Okay? And, this is like, he's like, they've been, the right-wing Heritage Foundation and the rest of them have been dying to do this. Leftists have been warning about this for a long time. Like, if the Republicans truly get the reins of the economy, they're going to destroy it. They're going to destroy it. This is what they've been promising us. Tax cuts for the rich, anarcho-capitalism, that's the solution. Zero interest rates. Put the entire burden on the lower middle class. They've been promising this. And now he's not doing it exactly the way that they would like, and we're seeing some resistance from the captured Supreme Court. O'Donnell, with the fucking tariffs. Maybe not, maybe don't do it that hard. But this is what they've been promising us, and this is the result. We're going to see a bond collapse this year. And look, if we lose that reserve currency status, welcome to the third world, Americans. Americans have no fucking idea, and I didn't have much idea of what it's like to live without the dollar until I moved to Canada. It's a different universe. You've heard this from me, but it's a different universe. I used to order shit online, you know, next day delivery, $3 shipping, bing, bang, boom, spending my dollars like crazy. Now that I'm making Canadian dollars, or was making Canadian dollars till I had a disabled son and had to put my life on hold to take care of him, it's a different fucking universe. Making a bunch of fucking loonies and toonies. Okay? And if we lose the reserve currency status, the entire country enters that universe. And they're not going to handle it. They are not going to be able to handle this shit. Lifestyle changing event. And you don't get it back either. You know what it took for us to get the reserve currency status? A world fucking war. 2 of them, actually. That's what it took for us to get that status as the default currency for the planet, or at least for oil, but for so many other things. And it, you know, one president is Gavin Newsom isn't going to get this shit back. And China chomping at the bit. Hassan's favorite country, China, chomping at the bit to destroy our way of life, to make every American's way of life less, to destroy it. They can't fucking wait. Fucking Hassan. He should be ashamed of himself. Is he even capable of that? Shame. Here's another one from our favorite heckler. I'm pulling these from the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, let me know. I'll shoot you an invite. But the Discord's where I set all this stuff up. So much of it doesn't get broadcast. I'm sorry for that. But here we go from a real patriot.
They always stand around with they're either hands on the nips or hands in the pockets. Look at his little medical kit, his little vest and shit. Like he's ever gonna use any of that. Like he's ever gonna do anything but grab little fucking children from their mothers. You guys don't even go after criminals. You won't even go after into the crime-ridden neighborhoods, and you know it. You guys are such...
No, exactly. They're pussies. No, they go for the easy pickings. They go to the daycares. They go to the hospitals. They go to the schools. They pick brown people off of roofs, or like groundskeepers while they're doing their fucking job, right? They go to the Home Depot parking lots. They go to the fucking border. I showed you that last time. ICE going to the border, trying to, scrutinizing Americans as they're fucking leaving the country. They don't go for the real criminals. They don't go for the real, they hell, in the first fucking month, they scooped up most of the actual ones that actually existed. Now they're going after mothers, leaving kids in cars as they kidnap their parents.
Fucking pussy little bitches. Because you ain't arresting criminals, we know that. That's a fact. You won't even go into the south side of Chicago. You guys are afraid. You guys are fucking cowards. You're going to Home Depot and arresting working class people.
Right.
And you know it. And you fucking know it. You're laughing right now because you're deflecting your insecurities.
Nailed it.
How about when y'all go through a restaurant? Well, that's got to be scary, huh?
Yeah, when you go to a restaurant.
Pulling somebody out of a fucking restaurant. Right.
Is that defending America? When you go to the job site and grab the construction workers, are you defending America?
Right.
We know y'all ain't grabbing criminals, and you know it too. Gaggle fuck of shitbags right here. Every single one of them got a fucking beer gut. None of them have fucking PT standards, but yet they want to uphold the law, supposedly. Yet they go grab little fucking children. They go grab abuela. They go grab the men.
Grabbing children in their underwear and putting them in a fucking U-Haul or Penske truck. That's who these fucking people are. All right? And where's Gavin Newsom with the promise that not only is he going to disband ICE, but he's going to unmask ICE? Yeah, no, you got some fire tweets, Gavin. But you're supposed to be the new leader. You're supposed to be the next one, huh? You're supposed to be the next president. You don't even have the nutsack to call these fucking losers out. You can't even give us a promise that you're going to break, that you're going to do what you can to unmask these fascists. You can't put a little fear into them. Oh, I don't want to be seen as anti-police. These people aren't fucking police. So where the fuck you at, Gavin Newsom?
Working hard to hold this.
You know, they go to yogurt shops, but they have the fucking goddamn audacity to go to a fucking Mexican restaurant after scooping up Mexican people all day.
This country together because they're too lazy to get a real fucking job, you cowardly little bitch-ass traitors! As you can see here, there are several agents outside waiting right now on all entrances to the facility. We are thinking that Bovino's bitch ass might actually show up today. They probably called him and told him not to, though, because he's a little fucking... Did you guys see Bovino's tweets? Did you guys see his tweets? Oh, sir! Yes, sir! Your boss is a little bitch! How does it feel working for such a spineless little bitch, you fucking cowardly January 6th?
And there's only 2 of them out there. We got to do better. We got to do better. We got to do better, man. It can't just be this guy and some other dude. It can't. Look, and I know we all got lives. I know this shit is tough. But this is where the organization comes in. This is where the structure comes in. Right? Because if we had real structure, we could have rotating people out there. We could, it doesn't have to be just one energetic, let's be frank, little kooky, right? It doesn't have to be just one guy.
Traitors! How much do you get paid to betray the Republic? How much do you get paid to be a traitorous little Nazi bitch? Shame on you, you fucking scumbag. Get some real camo at least, dude. Why are you rocking Soviet fucking camo, dude? You realize that's fucking Soviet camo, right? Yeah, that's right. You're that fucking stupid.
Got their
You're
little
rocking
masks on.
Soviet camo. God.
Got their little fucking masks on. The same fucking people that said, I have the right to infect you with COVID because breathing from a mask is so hard. Look at them. Look at them with their little get up. Look at this shit.
God damn, dude. How you gonna laugh and talk shit when you're a gate guard? You're fucking 55 years old. You're a fucking gate guard. God damn, dude. Look at this pudgy bitch filming me. This pudgy little traitorous bitch. What are you gonna do? Send that video back to the Proud Boys? So when next time you're loading into the back of a fucking U-Haul, you can all make jokes about the crazy fucking disabled veteran screaming at you for your betrayal of the fucking nation? Get your little video, you fucking Proud Boy, Nazi, pudgy little fucking traitor bitch.
That's it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. And he shouldn't be alone out there. It shouldn't just be 2 of them. It should be 200 of them. Okay? Like I said before, look, I get it. People have lives. A lot of people don't have the ability to dedicate themselves like that guy does. But that's where the infrastructure comes in. That's where the organization comes in. It says, okay, you got Monday, you got Tuesday, you got Wednesday, right? When you're unemployed, you forget what day of the week it is. By the way, I'm not unemployed by choice. I guess I'm unemployed by choice, but, I would really like to be employed. But, my life changed when I had a disabled son, when I discovered that my son was blind. Your priorities change. Because it's a choice between employment and my personal happiness and my own son's development, and it's like I don't have it in me to neglect my son. I just can't. But let me tell you, our life is much harder on a single income. My wife is working real hard to keep us alive, keep my ass heavily fed with chicken nuggies, and she's kind enough to give me a couple hours to do this show. It's tough. Moving on to the next story here. Somali thing, right? Somali daycare. We all knew it was bullshit from day one. Like, I've seen that asshole before, that little incel Nick Fuentes clone. He was the same guy who went to Ukraine, said, "Where's the war? Everyone's having a great time. Where's the war?" Went to Israel. I don't see any genocide. just the most pathetic human being you've ever seen in your life. So he goes to a daycare during the holidays. Now, is there some fraud? Of course there is. In fact, Tim, what's his nuts? Tim Kaine or whatever. Tim Waltz. Investigating it, actually, there's a history at least that goes back from 2020 of him trying to get jurisdiction over some of this federal money going to these daycares, trying to weed out the fraud. And look, we have some examples right here. So it's not a perfect system. There are some people taking advantage, but a grand majority are just Somali Americans and white Americans too. I guarantee you, a bunch of whiteys using these Somali daycares, right? So we knew it was bullshit, but the big fraud, that they're saying right here, this Amy Bach, the former executive director of Feeding Our Future and the ringleader of a massive $250 million fraud scheme targeting federal child nutrition funds in Minnesota. Right. Same thing with the PPE or the PPP loans. Right. Who was the big fraudsters on that? Right. Yeah. There was there some black guys, doing rap songs about how they're, defrauding the federal government. I remember showing that. I think they literally call themselves the PPP boys, doing rap songs about how they're defrauding the federal government with the COVID loans. Yeah, there's some examples of that. But who stole the most money? Right-wing corporations, right-wingers, right? Who's one of the biggest welfare queens in America? Elon Musk. Okay. So don't get it twisted. This is, and of course, we see Donald Trump. No more federal money for any children in America. We're done. It's not legal, can't do it. There's, money that was already appropriated by the Congress. Wait, no more money. If your kid's blind, disabled kids first. We need to re-implement eugenics. I read this great book called Mein Kampf. It's really great. Got to get rid of the disabled. Yeah, can we start with you? Strawman Donald. So, I don't want to spend too much time on it because, we all knew it was bullshit from the very beginning. Just another, hammer looking for a nail. They're looking for any excuse to hurt brown people. I don't like Ilham Omar, so every Somali is garbage. Right? There's no, and the thing is that they actually discredit, if these people actually gave a shit about fraud, they would be fighting against that kind of racism. Because it just discredits the entire effort against any of it, right? So that's basically all I had to say about the Somali situation. She's garbage, and let me tell you, folks, I know something about garbage. We're not done yet. I got a little bit more time. I think we'll go for at least another half hour. Oh yeah, this is a good one. Speaking of, the younger generation, speaking of debate, these turds that I fucking flush on a daily basis, and this, you debate me. How come I haven't seen you on Jubilee? Right? You got, Vosh himself is like, oh, I don't even waste my fucking time with this. And here's a perfect example of why leftists shouldn't be wasting their time, because it's like they want to slow you down. It's a divide and conquer strategy. They don't know that they're implementing it. They don't even know what the hell they are. But they're dividing and conquering. They're slowing us down with meaningless debates, right? Sartre famously talked about it, right? Having a debate with an anti-Semite. You're just wasting your time because they're just having fun with language. It's a game to them. They don't take their own rhetoric seriously. Yeah, Lynx, welcome back. But this is what it's like. This is what it's like to talk to these, Gen Z, Gen Alpha that considers themselves political. You tell me if this is a waste of time or not.
What about what happened on January 6th? What do you think what happened there?
What? I don't really know what happened on January 6th.
What? January 6th,
The election day?
What? No, election day was back in November.
What? I don't even know what.
Do you know about January 6th?
No.
So when I say January 6th, that means just...
Nothing. I don't know.
That's just a date to you?
Yeah.
So she's either lying or she's a moron. But either way, it's not very, she's irrelevant. She makes herself irrelevant.
What's that? Is that when the Patriots took back America?
So whether she's telling the truth or not, that just, okay, disregard. I mean, she's the type that doesn't even vote. Right? So there's just literally no motherfucking point. Yeah, no, I mean, there's, apathy exists in all the generations, boomers, Gen X, millennials, right? But yeah, I mean, there's a specific kind of flavor of Gen X apathy, right? Definitely kind of harkens back to that. It's all fucked up, doesn't matter, man. Right? But I'm hesitant to call it any one generation specifically because we're all fucking guilty. We're all guilty.
I don't even know what.
Do you know about January 6th?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
So when I say January 6th, that means just...
Nothing. I don't know.
That's just a date to you.
Welcome back.
Why are you here at the Donald Trump rally today?
Back.
I'm here because our generation, specifically Gen Z, these 20-year-old kids, they don't want to step out. They think this election's so shallow. Oh, I don't want to step out just because I'm not exactly sure. But we have to realize the deeper meaning behind this election. It's not just politics. This is truly evil. This is a spiritual war in our country.
Yeah, what are we talking about? Voting for Kamala Harris? Really?
A lot of people have told me that they want to own the libs. They want to come here to prove the libs are ruining the country, and they want to own the libs. Can you tell me what owning the libs means to you?
Prove them wrong.
Prove them wrong.
Is there any amount we could tie this woman to a chair and literally go point by point, fact by fact, throwing every reference, every bit of context, every single scholarly study, and she'd leave that dingy, dark basement mind completely unchanged, unfazed, until it affects her, right? Until it hits her parents, until maybe her brother's gay, right? Or maybe she gets, heaven forbid, she gets into an accident and she has to go through the corporate healthcare system. That's, and these people have always existed, this style of this mentality. And it's usually they lean conservative because that's who they attract. But it's not real until it affects me. These people have always existed, and they're the cancer of democracy, but they're also, it's what comes with the territory if you want a free society, if you want free speech. Okay. We can't go down the Hillary Clinton route and just ban these people from our lives, from existence. You can ban them from your house. You can ban them from a chat. Okay. But the problem isn't solved by, banning them, from life on the internet, like the Hillary Clinton style neoliberals think is a solution. The only way to defeat them is to get involved, 3-step program. You've heard me say it a million times, but they show up to vote. And if they show up to vote and we don't, right, you can have your democracy if you can keep it. Okay? And that's the solution. The solution to the free speech issue is not less free speech, not more oligarchy-controlled free speech like Hillary Clinton advocates for. It's more free speech. It's opening up those channels of free speech, right? More publicly funded free speech avenues. More ability for more people to speak, leftists, centrist, the whole fucking political range. That's how we fix the free speech problem. How do we fix democracy? Same thing. We don't try to limit democracy, right? You've probably heard some leftists talk about, certain people shouldn't be allowed to vote. No, it's more voting. It's what they did in Australia, mandating the vote. Everyone's got to vote, and if you don't vote, you get a tiny fine. It's not nothing's going to break the bank, but it's a little slap on the wrist. Okay, that discourages apathy. It's more democracy. That's how we fix democracy, not being selective about who gets democracy.
Because they're wrong about a lot of things.
I think he's really funny, and I like most of the stuff that he does. To be honest, he trolls on Twitter. Sometimes, I mean, yeah.
What we see is a rise of communism.
I mean, look at this guy,
dude. United States, an uprising.
Look at this guy, dude. Looks like he's got a body in his fucking trunk. Look, I know it's cold. He's just wearing gloves. But dude looks like a serial killer.
of deviance that is being taught to children. Yeah. We see that in schools all over the place. Pornography in schools. I've looked at this. I've seen it with my
No, right wingers hate pornography, right? They hate deviance. Okay. Ignore the Grindr stats. At the Grindr literally was dedoxed at the last conservative conference because all these closet cases getting up there, they want their dick polished by a twink, right? They want to get their back blown out by a big beefcake. Getting up on the Grindr. Oh, my wife doesn't know what I'm doing. I hate pornography. Meanwhile, they're pornography addicted. And by the way, we see the same thing in theocracies. Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan, and they're into the dirty shit. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, they're into the gross shit. They're like, oh my God, wrong website for most of us, right? And they're like, oh, I love that. Oh, I'm gonna shame. I'm gonna project and shame everybody else, about it. They're libertine. They're not even libertarian. They're libertine, and this is why we see them advocate for child labor, advocate for child marriage, and yes, advocate for pedophilia, but they just do it quietly. Their president, best friends with the motherfucking king of pedophilia for decades, since the 80s. You're a rich guy that wants to get a 14-year-old to rub you off. There's only one guy to call. And Donald Trump is like one of his only friends on planet Earth was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein taking tips from Donald Trump on how to entrap young women. And that's, and he proudly wears the hat talking about deviance while he wears the hat of pedophilia. I'm not into it. Guarantee you this guy's up to some shit. Check the fucking web. Check the fucking browser records on this motherfucker. Guarantee you. Same type of motherfucker, jerking off to black pornography and then getting in the comments section saying some racist ass shit. Oh, I hated that. I only watched it 17 times. What's the logo on his gloves? It looks like it might be a Donald Trump glove. Maybe.
Own eyes. It's disgusting.
The pornography?
Yes. Not that. In books.
Pornography in books, huh? Yeah. What do they define as pornography in books? Gay people. Gay people. A story about two penguin fathers, taking care of their baby. Pornography. Meanwhile, they're typing in some of the most disgusting shit you've ever fucking witnessed in your life. Dick rock hard. Oh, nobody'll know. Nobody'll know. Oh, we fucking know, man. We know. You're wearing the hat. You're wearing the hat. The red hat says it all. I support pedophilia. Don't give me that holier than thou. Jesus weeps at your web history, you fucking hypocrite. Asmongold fan, Nick Fuentes incel. Welcome back, Maddie Holmes. Good to see you. All you OGs, love to see you coming back. Thank you so much for the support. This has the sample at the end of this album. I have to be careful with this album. This has the sample that I really don't like playing. We got a little bit more time. Oh yeah, so here's just, here's that proof to what I was talking about. HHS freezing child care payments to all states after Minnesota fraud allegations. So according to my wife, who looked this up, because I was like, because we're going to be moving back to the United States and we have a disabled son. So, I mean, this shit's hitting hard, and I'm not one of those Johnny-come-latelys. I've been talking about this for a long time, how, the fascists and authoritarians are going to take, they don't think disabled people are human beings. It's hard to even fathom. But they like full-blown eugenicists when it comes to disabled people. They think my son, who's blind, doesn't deserve a life, doesn't deserve a future. Of course, until it happens to them, right? So the good news is that, this is being blocked by the courts, at least for now. Of course, they're going to take it they're going to shop out judges, take it right to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court will shadow docket,
Oh, yeah, you know, on second thought, disabled people aren't human beings or whatever. Fuck the kids. Right? But this, you know, they're hammers looking for nails when it comes to this. Any excuse, right? So any excuse whatsoever. Some grifter with, not a journalist, anecdotal evidence, you know, walks up to a daycare, let me see them kids. How come the door's locked? Every daycare in America operates that way, by the way. He doesn't have kids. He doesn't have, you know, he doesn't have a real life, so he doesn't even know how daycares operate. But just that's all it takes. And now, oh yeah, fuck them kids. All the kids, no more money for the kids. I'm going to put that money right into the arch. Your big, beautiful arch. Because it's not about Somalis. It's not about, you know, it's literally, they're hammers looking for nails. They have their conclusion. And what's their conclusion? Fuck them kids. Unless they're mine. Unless they're, my son's a beautiful sociopath. He's amazing. He's killing animals. You know, there's stories, there's some reports that he might be sexually assaulting women. He's a creepy, tall weirdo, just like his father. Except for the tall part. Calling him Baron. Baron. I named my son Genghis Khan. What? I named my son Adolf. What? What's the problem? What's the problem? Yeah, Maddie, they love it. It's, you know, it's just their actions speak very, very loud, right? It's like any excuse whatsoever, and then all of a sudden, fuck them kids. Exactly, Maddie. Oh yeah, when it comes to the name Baron, I want my son to be a robber baron. The robber baron era was so great. Gilded trains and Chinese people building our railways. It was beautiful. How you doing, Ophelia? How am I doing? I'm fired the fuck up. I'm fired the fuck up. Zohran Mamdani, day one. Zohran Mamdani. Let's see what he can do. Democratic socialism for the fucking win. That's how I'm doing. My beautiful Baron. He's a great sociopath. He's going to kill millions. He's going to be the next Adolf Hitler. So here, just a little bit more on that since we're talking about it. News 4A, right, which is probably, you know, owned by a most local news, owned by a right-wing oligarch. Should Minnesota Governor Tim Walz be held accountable for his state's Somali social services fraud? He should be held accountable. Meanwhile, in reality land, the scheme's founder mastermind was a white American woman, Amy Bach, not Somalis. She was convicted March 2025. All 78 plus prosecutions are federal, not state crimes. Get this, Minnesota tried stopping payments. Tim Walz out here trying to go after the fraud, but in 2020, but a judge blocked it and later held the state in contempt. The federal government literally saying, let the fraud flow. FBI asked state officials not to interfere with a criminal investigation beginning February 2021. How am I doing today? I'm fucking rock hard is how I'm doing. Democratic socialism in the motherfucking mayor's house in New York. That's how the fuck I'm doing. So, you know, look in the mirror and guess what? Who's going to get the pardon? We got Tina Peters getting pardoned for overt fraud. Drug dealers getting pardoned for overt fraud. You know, Amy Bach is the next one. She's a great fraudster. I really like her. Ripped off the taxpayer for hundreds of millions of dollars. That takes a lot of talent, folks. She's the next Marjorie Taylor Greene. Right? I mean, don't be shocked, man. Don't be shocked. Speaking of Marjorie Taylor Greene, this stupid bitch on her fucking redemption tour got Cenk Uygur fooled. Got you fooled? Cenk Uygur, oh, I'm so disappointed she's leaving. Oh, wah. Cenk Uygur, pull your head out of your ass, man.
These people are not to be worked with. They're to be defeated. Tucker Carlson's not your fucking buddy. Jank. Spending way too much time on Piers Morgan's show. Yeah, she's sitting on the toilet. That totally looks like she's in the toilet position. That's such a great, that's funny.
Oh, I was so naive. Oh.
When she, you know, and she, like I said before, she continues to cheer on ICE. You know, has got Trump's back 95%. She just has a problem with the Epstein stuff, probably because as a young woman she was victimized, like Lauren Boebert, and then she's got a problem with Israel because all the white supremacists have a problem with Israel. It has nothing to do with her having a conscience about Palestinian people. She probably gets the heebie-jeebies being around somebody in a hijab. They don't fucking try to, you know, feed me that bullshit, Cenk Uygur. You got Anna Kasparian talking about, I like Tucker Carlson. You're a fool. You're a fool. He laughs at you. He laughs at TYT. He thinks the water that you're carrying for him is a victory for his movement. America First, great replacement. Oh, he's not so bad. You're a fucking fool, Anna. Whatever the reason is, Mr. Black Man Macho Flair Drip. Okay. Woo! We doing that Ric Flair shit? Whatever the reason is, it's not because she cares about the people in Gaza. So she cares about brown people in Gaza, but fuck the brown people in America. Go ICE. She's a hypocrite. She's a hypocrite, and she's doing it for fascistic reasons. She's doing it because that's the direction of Nick Fuentes and the America First crowd. Got nothing to do with morality. Yo, what's up, Luke?
Stop the steal. Stop the steal.
Right, spreading lies about our election. You know, throwing doubt into the democratic process, and now she gets a lifetime paycheck by us, the taxpayers, for her fucking grift. Right? She's gonna mosey on up to Newsmax or maybe get a job at TYT since she's so fucking popular with Cenk Uygur. Half his fucking staff would quit if Cenk Uygur were to hire this woman. What's the topic of today's discussion? Fascism, authoritarianism, and how to defeat it.
I love Trump. Trump.
Oh, big smiles for the pedophile. We knew this motherfucker was a pedophile in 2016. You bimbo, you blonde bimbo. Oh, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up with your fake-ass progressivism. You trying that shit in here? What, do you think I'm a fool?
You know, I used to be a conservative. Now I'm a progressive, so now I'm going to speak for the whole movement.
How about we don't be idiots? How about we don't be naive fools? Just because she's a broken clock on a couple issues, we're supposed to forget her entire career as a right-wing grifter. She hasn't reversed on any of that shit. She hasn't reversed on Stop the Steal. She hasn't fucking reversed on America First. She hasn't reversed on ICE. She's still down as hell for that shit, and she can't wait to start cashing checks from Newsmax, from all the other motherfuckers, from all the other right. She's gonna get a job on Fox News. Don't give me that fucking shit. Just because she has the right answer for all the wrong reasons doesn't mean I'm gonna forget who the fuck she is. You didn't point shit out. You're a fucking divide and conquer is what you are. Spread your bullshit somewhere else, huh? Go find somebody stupid enough to waste their fucking time with you. I know who this fucking woman is. She's not a progressive. And just because she's a broken clock on a couple issues doesn't, and she'll fucking reverse the second it's convenient. She'll reverse on Gaza. The second it's convenient. The moment it's no longer politically convenient to give a shit about Epstein or Palestine, she's fucking reversing. Take your horse shit to the fucking barn.
I just noticed this about progressives. I became a progressive 6 seconds ago, so now I'm going to speak for the movement.
Stop embarrassing yourself and take that shit somewhere else. This woman is a fucking snake. A wolf in sheep's clothing. She might have fooled TYT, but she hasn't fooled me. She still, literally weeks ago, called immigrants monsters. So I don't want to fucking hear it about her redemption arc. This fucking sun-baked bimbo. Take your observations about the progressive movement and shove them. Tired of this shit.
I just noticed this.
Talk a little bit about Russia. I'm a democratic socialist and I'm proud of it. That's where I stand. I'm a fascist hating motherfucker and I'm gonna die on my feet. That's where I stand. And I'm not fooled by grifters who will turn on a dime. Oh, you're asking that guy. I guess it's pretty easy to tell where I'm coming from. So, yeah, the latest controversy coming out of Russia.
Oh, Ukraine attacked residents. Whoa. Whoa.
Motherfuckers that stay in my chat are real motherfuckers. Maybe they're not all democratic socialists, but they're real motherfuckers. That's all you need to know. Don't be wasting people's time by trying to clock everybody, put everybody in a fucking box. Talk to me. Don't waste my chat's time. But this is the latest controversy. We're supposed to feel bad for Russia. We're supposed to feel bad for Putin. Fuck, I support attacks on Putin's house. I support attacks on Putin's house. They're attacking Zelensky's house. And then, of course, it's all lies. Ukraine isn't even doing it. I totally support them going after, yeah, the head of the fucking country that's invading them. Yeah, that's your game. Okay? They're trying every day to assassinate Zelensky. I'm supposed to feel bad for Vladimir Putin? Fuck off. I hope they fucking blow his house to kingdom come. But it's fake. It's like they took pictures of their own drone. That's what this is supposed to prove here. The drone that attacked Putin's mega mansion is a black painted Russia Gerbera. Shut the fuck up with your welcoming. That's not who I am. I'm going to stay true to me. Now, I agree, Zohran Mamdani's model is better, and that's the model you should be replicating. Kill him with kindness. But that's not me, and I'm going to stay true to me. Ex-conservatives that want to claim that they're talking for progressivism, talking about how we shouldn't be beating up on MTG, can fuck right off. And that's where I'm coming from. Hate speech. Suck my dick, hate speech. How about that? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Done with you. Done with you. Time wasters, divide and conquerors. Fuck out of it. The top progressive. Shut the fuck up. The top. You're a divide and conqueror is what you are. I see you. I know who the fuck you are. I know what the fuck you're doing. Divide and conquering is what you're doing. Working for, people out here pretending to be progressive. They can't see what you're chatting anymore, dickhead. Give me that flush. Where that flush at? Pretend progressives. Nope. Oh, I'm not logged in. That's why I'm like, how come I can't kick this motherfucker? Hold on. Let me log in here. One sec. Pretend as progressive. Oh my God. I'm too, okay. I don't know how to, okay. I gotta open up a Google Doc to log into my kick. Yeah, fuck you. They're not going to see your chat. I'm just going to ignore you. Thank you for the view. I speak for progressives, and I think progressives should be weak-ass bitches. I think progressives should be weak, naive bitches that allow anybody to divide and conquer us. That's what I think the movement should be. No. Enough with the divide and conquer. I do speak for them. Yeah, no, you Look at this logic. Look at this logic. I do speak. I named myself the top progressive. Now I get to speak for the movement. We should be weak bitches that let the right wing divide and conquer us. Pathetic. You should stop being so mean to fascists. You should be nice to the fascists. Meet them halfway. Fuck off. What's my alternative? Fighting back. Fighting back. Okay, now this motherfucker gonna make me log into Kick. Now this motherfucker gonna make me log into Kick. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. I gotta log into Kick. Hold on, I gotta literally it's in like a Google Doc. I don't even, hold on. I'm on a different computer. 1 second. Kick, here it is. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Right. That's right. Man, I miss smoking weed. Fuck, man. I miss that shit so much. Got a two-factor here, 1 sec. I miss weed. Oh my God, do I need some. I don't smoke that shit anymore, but God damn it. I wish I did. Second. Bye. Fuck out of my face, poser ass bitch. One more time to hear it in the back. Nothing feels as good as taking a big old shit. And look at Mr. Black Macho Man over here. I'm a progressive, but I think we should be bitches. Anybody claiming to be a progressive and then talking about how we need to be weak, how we need to be less aggressive, they're not real progressives. Okay? Because in the face of fucking, how is this still showing up in my fucking chat? What do I gotta do? What do I gotta do here? How is this shit still? I got them banned everywhere. But any motherfucker claiming to be a progressive, talking about how we need to be less aggressive, we need to be, we need to, and now I'm a racist because the guy's name is Black and I said black. See what I mean? See how they weaponized? You're gonna whoop my ass, huh? What do I gotta do? What do I gotta do to get rid of these people? Right. This is supposed to be, okay, did I click the button? Okay, the button didn't work. That's why I thought I clicked the button and the button didn't work. Great. Okay. But this guy's supposed to be a progressive, huh? He's gonna whip my ass. Why? Because I called out Marjorie Taylor fucking Greene for being a duplicitous grifter. Respectability optics is part of what got us. Exactly. We should be weak. We should be weak and reach across the aisle and meet fascists halfway. No, we're not banning Restream Bot. That would ruin the whole situation. He's gone. Flushed. Third time. Third time's the charm, folks. But do not trust motherfuckers masquerading on the internet as progressives, telling the progressive movement to stop fighting. Telling the progressive movement to stop calling out the grifters. You should be nicer to Marjorie Taylor Greene. She only calls immigrants monsters. That's close enough.
You shouldn't do cancel culture. Me.
No, we need to cancel these motherfuckers. Get the fuck out of the room. It's divide and conquer tactics. Because that's what they want. They want us fighting amongst ourselves about the definition of progressivism instead of getting in the streets and going after them directly. That's what they want. They want us wasting our time with endless debates about nothing while the fascists stomp us. It's how we've, as exactly pointed out by German Cow, it's how we have gotten here to this moment right now with the fascists stronger than ever and the neoliberals still firmly in control. Right? It's how we got here. It's how we are losing. We must continue to fight, and we must be shameless about it. Do not believe motherfuckers masquerading as progressives on kick.com as representatives for our movement. Now, like I said before, should I be mayor of New York? Hell no. Obviously, Zohran Mamdani is right with his kill him with kindness strategy. He got Donald Trump to be like, it's okay, you can call me a fascist. It's okay, I love you. I really like your look. I'm going to emulate it. Covers up my neck pussy really well. So obviously, and I've said this before, and if you've been watching this stream, you know I've said that. We should be emulating Zohran Mamdani. Okay? But miss me with this. We need to be nice to authoritarian fascists, deviant pedophiles. We got to reach across the aisle and defend a woman that says, that calls immigrants monsters. America first, which is just another way to say fucking America should be pro-fascist. The America First movement spawned by Nick Fuentes is a proto-fascist movement. And that's where Marjorie Taylor Greene is coming from. That's what she's defending. That's what she wants to turn America into. A bunch of sun-banked bimbos like her with fucking Mar-a-Lago face. Don't buy it. And let me tell you something. That motherfucker pretending he's a progressive, he ain't even voting. He's not getting in the streets. He's not putting his money and his resources behind progressive movements. He's getting on the internet trying to divide and conquer our movement. And whether he's coming from an honest place or not, that's what the fuck he's achieving. So get the fuck out of my sight and get the fuck out of my way as we try to win this country back. You want to have a debate about the definition of fascism, I bet. Fuck you. I'm going to whip your ass. Bitch, you couldn't whip up a motherfucking potatoes. Where's my You couldn't whip up a bowl of potatoes, boy. You're racist because you called a guy who calls himself black. See what I mean? They want to bog us down. Right? That's what that person would have preferred. Have some long debate about, oh, I'm not racist. Yeah. I'm almost done. Oh, you're going to Lindsay's? If it rains, you got to keep it under like 60. Okay. If it rains, you got to keep it under 60. I'd prefer you to take the van. Is there any reason why you can't? All right. Okay. I'm serious though. I'm okay. And he's back with an alternate account. He's back with an alternate account, folks. Look at that. We don't give him time. We don't give him time, folks. So we got a person masquerading as a progressive on kick.com. He calls himself progressive with an attitude. Get the fuck out of here. You don't have an attitude. You got a problem with making excuses for fascists. I'm getting my tires replaced on the car, and the front tires are almost bald. So I don't want my wife to drive in the rain because it's dangerous. Okay, so that's what that was about. But I mean, we're talking about a pretend progressive on Kick.com. Says he's a progressive with an attitude while defending right-wing grifters, calling people racist to try and make some kind of point, right? Using identity politics when we should be focusing. Where should we be focusing our attention on? The authoritarian fascists that are destroying our lives, right? They know what they're doing. They know what the fuck they're doing. But yeah, that's what that discussion with my wife was about. I'm a little wary about her driving in the rain, because at the very least, if you're not in the rain, there's enough tread on the tires to be okay. But in the rain, it's a little bit more dangerous, right? If she's got to make a sudden stop, you know. So that's what that was about. Okay, we got time for a couple more. In fact, if she's gonna leave, I got more time. I got way more time. So we might do this for another hour. If she's gonna leave, then because she's taking the kid with her. She's gonna go visit her friend. I take the van, sliding door. Yeah, well, she doesn't. Another family member is using the van, and she also doesn't want to put the child seat, the kid seat, into the van. She wants me to do it. Because I'm a husband, that's what I do. It's my job, right? I'm a progressive with an attitude. I have multiple accounts on Kick. We should reach across the aisle to the America First fascists that are destroying our country and enabling pedophilia. How about no? How about no? All right, back to the topic here. This was an interesting. Now I don't know where these numbers are coming from, but these numbers can be easily sourced. With that said, I would prefer some sources on this, but it's pretty interesting. This is the average salary versus the average home price, and it's pretty fucking stark. So it starts in 1925. Home cost $6,000. Salary was $5,000. Average salary, and inflation is obviously a factor here, which should be a concern, right? The value of our money. But this is the oligarchy winning right here, as we see here, as we move beyond the great right here, after World War II, the baby boomers fucking us all over. Okay. And then this is the oligarchy winning. This is the oligarchy winning right here. Right, salaries barely following inflation. In fact, a lot of times not even following inflation. Home prices skyrocketing. Right, pretty scary stuff. Like I said, I would have preferred some sources on these numbers, but they're pretty easily sourced. This information about the average salary versus the average home costs. But they've defeated us, right? The robber barons are back. Talking about robber barons, they're back. Getting closer to that sample that I don't like. Let me go back to this album here. Here we go. One from your boy Strategy member. This is funny. Yeah, exactly. Female youth.
Social Security.
All right, so this guy's really funny. I like to show him.
He's got 3 alternate accounts. He's a badass progressive.
All right, no, it's fine. Look, I have patience for days to hit the toilet plunger. No problem.
Keep blocking out the truth. You're a racist because you don't like me. Where?
You got a fourth one for me, bitch? You got a fourth one? It's a pain in the ass to log into all these accounts, right? I love it. Let's get do some. There we go.
You're blocking out the truth. Hey. Progressives should be weak, and we should have endless debates about semantics. We should have endless semantic debates and make sure we prioritize reaching across the aisle to obvious right-wing grifters.
No. How about no?
Social Security. Do you have some extra cash I could borrow? Yeah, I'm running a surplus, as you can see, so I do. Could I use it to help expand Medicare, fund wars, respond to recessions, and other stuff? Yeah, I don't really have a say in that, so just make sure you pay me back if I need the money later. Well, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Hey, are you busy? No, I'm just getting ready to see this new movie. I'm not running a surplus anymore, and I'm kind of strapped for cash. I get it. You're spending more on benefits than...
So this is about Social Security, and if you're not able to keep up with this amazing comedy here, the basic gist is that rich people, right-wing grifters, for decades now have been saying Social Security, scaremongering. Social Security is going to become insolvent. It's going to collapse. It's going to collapse. We have to reduce the amount of money that people get with Social Security, and we have to raise the age so that you only get Social Security when you're on your deathbed, right? So they've been scaremongering us for the longest time. What's the solution? Tax the rich, make the rich pay more. And even in the worst case scenario that they talk about, it's not even a full collapse. If the worst case scenario that they've been fear mongering comes to fruition, it would be a 30% reduction in payments for folks. Right, that's the amount of money that they would have to reduce to make it solvent if no extra amount of money is added to Social Security. But of course, the one thing that you don't hear on CBS and ABC and NBC when they talk about Social Security, when they cut to Mr. Wonderful to tell us why Social Security is bad and why it needs to go away, is that the solution is to tax the oligarchy, the rich.
And you're taking in through payroll taxes. Could you pay me back the money that I gave you? No problem. You got it, brother. Whew, thanks. Hey, I'm about to go into a movie, but I just want to give you a heads up. Since I've been paying you back for 15 years, I owe you about $2.5 trillion. Well, that should last me around 8 years. Yeah. So what's your plan after that? Well, I won't be able to pay out the benefits I promised, so I'll just make across-the-board benefit cuts. Oof, boy. Do Americans know about this yet? Look, could you just, Venmo me or something?
Yeah,
hey,
exactly.
Social Security.
Unix.
Do you have some?
So this comedy sketch didn't have the time. It's just a quick little social media thing, right? But that's the basic gist. Is that if we want to actually be serious and fix Social Security for the next couple decades, it's like a 5% extra contribution from millionaires and billionaires, as Bernie would say. So don't believe the hype. Don't believe the fear mongering. And when you see people in suits on mainstream media talking about it, they intentionally leave out taxing the rich as a solution. They go right along with the fear mongering.
Hey boss, would you like me to apply baby oil to Satan's asshole?
This is okay. So I was talking about this earlier, and I don't. Oh, of course, removed by the moderator. I was about to hit my soundboard. I don't have it here, but I think it was a right winger talking about the no tax movement that we're seeing from right wingers, and it's like, how come the right wing are talking about this? How come the left wing aren't talking about this?
What about Satan's baby boss? Hey, relax, guy.
South Park needs to go a whole lot harder. They've only mentioned Epstein once or twice. They need to go harder on Trump, and they need to go harder on Stephen Miller too. Let's see here, what else we got? Yep, we talked about that. Oh yeah, okay. Let's talk about this. So, Project 2025. Project 2025 here, proceeding at pace. And we, if you don't know what Project 2025 is, it's a big wish list, a big laundry list of things that the worst right-wingers on the planet want to achieve, how they want to steal from America, how they want to destroy America. But here's the headline from Raw Story. Looming Project 2025 goals may become a reality in Trump's next year. So this article, I actually read through it. Just, gives you a little history here. The Heritage Foundation playbook for new policies, once viewed as a campaign trail boogeyman ahead of his second term, still has some looming components that could be enacted in 2026. So the last statistics that I saw, it was a little over 40% of Project 2025's laundry list has been achieved. So we're going to see more of that this year. Let's pause this here real quick. From reshaping the federal government to his push to recognize only two genders, Trump spent most of 2025 ticking off items from the conservative wish list. However, the plan has dozens more action items awaiting his attention in 2026. So listen to this. This is the stuff that they're going to try to achieve this year. Some of those items include changes to education, like literally destroying the Department of Education, abortion access, destroying abortion, healthcare, destroying healthcare, right, as we've seen with Maha. In addition to immigration and other areas, Project 2025 calls for eliminating the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, which Republicans have accused of weaponized for domestic political purposes, which basically means they're telling the truth. Plus a new cabinet-level border and immigration agency, a parent's bill of rights, which would basically say your child has no rights, and every superstition, every ridiculous thing that a parent wants needs to be given to them. Now, of course, does a parent, a parent's voice is very important when it comes to, their children and whatnot, but they shouldn't have a right to tell a school, hey, if my son or my daughter claims that they're gay, you need to discriminate against them, and you need to tell me right away. And it's a tough one to talk about because there's definitely some things where it's like, yeah, no, you need to tell the parent right away. But there's, unfortunately for a lot of conservatives, they don't like to hear this, but children also have First Amendment rights. Children are citizens as well. Now, does that mean they should have the right to hurt themselves? Does that mean they should have the right to, sneak behind the parent's back on certain things? No, of course not. But at the end of the day, a parent also doesn't have the right to completely stifle and make their children non-citizens. So it's a complicated issue. But what do Republicans want to do? They want to eliminate trans kids from schools. They want to make it so that gay and trans kids do not feel welcome in society, et cetera, et cetera. That's the main goal. It's all religious superstition, but it also affects free speech. Additional moves to block federal funding for disabled students, which is, so cut the money for blind kids, for autistic kids, for, kids who have, a muscular dystrophy and things like that. They can't walk properly. So, my son's blind. He needs extra help. Donald Trump doesn't consider him human, and they want to fucking cut that funding, along with new requirements for school districts to receive federal funding, right? So if you're not discriminating against gay kids, and if you're not treating disabled people like second-class citizens, well, then you don't get any federal funding. Quote, the Project 2025 authors also want to require that every student in schools that receive federal funding take the military's Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test. So they want the right to turn our schools into military recruitment zones. Where like literally it's like Ender's Game or something, and every student has to take military aptitude tests to see if they're going to be good little cogs in the military oppression machine. The plan also entails eliminating the week after pill from the Health Resources and Services Administration's Women's Preventative Service Guidelines. So if you're a woman that doesn't want to be pregnant, that wants to take the morning after pill or week after pill, you're not allowed. Life begins at conception. Life begins at horny, right? Some religious superstition enshrined into law. So now you're a woman and you decide to have sex, and he doesn't pull out, or even in the case there's some women, they all, some teenagers and whatnot, they use condoms. Some sperm still gets out, they still get pregnant, right? They do everything right, they still get pregnant. They want to, they want to take a morning after pill to be safe. Nope, you're not allowed. The Christian way is to force teenagers to have babies, to force young women to have children. Right? That's what Elon Musk thinks is a solution. We should turn women into the Handmaid's Tale, basically. Women don't deserve rights over their own body. They don't deserve to control, when they want to have children, when they don't want to have children. They don't have the right to control that. That's what conservatives think. It's all based on, and of course, religion. One specific kind of religion, but there's the Muslim religion also agrees with that. But they want no fault divorce. They want the ability to tell their wife that they're not allowed to divorce their gross incel ass. It's like if because we see this in conservative in the conservative world quite a bit. Women feel like they were lied to, right? He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy, and then they get married, and it's like Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. They turn into a completely different person. You're stuck with me, bitch. And they want the law to back them up. Can you imagine? You're foolish enough to get married to this pro MAGA fuck. He turns into a bloated slob supporting ICE, supporting Trump, voting against your own rights. And you're like, I'm done with this guy. And he's like, you don't get to leave unless I give you permission. Once again, all rooted in religion. What happened to freedom of religion? What happened to that? What happened to liberty? They want to strip that from America's women. And millions of women voting for this shit, by the way. And removing FDA's chemical abortion drugs in addition to outlawing pornography. Oh yeah, that's great. That'll work. That'll be interesting to see Republicans try to figure that one out in their head. Pushing the National Weather Service Agency to fully commercialize. So they want this incredibly important weather service industry to privatize, to start charging money, which upend the entire early warning system that we have for people that live in tornado zones, people that live in places that have earthquakes, the wildfire, people that have to deal with wildfires, tsunamis. They want people to pay $5, $10 a month to get those early warnings now. Another, churn something that's useful, that's been socialized because it needs to be socialized for it to be useful, turning it into a useless for-profit endeavor that fucking craters into the ground. It's forecasting operations requiring time-and-a-half hours for workers on the Sabbath under the Fair Labor Standards Act of Congress. So you're not allowed to take extra time if you're a Jewish person, or like Muslim people who pray to Mecca. They need some extra time to do their daily prayer. Can't have any of that. The only thing they're going to allow is Christian child marriages, and that's totally cool. Of course, he talks about Trump. I don't know anything about it. Never heard of it. Russell Vogt, welcome to my government. Yep. I'm surprised actually in this article it doesn't mention Russell Vogt, but yeah, it mentions how Donald Trump lied to everybody. Never heard of it. Oh, there's some stuff in there that's really scary. I don't like it. And then literally put the head of Project 2025, Russell Vogt, in as the head of the budget, America's budget, so he can slash and cut and choke, and make Project 2025 a reality. Yeah, links. It's a disaster. It's terrible. So anyway, more of it. It's, look at this evil motherfucker right here. Quiet piggy. Quiet piggy. Or I'll kill your newborn child. He did it. He probably didn't pull the trigger because he's a coward-ass bitch. But he had an illegitimate child. They shot the child in the head, and then they dumped the corpse in the fucking lake. He did that shit. Jeffrey Epstein said Donald Trump is a monster. Okay? So you got, and like Satan, it's funny, the South Park characterization of Trump is pretty good, right? Because it's like, he's way more evil than Satan. And Satan's just kind of like, okay, Donald, all right, you're the real king of evil. Talking about Maha. Yo, yo, yo.
Yeah, I know what time it is. DJ
Juicy J. But no, so we were talking about Maha earlier. Trump admin announces major healthcare change for 2026. And basically, I read through this one as well in the morning. And the basic gist is more anti-vax paranoia. They claim... this is what they say. In regard to the debate around vaccines and autism, the CDC also changed its website page on vaccine safety to say the claim vaccines do not cause autism is not an evidence-based claim because studies have not ruled out the possibility that infant vaccines cause autism. And of course, the studies that they're referencing are debunked by scientists who have an agenda, who don't apply the scientific method. They've cherry-picked specific studies that have, like I said, been debunked by the greater scientific community, that there's a link between autism and vaccines. In fact, one of the most referenced studies that these fucking assholes reference, the person who did the study has come out publicly and said they're completely disingenuous. They're not representing the study correctly, and I wish I had never even done the study because of how it's been weaponized against the truth. Grand majority of the studies done show that there's no direct correlation between vaccination and autism, but that doesn't matter. With their superstitions, they're going to barrel ahead, barrel forward. It's pretty wild too, because this guy, he's getting people killed, and it's so bad that we have the California Department of Health disagreeing with the CDC and publicly saying, we don't listen to the CDC anymore. We're going to continue down the path of science. We're not going to listen to this anti-science organization, this political organization that used to represent scientists and doctors and no longer does, and now it represents quackery and superstition and religious bigotry. That's how bad the situation is. And I think there's other states as well that are doing the same thing. But that's how bad the situation is. You literally can't trust the CDC. And what happens when the next COVID rolls along? We already got a measles outbreak out of control. They're not talking about it. They're not warning people. Okay. You got Joe Rogan talking about, I had measles as a kid, not a big deal. He's intentionally confusing chickenpox with measles because some people figured out that when, Joe Rogan was a kid, the measles vaccine was already being rolled out. He probably has a measles vaccine in his body, Joe Rogan. And he's over here, well, we used to just get the sniffles and then we'd be better in a couple days. What's the big deal? Intentionally conflating chickenpox with the measles to make some anti-vaccine point so that he can still claim that, oh, I'm anti-vax and it's okay. And, millions of people died during COVID that didn't have to die if they had just gotten the vaccine. Forget all that. That doesn't matter to Joe Rogan, right? Remember when Joe Rogan caught COVID, rushing to the doctor to get monoclonal antibodies and all the other rich guy shit, pumping his body full of scientific drugs and whatnot? Oh, yeah, we're down with science there, right? He stayed quiet on COVID for a couple months, and now he's over here. Tim Dillon literally advertising ivermectin. You got the Rogan sphere. Ivermectin, you go to the website for ivermectin, they say this is not a drug for COVID. But they're still happy to pay Tim Dillon sponsorships to eat horse paste. It's not even a drug for humans. Or I guess maybe it is, but only if they have like intestinal worms. It's mainly used for horses. Fucking eating apples all day and they get some fucking parasite in their body, so they got to eat fucking horse paste. These fucking people are insane. The situation is only going to get worse. Okay. I mean, it's like, it's crazy to say this, but don't listen to the CDC. Yeah, MAGA has brainworms. Don't listen to the fucking CDC. You think the worm situation in his head would be taken care of with all that ivermectin, but here's the thing: they don't even listen to their own advice. I would want Joe Rogan to do a blood test because I think that motherfucker has the COVID vaccine because he caught COVID. He was probably given the COVID vaccine because not during because you there's no point in giving you the vaccine when you get infected. You take the vaccine after COVID has run its course in your body. But he's real coy on that shit, Joe Rogan, when it comes to the vaccine. I think that motherfucker has the COVID vaccine, but they're too proud. Too fucking proud to admit that they're wrong. And you got characters like RFK who are literally insane, literally egotistical narcissists who are happy to give you bad medical advice so that they can feel like the experts. Where's RFK's doctorate? How many research, academic medical research papers has RFK authored? I'll give you a hint. Bubkiss. But this motherfucker wants to get in front of the camera, pretend like he's an expert, pretend like he knows what he's talking about, right? Because he likes to feel like a big important guy. It's ego narcissism. Giving you bad medical advice that if you take, you could die, your kid could die. And what happens if there's COVID 2.0? And this motherfucker's like, natural selection, natural immunity. Sorry, natural immunity. Everyone just needs to get the virus, and then those who survive are the strong ones. Joe Rogan over here giving COVID to all of his celebrity friends, and then months later telling them how getting the vaccine makes you a pussy. Because they're too fucking proud to admit that they're wrong. Yeah, he's a great villain, I'll give him that. Yeah, he really is. He's right out of a fucking Batman comic book. Lion-ass motherfuckers who are too proud to admit it. Too proud to admit it. So here's something that's actually been going underreported, and this relates back, to what I'm saying about how we can't trust the government anymore. We can't trust our government agencies. Because did you know there was a massive chemical disaster in Texas, in Houston, Texas? Did you know that? 1 million gallons of sulfuric acid dumped into Channelview, Texas. Did you hear about that? Huh? Any, get a text from the government on your phone? People in Houston haven't even been notified that this is going on. 1 million gallons of sulfuric acid dumped into the water that we get our drinking water from. You hear about this? They don't care if we die. We're not like official citizens, right? We're not real human beings to them. We're just cogs. We can replace cogs, right? We're just bleeding sheep. You don't need to listen to sheep. You don't listen to ants. That's how these people think. That's how Elon Musk and RFK Jr. and Donald Trump and all the rest of them, that's how they think. We don't need to tell them. Right out of the fucking Soviet Union, right? And Chernobyl. Yay! My heart goes out to you. I mean it so much, I'm gonna do it twice. But this should bother people. Massive chemical disaster. 1 million gallons of sulfuric acid dumped in, that people get their drinking water from these sources. Right? Who knows what it's going to do? What is 1 million gallons of sulfuric acid going to do to the biodiversity of that channel, to the people? There's probably people pulling fish out of the water right now have no fucking clue that this happened. Right? Silence. Oh, but don't worry. They're working hard, making sure that you can't get vaccines, making sure that you can't, that your kid can't be gay. Well, we've made sure that the 2 trans people that are participating in high school sports are not allowed to do that. So
It balances out.
Holy shit.
We can't trust these people. We can't fucking trust these people. They'll kill us all. They'll kill us all. If they could be kings of the rubble, if they could be kings on top of the pile of corpses, that's fine. That's the sacrifice they're willing to make for you. Fuck your life, fuck your kids, fuck your future. I get to wear a fancy suit and I get to tell you what to do, and that's the only thing that matters to them. Yeah, sulfuric acid. I mean, that's the kind of shit you see in the movies, like melting people's skin off. That's the real deal Holyfield. That's the real deal shit. That's the kind of shit that strips paint off your walls. 1 million gallons. And we don't even get a notice on the news. They don't even tell us. That's how bad the situation is. Right? And the same people want to tell us what we, what is good and isn't good to put in our body. While an entire body of scientists are like, these guys are quacks, these guys are dangerous liars.
You're woke. You're too woke to understand. You're part of the woke-arati. It's just a little sulfuric acid. What's the problem? I don't live there. I don't live there. Doesn't matter.
This article came across my morning reading. Pretty good one. Yeah, he takes a drink of sulfuric acid.
I got a cup of sulfuric acid right here. I'm going to show everybody it's not that big a deal.
Everyone around him's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And he just gulp, gulp, gulp. Fucking throat opens up. Oh, come on. This is a good article, actually. This is about the Supreme Court sane washing. Yeah, come on, baby. This is a good article. See if I can't get this working again here.
You're too woke to understand it's okay to drink acid.
Oh, is archive.com or archive.is having a problem? Let's see. This is a very useful website for me. I can't afford to subscribe to all these newspapers. Are you kidding me? Yeah, there's something wrong with the website here. Let me try this again. Yes, I'm human. I promise. Wink, wink. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I promise. Yeah, exactly. Simply Steve. How dare we even consider packing the court? But how the Supreme Court's judicial sane washing wrecked the legal system. So this, I heavily recommend. Here's the link right here. You go through it. I'm not going to waste, bore everybody by going through every paragraph. It's a pretty short article, and it's actually a really good read. So I definitely recommend it. But it just talks about how the Roberts Court. Just look at this list. Let me read this list right here of some of the things that this Supreme Court have undermined. Relying on judicial sane washing, the Roberts Court has eroded due process protections, political accountability, civil rights, while simultaneously consolidating power for itself, corporations, gun owners, and Christian conservatives. State officials who owe their political influence to and state officials who owe their political power to heavily gerrymandered districts. Anti-democratic, superstitious, religious, anti-liberty. All this has been accomplished while the Roberts Court has sought to present itself as a neutral, nonpartisan institution. And we just saw that a couple days ago with Roberts himself, Kavanaugh, coming out and saying, I don't like it that you're calling racial profiling Kavanaugh stops. That wasn't what my intention was when I said ICE could racially profile anybody. Right, because that's what Kavanaugh's opinion was, is that it's reasonable for ICE to see a Mexican person and assume that they're not a citizen. So ICE was like, great, awesome, great. No, any brown person, harass away. And then we started calling those things Kavanaugh stops. You're like, oh, I I don't like that. So they're totally delusional about, you know, they are stone cold racists, and they that's what they believe in, that's what they represent, but they still want you to think that they're just regular folks. They don't have any hate in their heart for brown people, right? They want you to think that the Supreme Court is nonpartisan, right? Free from corporate interests and policy preferences and guided solely by constitutional and democratic principles. Laugh along with me. The same Supreme Court that shits all over women, shits all over minorities. I mean, shits all over our democracy, right? Our ability to actually vote. And 100 and like almost 100% has Donald Trump's back, except when it comes to the money. That's the only thing that they disagree with him on. I guess they also came back and said, you're not allowed to deploy the army in liberal cities willy-nilly. Basically, the argument, though, was that just declare martial law. That was the argument, is that there's a mechanism for doing that. You don't have to declare a fake emergency and then do it. You just have to declare martial law, and then you can do whatever you want. It's like my two-faced fucking bio family. That's an interesting way to describe your family. Bio family. Say some stupid shit like, why are black people bad with computers? What? And get called the fuck out by yours truly, but I'm the bad guy. Yeah, exactly. It's you're the bigot for calling them racist, for having racist beliefs, right? We have to tolerate their intolerance. That's the world that they want to create. And when they win, that's when you get Nazi Germany. When that mentality wins, when intolerance is tolerated to the logical conclusion, that's what you get. You get Nazi fucking Germany, you get North Korea, you get Russia, you get China. Completely superstition takes over. It runs the government. That's what you get. All your liberties stripped. How dare you call me a racist? I just think brown people are beneath me. I'm a 600-pound racist pedophile, and brown people are disgusting. I got a foster family that took care of me and raised me right growing up. My biological relatives exist, and they're fucking wankers. Well, I'm glad, you were lucky enough to find people that, were able to rescue you from that situation, Gaius. Some folks are not so lucky, right? The boomer researcher in the Minnesota daycare fraud video called Somalis a violent people. Yeah, no, they'll never learn. And this is why, this is why I get so pissed off at that fake progressive saying we got to reach across the aisle, right? Saying that we got to meet them halfway, because they're not interested in meeting us halfway. They're interested in our defeat. Tucker Carlson wants to see the progressive leftist movement destroyed. And so does MTG. She has no interest in working with us in supporting democracy. What they want is a dictatorship, where their way or the highway. Yeah, exactly, Simply Steve, and like a good majority of these so-called master racers look like Marjorie Taylor Greene, look like fucking, the master race, the masturbating race. They have the goddamn gall and audacity to say that, we're the top, we're the pinnacle, we're the apex, we're the alpha. And they support child labor, child sex. They support fucking, forcing you to be part of their religion, whether you like it or not. Forcing gay people to be straight, which is just one of the most heinous things. Okay, you don't get to choose your sexuality, all right? That's just how it is. You're born that way. We got gay people committing suicide every single day, gay and trans people, because they live in a society, they live, their family members and their friends, the people that they love and care about think that you're a monster, okay? Because you just can't, can imagine, I'm not a gay guy. And if I was like forced to like have sex with a dude, that fucked me up. So I couldn't imagine being a gay person and having everyone in society, or seemingly, right, say that no, you have to have sex with a woman. You know? That fuck you up, man. You know, you're like, you know, you're jerking off to some gay porn, and then you feel like an evil person. You feel like you're a demon, right? What that's incredible psychological damage. And they just casually write it off as like, yeah, that's just normal. Yep, no, you got to get back in the closet. You know, you to make me comfortable. Your life should be ruined. You should live a lie to make me comfortable. I mean, it's evil. It's evil to do that to people. But that's what they want. They want to mandate it by law. Not allowed to be gay. Gay doesn't exist. Everyone back in the closet. Be a bunch of closet cases like Nick Fuentes. That's what they all want us to be. Could you imagine? Legally mandated to be a little closet case like Nick Fuentes. Let me tell you, suicide rates would skyrocket. I mean, you know, you look back at the stats on female suicides in the 1950s, right? This, you know, the so-called Make America Great Again, the so-called, you know, the golden era of America, right? Women were miserable, being treated like property. Second-class citizens, bunch of baby factories, women's places in the kitchen kind of mentality. They were miserable. Alcoholism through the roof, suicides through the roof, husband murders way up. You know, a bunch of women having enough of it and just fucking smoking the dude way up. That's what they want, to make themselves feel better. It's all me. It's narcissism to its core, selfishness. As the Robert Court has transformed into a conservative policy-making body, it has maintained that it is merely fulfilling its constitutional mandate. And isn't that great? You know, the Founding Fathers never really thought that this was possible. You know, there's a certain amount of good faith embedded in our current system. You know, they never pictured a president that would intentionally break the law, and they never envisioned a scenario where people would see a criminal president and then continue to support them. They never really envisioned that. And we're seeing these elements now take full advantage of it, because it's like they're not changing the Constitution, they're not amending the Constitution, they're just incorrectly, intentionally misinterpreting the Constitution. And they're doing the same thing with like civil rights and DEI, right? They're saying DEI no longer stands, you know, for diversity, equity, and inclusion. DEI stands for letting racist bigots be racist bigots. That's what DEI is now. Tolerating the intolerant. The judicially sane-washed options of the Roberts Court hasn't been limited solely to sane-washing the law. Often they also involve extensive sane-washing of the facts as well. For example, in tandem with whitewashing the anti-racist purpose, this is what I was talking about, in tandem with whitewashing the anti-racist purpose of the Reconstruction Amendments in Shelby v. County v. Holder, the Roberts Court also recast former Confederate states subject to the Voting Rights Act, or VRA, as aggrieved and mistreated and in need of legal protection by the court. So they take something that was passed to help black people vote, and they use it to restrict black people voting with just a simple reinterpretation. According to the sane-washed facts in Shelby County, the VRA was no longer necessary because the racially discriminatory voting practices were rare, and the remaining sections of the statute would be sufficient to protect minority voting rights. In the decades since the court offered those tepid reassurances, states formerly subject to the VRA's pre-clearance requirements have passed an avalanche of discriminatory voter suppression laws, as the Robert Court has simultaneously sought to further weaken the law. The court is now prepared to strike down the remaining vestiges of the statute it promised would remain in place to ensure voting rights remain protected. And by the way, Gavin Newsom, Hakeem Jeffries, a black man, not a fucking peep. Not a fucking peep about fixing this, or it's even a problem. Not a fucking peep out of these fucking corporatists about putting more seats on the Supreme Court. And what would Donald Trump and the Republicans be doing if the shoe was on the other foot? They would be on Fox News every single day in front of the camera, proudly talking about how they can't wait to pack the Supreme Court. The woke Supreme Court, the activist Supreme Court, we're going to do something about it. I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to add more seats to the Supreme Court. They wouldn't have a single fucking problem bringing that up. Democrats, boop, beep. Not a peep. Not a peep from Gavin Newsom, who's happy to talk about Epstein, but not about anything else. That motherfucker doesn't even have the balls to talk about closing down ICE. How popular would that be? Right? Okay, fine. You don't want to unmask them. Okay, you're too much of a coward to do that. You can't even say you're going to disband ICE. Like a brand new organization. It's only like 15 years old. It was put in place, 15 or 20 years old. It was put in place by George Bush after 9/11. I'll be seen as anti-police. No. It would be incredibly popular across the fucking nation. And he doesn't do it. Because they're beholden to corporations, the tech oligarchy, and their own advisors. These Clintonian, college-educated, advisors that that reinforce the status quo thinking. The same people that Kamala Harris listened to when she ran her Hillary 2.0 campaign and lost bigly. Yeah, clutch cargo, exactly. So anyway, this is a great article. Just gets into it. Really gets into the details. Heavily recommend, if you're interested in this stuff and you want more fucking facts. Yeah, bigly, exactly. If you just want more facts to back it up, like, it's always good to have these quiver, these arrows in your quiver to defend what you're talking about, right? Because if you bring up the corrupt Supreme Court and someone goes, I don't think the Supreme Court's very corrupt. Well, here you go. Sourced. Right, all these links, right here. All these things back up what this author is saying. This Aaron M. Carr here, associate professor of law. Right. Well, no, there's actually stone cold proof that the Supreme Court is heavily compromised. That they're employing something called sane washing, and your pithy hand wave. Oh, that's not real. You're just being hyperbolic. Supreme Court's fine. The Supreme Court isn't that compromised. You're just being extreme. You're just being a radical. No, actually, they're the radicals. They're the activists. This article gets into how they're attacking precedent. Not only precedent of rulings that they've made, but precedent that coming from the lower courts and everything. They're literally upending the entire concept of justice in the United States. And lower court, they don't even know what to do. Like, imagine being a law student and you're reading from a book. Well, this is how things work. A plus A go A, B, and then C and D. And then the Roberts court is like, nah, throws the book out. It's whatever Donald Trump says. That's actually the way it is. Fuck precedent. So, articles like this can be very useful in backing up. It's not like you're going to, change any asshole's mind though, right? Oh, apathy, both sidesism, political nihilism. Oh, you read one article and now you're an expert, huh? Says the same people that watch 3-second TikToks and think they know what the fuck's going on. Right? So there's the link right there. I'll go ahead and put this in the activist resources section of the Discord, activism resources, because it's always handy to have this kind of stuff ready to go. Like I said, when you run into a both sides so-called centrist political nihilist who doesn't want to believe what you're saying because, you're angry. Oh, this person's angry about the death of the justice system in America. Right? Nihilism mentioned, yeah. Well, it's everywhere. And you know, the kind of person I'm talking about would usually identify as a so-called liberal, right? Oh, you know, the same kind of people that think that that the midterms are gonna you know, happen unimpeded. That, you know, that the next presidential election isn't going to be a complete fucking shit show, that we're going to be able to vote Gavin Newsom in, right? The same, because they don't get on the streets, they don't donate, they just wait for the next election, and then they think it's all going to be good, right? And you're like, no, actually, I need you to get involved. I need you to get out here with us. This is actually an emergency. Lawn King, welcome back. But a Mr. Miyagi meme. That guy was all right. Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off. Daniel-san. Good movie. Karate Kid. Good movie. My wife's gone, dude. Wife and the kid's gone. Now you're stuck with me. Now you're fucking stuck with me. I could stream for more. I could. We're reaching hour number 4 here. I got at least another hour in me. Let's see if we can crank out 2 more hours, huh? So this is funny. So, you know, the guy who's been spreading a bunch of lies about Somalis. Why does it do that? It opens up on the wrong screen. So the guy that's been spreading a bunch of lies about Somali Americans spent his New Year's Eve in his car in the parking lot of the daycare center that he's trying to malign. So his name is Nick Sortor. But this is what he did. This is how he was spending New Year. Not with family, not with friends, because he doesn't have any. And you would think he would, right? Oh, you're the guy spreading, oh yeah, 1 million views on TikTok, 1 million views on oh, bro. Nobody, fucking nobody. Fucking nobody loves him. Family hates him. He's got no fucking friends. 1 million views on TikTok. Can't even score an invite to a New Year's Eve party. So this is what he was doing New Year's Eve. Unfortunately, I got bounced from the quality New Year's Eve party. I guess now we're trying to say the Somalis running these daycares are pedophiles as well. It takes one to know one, buddy. Here in Minneapolis, so I'll be ringing in the New Year's from the parking lot. Am I supposed to feel bad for you? Apparently my attempt at saying Happy New Year in Somali wasn't convincing enough for the bouncers. And this is what I'm talking about, and this is why they get the fucking boot on my channel, right? They want, you know, the same guy with the fucking bullhorn during Zohran Mamdani's speech, right? Tiny little loud minority, little chihuahuas. Yip, 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 yip. I have a right to do this. I have a right to ruin your life. I have a right to ruin your events. Free speech, free speech. They want to weaponize free speech. Well, actually, no, this isn't free speech. It's harassment, and there's a big fucking difference. Yeah, I know. Leering Center, I know. But we know what they're talking about. We know what they're fucking talking about. And it's all bad actor bullshit. I have a right to ruin your life. I have a right to make this all about me and make this about my grift. Yeah, there was at least one person, you know, we covered the Zohran Mamdani at the start of the stream. There was at least one person who wasn't in the crowd. They seemingly were in the sidewalk, but they had one of those like air horns. And when Mamdani was speaking, it was burr, 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 burr. Right? They won't let us have anything. They want to weaponize free speech against us. And it's not free speech, it's harassment. So they did the right thing, kicked his ass out, and then he spent the rest of his fucking night in his fucking car. Like the loser bitch that he is. It's right where you belong. No family, no friends. Millions of views on social media, and he's got fucking nothing. Scumbag. Loud, minority of a minority, loud as hell, and they want to ruin everything for everybody else. That's who these fucking people are. Scum. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad, and don't Don't listen to them when they oh, my free speech, my free speech. It's not free speech. Okay? An honest debate with an honest actor, right? Who's like, okay, we just have a difference of opinion. That's free speech. Okay? These people, it has nothing to do with free speech. It has everything to do with, like I said before, they're hammers looking for nails. They have their conclusion. Brown people bad. And the irony couldn't be more thick. Because who do they support? The most corrupt president in American history with a history of pedophilia. Right? These motherfuckers, they don't deserve our time. They don't deserve our energy. They want to divide and conquer us. They want to, they want to masquerade on the internet as progressives, telling us we should have semantic arguments about the definition of shit. What time wasters, liberty destroyers, anti-American trash. And he absolutely deserves to be sitting in his fucking cold car on New Year's Eve. No kisses for this fucker. He could have been Kyle Rittenhouse in it, right? Like going to some right-wing party, right? Being the talk of the town, right? Doesn't want to do that. Wants to be a miserable little racist, spreading lies. That's what gets him off. Fuck right off. Pieces of shit. Continuing on with environmental news. Here's another thing that you probably didn't hear. Being reported by Fox, of all places. Yeah, time to duck. I mean, I don't know how connected to Project Veritas he is. The other so-called journalist, what was his name? James O'Keefe, right? Same thing, though, right? Same thing. Yeah, same kind of shit. Right? Intentionally, twisting a story, right? Because there is some legitimate fraud that Tim Walz is apparently trying to actually go after. Federal government's actually preventing him from doing that. Blown way out of proportion, of course, with the agenda to help racist be more racist, right? Because I guarantee you go to any rural neighborhood that a bunch of people that have never seen a black man in their fucking life. Oh yeah, them Somalis, they're garbage. Oh yeah, them yeah. We're better than those guys. We're better than those guys. Glug 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 glug. Smack their wife. Yeah, we're better than them Somalis. Oh yeah. That's what it's about. And for the longest time, they were getting Republicans were getting political advantage out of that, right? Getting these unpolitical people politically motivated, but it only works for so long. Yeah, source code. I mean, obviously, it's the same thing with racism, right? Like, not every Republican is a racist, but every racist is a Republican. It's the same thing with pedophiles, right? Not every Republican is a pedophile, but every pedophile is a Republican. Almost, at least. You got to be specific, right? I know it's tempting to speak in generalities for everything that I say, but there's some sick lefties. But I mean, if you have a room filled with 100 pedophiles, and you were to ask them what their political leanings were, good majority of them are right wing or libertarian, right? You're only going to get a couple of like, I'm a lefty or this whatever. Yeah. Being in a room with 100 pedophiles. But no, back to environmental news here. Lake Powell drops 36 feet in 1 year as water crisis deepens. Let's go ahead and watch this video.
I'm Southern Utah news reporter Chris Reed at Lake Powell. Just a couple years ago, I'd be under at least 20 feet of water right now.
Instead, the lake's dropped nearly 40 feet, and water managers warn by 2027 it could stop producing power.
There was a time.
Right, so they're talking about the water being so low that hydroelectric dams won't even be able to turn over because the water is so fucking low. And there's no volume slider there, so I'm going to have to turn up the volume artificially. There we go.
time, you know, when this was all covered right here by water.
Charles Weiss is a 25-year resident living near the Wahweap Marina. He was out fishing Tuesday with his son Lucas. No luck there, and the lake itself was pretty unlucky too.
We're always just a couple dry years away from really tipping into crisis mode.
Carly Jurla is the Bureau of Reclamation water manager at the Colorado River Conference.
I'm sorry, is she's speaking from a Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas? Okay. I mean, kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? You know, because like the people that own casinos, they don't give a shit about they're just like Donald Trump. They're all a bunch of Donald Trumps, right? It's not real. Climate change is woke. Kill all the windmills.
Into crisis mode.
Carly Jurla is the Bureau of Reclamation water manager at the Colorado River Conference earlier this month in Vegas. She said the lake is dropping faster than expected.
I think this is probably its lowest it's been.
These satellite views show the changes in the last 11 years. Islands where there weren't islands before. The Wahweap Marina having to be moved steadily east. Extra platforms to get there.
You see that building above my left shoulder? That's the inn. Local just told me that about 20 years ago, the water was about 10 feet from that building on top of that cliff.
A manager of the marina who wouldn't speak to us on camera cautioned against any perception that the marina itself is in danger. He said there's still 166 feet of water below the marina, and it's
Lots
no
of business.
Of
Come on by. My business
Even so,
isn't
he said
affected.
the
Don't
boat ramp's
worry.
been closed since August, and he's not certain if it can open this summer if the water's level stays this low. He's also concerned for those who work at the Glen Canyon Dam that created the lake in the first place. You can now see a bathtub ring and the backside of the dam that used to be hidden by water. As of Tuesday, the USGS said the level of lake power was at 3,540 feet, or 27% of capacity.
3490
It
at Lake Powell.
certainly isn't climate change. No way. No way.
That's current rate.
And let's not criticize the AI industry that's gulping up hundreds of millions of gallons of water. And let's not criticize or change anything about the farmers that are, growing crops that they have no fucking right to be growing crops for, right? Alfalfa and shit like that requires an insane amount of water, right? Let's not question, water rights. Let's not change anything. It's all fine. It's all fake. It's all fake news. Just look the other way. It'll be better next year.
Right, Jurla said the lake could reach that minimum power pool level as soon as 2027.
So as soon as 2027, the hydroelectric dam may have to shut off because there's not enough water to go through it. But look the other way. It's not a real problem. Let the tech oligarchs, suck up all the water. Let the farmers misuse water. The entire concept of Las Vegas needs to be in question, right? You've probably heard lefties talk about that, but it's like an artificial city built in the middle of the desert, right? There used to be a tourist trap to watch nuclear bombs go off, a hive of criminal activity and human trafficking, by the way, that is inherently unsustainable. Las Vegas itself, inherently unsustainable. A fucking boondoggle sitting in the middle of the fucking desert, slurping up water, and let's get the Elon Musks in here to start building data centers. But look the other way. There's no problem. Climate change is fake. There's no problem. And you're woke and liberal if you think that there is, if you think there is an issue.
Weiss knows that fact all too well.
Hopefully not, but it's really hard to say, try not to think about it and, hope for the best.
So that statement right there, I'm putting that in my book. We try not to think about it, and we hope for the best. That explains it. That's America right there, right? We try not to think about it, and I hope for the best. He wasn't aware, but he just said something rather poignant. That's the epitaph on America's tombstone. We try not to think about it, and we hope for the best. What about action? Doesn't even cross his fucking mind. Activism, going after, figuring out the sources, figuring out, trying to make a 5-year, 10-year, 20-year, 50-year plan. We avoid the problem and we cross our fingers. That's America right there. It's especially Vegas. And look, I don't mean to insult this man as a father, right? But that is the whole problem right there. We try not to think about it and we hope for the best. Couldn't have said it better myself. And it's like our founding fathers, man, fucking spinning like tops in their graves. The founding fathers left the mighty British Empire to come to this, to them, it was like the fucking, Amazonian jungle, fucking no man's land, to literally start from nothing. And of course, they, murdered a lot of Native Americans to do it. But literally leave a fully established, one of the most powerful empire on earth. Leave that shit. They all risked getting hung. Some of them died in the Revolutionary War, going against the king to start from scratch, right? Now that's activism, right? That's like, we're going to do something. That's being active. That's making change. Now, of course, it was colonialism, right? So there's better ways to do it. But imagine the founding fathers who dedicated their life to create America, to create a new land through murder, through colonialism. But it's still, they put a lot of effort into it. And then they run into a modern America. Well, we ignore the problem and we kind of hope things are going to get better one day. Where would this country be if that was the mentality of the founding fathers? Probably be a whole lot of Native Americans left, right? But we wouldn't be, America wouldn't be, the great America wouldn't even exist if this was the mentality. And we're expecting this mentality to pull us out of fascist authoritarianism. It's political nihilism. It's political fucking nihilism. Yeah, no, I'm not. Look, I don't think this guy's Republican, but I think he's a non-voter, disengaged. Yeah, I think he's one of these both sides, corrupt. Maybe voted for Donald Trump in the first term, but didn't bother voting for Joe Biden. Didn't bother voting for Kamala Harris. Right? Both sides. That's the vibe that I'm getting from him. I'm not getting MAGA vibes from this guy. But that, MAGA wouldn't exist if it wasn't for that political nihilism, if it wasn't for that political apathy, the both sides centrism that has created the political vacuum that fascism is happy to fill, right? So it's kind of a symbiotic relationship between fascists and non-voters, non-participators, political nihilists, right? We're going to lose our fucking country. We're like right there. We're like we're one economic disaster. We're one more COVID from like martial law being implemented, and then boom, we're fucking Russia for decades until we do a full-blown general strike, chaos in the streets, fucking French Revolution style. That's the only way we're going to get our liberty back, is with like full-blown, Bolshevik revolution kind of shit, right? Where we're like chopping the heads off kings and shit. And look what happened with the Bolshevik, right? Because it's like, this, oh, that's great. There's some commies that are like, oh, that's great. No, it isn't. Bolshevism was a fucking disaster. Bolshevism was a fucking disaster. There's no guarantee that if you finally those commies, they finally get their fucking revolution, that it's going to be pro-democracy, pro-human, pro-liberty and free speech, right? It's a fucking dice roll that you're going to get a revolution that defends your liberty, that defends your democracy, that defends your rights and religious liberties. There's a good chance. I mean, look at Niger, look at Syria, who just had a massive political revolution. What did they install? Theocratic government. anti-woman, anti-religious freedom, theocratic government. Is it better than Assad? Yeah. But is it democracy? No. No. So we shouldn't be waiting around for the magic solution. We shouldn't be, you know, what he said, right? Not paying attention, deluding ourselves and hoping for the best. Because there's a really good chance that, you know, we're either going to descend further into fascist authoritarianism, or if you magically get that revolution, that revolution is going to be, I mean, you know, like even the America being formed, like that didn't start off as like a pro-democracy thing. Like that took a lot of work. The Constitutional Congress, that took that you know, there was a whole group of people that basically wanted to remake the British Empire in America. And we were like this close, man. There was like a couple states that didn't ratify the new Constitution. You know, several decades after the Constitution was ratified, people were like, this isn't working out. We got to go back to a monarch system, right? We should make George Washington the king. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you can have your democracy if you can keep it. And this mentality, I don't mean to shit on this guy, but this is the mentality that's going to get us in that direction. And let me tell you, folks, you don't want that shit. Okay. One advantage that the American activist has is that Americans have gotten a taste for democracy. We've gotten a taste for liberty. We know what freedom feels like, at least somewhat. We have a concept of what that is. So we actually know what we're losing. Whereas in the time of our founding fathers, it was like, this is a gamble. We don't know what we're getting. Like we know a monarchy. We know how that works, right? Nate, you better pass that shit, right? But so that is one advantage that we have as progressives and as democratic socialists, right? And as people on the left have. We have this advantage. You can say to Americans, like, we know what freedom looks like. You know that it's a better system. And our founding fathers didn't have that. It was all new, right? They're talking about fucking, France, and they're talking about fucking, what was it? Greece. And like the people in America, they didn't know what that was. They didn't know what that meant, right? So they had to start from square fucking one, and they had to fight a civil war to get us where we're at now. And we're gonna fucking flush it, piss it away for Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and Nick fucking Fuentes. Keep this shit moving. What's this? Oh yeah, this is great. Getting back to ICE, there's more footage here of so apparently this is new ICE recruits on their first day. This is like their first day of training. So this patriot right here, harassing them, shaming them, right, for throwing away the ideals of America, right, for a paycheck. This is very necessary, naming and shaming them. Napoleon tried to emperor himself, didn't work out too well. Exactly. Wasn't enough. Wasn't enough to, I mean, like, people revered Napoleon. He didn't have to go that far, turn himself into a god. That's never enough, man. The pain and suffering that he put his troops through, right? Those troops loved Napoleon, man. They loved that guy. They were happy to die for Napoleon. And what does he make them do? March barefoot through a Russian winter just so he can sit in the throne, just so he can sit in an empty throne in Moscow and still get his ass kicked. And then he has to fucking retreat like a punk ass bitch, right? Puts his fucking troops through hell for him, so he can put a crown on his head.
Here's Trump's Gestapo. Dun, 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 dun. Trump's Gestapo. Here it is, you guys. We've got the new folks coming in. We're ready to be out there. You guys signed up for it, right?
Look at this. People of color. Look at me. Look at
You
this,
guys ready
man.
for that?
Big, you know, badass losers with a body that looks like mine. And I mean, shameful, man. Person of color here. You're not upholding the law. You're upholding oppression. You think you're one of the good ones? You think you're one of the exceptions? You don't think after they get all the Somalis and they get all the Mexicans that you're not next? For a fucking paycheck. For a fucking paycheck. And look, you know, shaming them is important, but we also have to understand that these people always exist, right? They exist in Russia, they exist in China, they exist in North Korea, you know, in Iran, the morality police in Iran. There's always somebody willing, they're not paying attention or they don't care. There's always somebody willing to fuck over their fellow man for a little bit of safety and security, a little bit of, you know, make their life easier. These people always exist. And it's why we need to be vigilant about protecting our own democracy. Got to get that nut.
That life? Y'all ready for that new life? Hunting humans? That's what you got trained to do today? Hunt humans? Welcome to San Diego, boys. You the new ice ages that are going to be in our neighborhoods? Terrorizing our neighborhoods? Is that what you guys are here for? You think just because you're new, you're not going to be found out about?
Big smile on his face.
Hunting humans? That's what you signed up for?
Look at that.
Is that what you signed up for, to hunt humans?
Looks like a Mexican guy.
All right,
Look at
we'll
that
find
shit.
out later. Whatever you work for. HSI, ICE, DHS. We'll find out. So later on when this is all over and you feel dumb as fuck, just remember the stupid decisions you made.
Look at this guy. No, and look, I don't mean to age shame. Okay, I don't mean to age shame. Guy's touching 50. Okay? Signing up for the new American SS.
Just to fit in with your buddies, your Proud Boy buddies.
Shit. Should be ashamed
All
of
right,
themselves.
bye, Proud Boys.
Another black guy. God damn, it's just so shameful. You know, working with a bunch of people that think you're lesser than. Right, that 50-year-old white guy with the sunglasses probably gets on the internet and talks about how black people are second-class citizens. You know, using racist language to describe them and their children. Right? If he has a daughter, well, she better not date a black man. Excuse me. Right? And black people proudly working next to that guy to go after other people of color and kidnap them. Gotta get that nut. One of my favorite songs. Only by the law. Only by the law. I'm not done. I'm not fucking done. That's from the Iced Out Click, Dirty Down South full tape. We are listening to Funk Master with Murder Mystery. Make sure you check out that underground sound, folks. I can't get enough of it. I've been listening to this shit for years. I seriously can't get enough of it. Every fucking day I'm bumping this shit. So I haven't talked about this story yet. We can talk about it a little bit. Outrageous, completely insane. But the basic gist is that this completely ignorant religious starfucker wrote a completely unacademic paper where she basically justifies all of her points because the Bible says so. Doesn't cite any sources. And apparently she could have even academically cited the Bible. Doesn't even bother. She gets a really bad grade. This is like a college paper that she's writing. She gets a really bad grade. One of the people grading her happens to be a trans person. And they fire the person. the trans person, not the other people that gave her the you know, because it wasn't just her that gave her the bad grade, but they fire the trans person, and now Republicans were in Florida, yeah. So now 2 Florida Republicans, they want to make something called the Flonecki defense a statewide law, which would literally undermine all of academia in Florida. Literally. Any religious grifter can slop together the Bible says gay people bad art, you know, paper, and the college just has to go, okay, that's 100, you know, you're good. And there's some Republicans, of course, they want to make that, you know, because they're not interested in academia. They understand academia is where conservatism dies, right? Because conservatism can't handle facts, reality, can't handle that shit. So here's what the tweet says. Samantha Flonecki failed an assignment because she didn't do the work. After claims of religious discrimination, her college caved. Now, 2 Florida Republicans want to make the Flonecki defense a statewide law. And this, I can't stress this enough, this would literally undermine the entire academic institution in Florida, because any schmuck can just say, well, the Bible says so. And even if they're wrong, it's like, you're not allowed to offend me. You're not allowed to say that I'm wrong because that offends me. So you know, even if they're misinterpreting the Bible, that doesn't matter. Here you go, 100%. There you go. You pass. You pass your science degree using theological defenses. So I can't stress this enough. This would destroy academia in Florida, but they don't give a shit because they don't. You know, one thing Republicans hate is informed people who are informed, people who have, you know, an academic history. They don't like any of that because it destroys conservatism. Right. So it's pretty scary stuff. Now, obviously, it's like if I was a student in college, I would just do what she's just start doing that. Why not? Surely there has to be some students that are doing that, right? That are just like, oh, well, you know, the Bible told me so, blah, 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 right? And then, you know, 100%. And there's a bunch of college professors now that just have to give it 100% because they don't want to be caught up in some media circus. And of course, you know, this Miss Forehead over here. Someone said, such a tiny brain for such a large forehead. Or like, shame there isn't a brain behind that massive forehead. But of course, what is this about? It's about her getting you know, news appearances, you know, possibly a career on, you know, Newsmax or One America News or Fox News, right? That's what this is about. Because she's a pretty white girl, and pretty fucking ugly if you ask me. But you know what I mean. She's got, you know, generic white teeth. You know, she's like a cheerleader outfit she wears, whatever. So she wants to be the next Fox News bimbo. That's what this is about. Moderate cons are rather interesting. What was the reason why so many of them voted for Mamdani and Trump in the NYC? Well, I was talking about that earlier, and one reason is that they don't know what they stand for. And you know, so they're kind of they don't really actually, you know, they say they're conservative, but they don't really even know what they actually believe. There's some really great studies and polls that are done. Like if you ask a person, you know, do you believe in Obamacare? They're like, oh, hell no, I hate Obamacare. And then you ask them, you know, do you like the ACA? Of course, Obamacare, just another name for it. And they're like, oh, I love the ACA. The ACA helped me out. You know, I was able to, you know, get a surgery, and my son was able to get their surgery. And, you know, the ACA is great. They don't even know what they fucking believe in. Which is, you know, where Zohran Mamdani's kill them with kindness strategy becomes very effective. This is why Bernie Sanders got a standing ovation on Fox News talking about how, you know, people deserve health care and people deserve education. Because conservatives, quote unquote conservatives, actually want those things. But they don't know what they actually want. They vote and support based off emotion. And also, you know, as another person pointed out earlier, they like a winner. You know, and Zohran Mamdani is a big fucking dub, right? He's a big winner. So they like that. We're not done. We're not fucking done. All right, so we got to talk about this, and I'm sorry. I've been criticizing them all day, but fuck it, I'm going to steal their content. Because, you know, they're actually willing to talk about this, but the rest of mainstream media is not. I was watching an MSNBC, MS Now clip about Israel acknowledging the existence of Somaliland. They didn't mention Gaza once. They didn't even mention, because what's going on? What the hell am I talking about? All of a sudden, Israel believes in sovereignty. Did you guys know that? The same country that's been attacking and questioning the legitimacy of sovereignty on all the countries that surround them, out of the blue, acknowledges one of the first member of the UN that acknowledges the sovereignty and existence of Somaliland. Why? Because that's where they're going to dump all the Gazans. They're going to ethnically cleanse. They say 1 million, but obviously Israel is just they're going to go, you know, once the process starts, it's not going to stop until Gaza has been completely emptied of all Palestinians. But they need a place to dump them. We've talked about this many times when talking about Israel-Palestine, right? It's like, you know, if there was no political consequence to it, they would just kill them all. But that's like, even now, I mean, and Ben Gvir and Smoltrich, that's what they want. They want to, you know, Smoltrich famously did a speech in the middle of last year saying we should just give them an ultimatum. Either, you know, we put a gun in their face and you get on the plane and you self-deport, voluntarily deport or whatever, voluntarily migrate, I think is the term that they use, or we kill you. So that's what the extreme, you know, party that's even to the right of Bibi Netanyahu wants. But that, you know, Bibi Netanyahu understands, well, that's, you know, might not get as much money from America and the UK if we literally kill 1.5 million. Because you can kill hundreds of thousands in the pretext of October 7th, but you literally can't wipe out every single man, woman, and child like what they want without political consequences, even for, you know, even now. So it's, you know, what do you do? What do you do with all these people? Well, dump them in Egypt. Egypt ain't happening. Egypt put up a fucking 4-layer barrier. Look at pictures of the barrier wall that Egypt has put up between Gaza and Egypt. 4 fucking layers, cement, barbed wire. You're not getting through that shit. And they have absolutely no interest in absorbing 1.8 million Gazans or whatever, however many Gazans are left. So Egypt's out of the question. Dump them in Jordan. Same situation there. I mean, I don't know is there a border with Jordan? I'm not quite sure. My geography's fucked up, but it's the same situation. The Jordanian government just is not interested in absorbing 1.8 million Palestinians. Well, what do we do with this? What do we do with this? Well, they found a solution. Yeah, so they've, you know, Somaliland, who has been this illegitimate break-off region from Somalia since the 90s. They worked out a deal with the Israeli government, and they said to Israel, if you acknowledge our existence in the UN, get that process started, we will absorb 1 million Palestinians. Now, can they afford it? Do they have room? Will the Palestinians not be treated like second-class citizens in Somaliland? Right? Is it not going to create all kinds of other problems? They don't care. The leaders of Somaliland only care about getting that legitimization. They apparently have their own army. You know, they're pretty far along in that process of breaking away from Somalia. But they need further legitimization in the international community. So they've worked it out with Israel. So that's what's going on here. MS Now, not a peep. Not a peep when talking about this. It's disgusting. I guess it's anti-Semitic to talk about what is happening right in front of our fucking face, right? Oh, Jordan borders the West Bank. Okay. Well, you know, they don't need him. They don't need him anymore. Because once Gaza is done, what's going to happen in the West Bank? We all know. We all know what's going to happen. It's already happening in the West Bank. Last year, Israel took more of the West Bank than they have in the last 20 fucking years. For settlers, right? All under the guise of terrorism, which isn't even, Hamas doesn't even exist there. Mainstream media isn't covering it, right? They're covering it up, basically. Mainstream media. What's happening in the West Bank. MS Now, not, lie by omission. Colonialism by omission, right? They don't even talk about it. It's really disgusting. But TYT is talking about it. And as much as I criticize TYT, I've been shitting on TYT all fucking day today with their apologencia for Marjorie Taylor Greene and Anna Kasparian's apologencia for Tucker Carlson, saying she likes him, right? So I've been shitting on TYT all day, but let's be real. Mainstream media isn't touching this. They're just, Israel is, I don't want to be called an anti-Semite, so Israel's allowed to colonialize Palestine. Right there, I don't want to be called an anti-Semite, so they're allowed to do this. So we're going to watch this segment. I apologize, but, if I'm going to shit on TYT, why not steal from them? Fuck it. I'm not proud. Fuck it. I don't care. They're reporting on it, and you got to give them credit. Now, one of the main reasons why they're reporting on it, honestly, is that, Gaza is one of their Cenk Uygur, understandably, and I feel like it's justified. Cenk Uygur and Anna, the entire TYT network, very passionate about Palestinian human rights, and that's very admirable. I mean, Cenk Uygur is so passionate about this subject, he's willing to, give a massive break to Marjorie Taylor Greene, give a massive break to Tucker Carlson, the Great Replacement Theory. Tucker Carlson, who thinks Cenk Uygur is brown, beneath him, basically. So they're willing to give these guys massive breaks, but they're doing it in the service of Palestinian human rights. It's complicated. It's complicated, but I keep it real on TYT. They're, Cenk Uygur said, "I'm really sad Marjorie Taylor Greene is going. Oh no."
Israel has now become the first sovereign country to recognize the state of Somaliland. Now, what is Somaliland? Well, it is a semi-autonomous region in Somalia and has been desperate to be recognized as an independent state. And if Israel is willing to recognize it as an independent state, obviously Israel's going to get something in return. The big question is, what are they hoping to get in return? Now, before I get to the context and all the details about this, Cenk, your 2 cents?
Yeah, so of course they want several disastrous things because of this. And of course there's the irony of, no, you can't give any part of a country to someone else.
Yeah, it's wildly hypocritical.
But apparently you can in Somalia. You can in Israel, but you can in Somalia.
Yeah.
But I'm super worried
Syria,
about the ethnic cleansing
Jordan,
that's going to happen
Egypt.
here. But if Israel wants something,
awesome.
They almost always get it. So buckle up and brace for impact.
So I want to give you a little bit of context about what's been happening in Somalia for many decades. I'm going to do a deep dive on this, so bear with me as I kind of give you the basics. This isn't anywhere close to everything you need to know about what's happened in.
So I'm gonna 1.5 while she goes through this, but I want to get to the part where they talk about Gaza, right? So do that here. Let's just start with 1.25.
Somalia. But basically, Somaliland basically declared independence from Somalia back in 1991 during the ongoing civil war that broke out in the country. So the civil war grew out of resistance to a military junta. So there was a military coup, military rule in Somalia. And as a result of that, you have these...
You might have heard their name before, Boko Haram. Nasty motherfuckers, right? More Islamist extremism, religious extremism. And let's be clear, it's religious extremism. It's not just, this kind of violence doesn't just come from Muslims. Okay, even though that's the stereotype. Let's not forget the Christian Crusades. Let's not forget the kind of, you know, violence that Christians in America want to perpetuate on the rest of us, right? It's religious extremism. You know, with that said, you know, Islamic religious extremism definitely has a specific kind of flavor that, you know, is replicated in a lot of different places around the world. But I just want to be clear, I don't agree with Sam Harris and his bigoted view that Islam is more, you know, because there's a lot of people that try to say it's a special kind of religion that harbors violence, that, you know, that it can only lead to more violence and whatnot, and that's just not true. All religious extremists, this is the same route that they go down, right? Oppression of women, oppression of liberties, violence, the justification of terrorism, right? A political terrorism. And, you know, the whole goal is, of course, to create a theocracy. I mean, listen to J.D. Vance when he talks about how, you know, Christians should be running the whole country. It's right out of the, if he had a fucking, you know, if he was wearing, you know, Islamic clothing, it would sound exactly, he would sound exactly like the Taliban. You know, he'd sound like a mullah from Iran, right? So it's religious extremism. It's not just Islamic specific. I just want to make that clear, right?
You know, various factions various groups resisting that military rule. Now, the resistance included armed rebel groups, and by the early 1990s, Somalia became a failed state. So that's when Somaliland, located in the northwest of Somalia, declared independence. This is in 1991. And Puntland also declared independence years later in 1998. Although Somaliland has functioned as an autonomous entity, it never received any formal recognition from the UN. Now, Taiwan is the only other place that has recognized its independence. But, you know, prior to Israel, again, Taiwan was the only place that recognized it. Now, Somalia continues to claim the region as part of its sovereign territory. So obviously, Somalia is really upset about this. And there was a joint statement put out by other countries as well, including Egypt and Turkey, who spoke out against this as well. Now, Islamic groups have taken hold of.
And why would they speak out? Because they know that Israel doesn't stop with Gaza. Right? If this whole thing works out in Israel's favor, it's only a matter of time before they build up the military might, and then they start taking chunks of Egypt, just like what they're doing to Syria and the Golan Heights. Same thing with Jordan. Turkey, I'm not so sure how close they are, but that's the fear, is of course that, you know, an emboldened Israel doesn't stop. You know, Israel is one of the only countries that doesn't declare their borders. Right? Because they're like, take, get as much as they can. And if you know, if it was up to them, they'd absorb Jordan, they'd absorb Syria, they'd absorb Egypt. And would they stop there? We don't know. We don't know. They'll, you know, they might never declare their borders and just try to take over the whole fucking world. Who knows?
Of Somalia, including an ISIS affiliate, used to be an Al-Qaeda affiliate, but now an ISIS affiliate known as Al-Shabaab. And the U.S. has been bombing Al-Shabaab, you know, for a while now, but the bombings really ramped up under the Trump administration.
Sorry, maybe I'm confusing Boko Haram with Al-Shabaab. My bad. I'm not trying to scat a song. I'm actually trying to, you know, be specific about these groups. I'm sorry that they have funny names.
So during the Christmas holiday, the airstrikes were really ratcheted up by the Trump administration. It's just a complete and utter disaster. But then you have Somaliland, which is a territory that is both economically beneficial to both the United States and Israel, but it's beneficial to Israel for other reasons as well. So Netanyahu said Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, and the Somaliland president signed a joint declaration of mutual recognition. Quote, this declaration is in the spirit of the Abraham Accords initiated by President Trump, the statement read. Now, Somaliland also issued a statement following Netanyahu's announcement to declare that they do intend to join the Abraham Accords. So there's the economic component to it as well. And when you consider the placement of Somaliland, it's very beneficial for trade purposes, but also beneficial for other purposes as well, as Ynet, an Israeli publication, reported recently.
As just to respond to source code there, as long as Israel enjoys the full unfettered support of the United States and the UK, they would eventually have enough numbers, have enough resources to you know, to take on any country. You know, as long as they continue to be a military satellite of the United States and the UK, anything's on the table.
Behind Israel's recognition of Somaliland, years of quiet Mossad involvement. Israel becomes the first UN member to recognize Somaliland as a sovereign state, drawing condemnation.
Just wanted to put out the notice here. Everything that we are seeing here is anti-Semitic, and if you agree with any of this, you are a stone-cold Jew-hating anti-Semite, just so you know that.
From Somalia, Turkey, and Egypt. The move reflects strategic interests near Houthi-controlled areas and years of quiet Mossad engagement. So the same piece notes that one key factor driving Israel's interest is Somaliland's proximity to areas controlled by the Houthis in Yemen. Strengthening ties with Somaliland is seen in Israel as a strategic force multiplier against the Houthis. And you should also know the main reason why Israel is doing this is because this is all part of Israel's ethnic cleansing and land theft campaign. The territory, as Ynet further reports, has
which is something that MS Now just won't even talk about, and like they're doing such a massive disservice to their viewers by not even bringing this up. Right? They show their cowardice. They deserve to be relegated to the dustbin of journalistic history. MS Now. Because they're still afraid of Israel, right? We're supposed to be breaking free of that stuff. No. Still beholden to all the same things. CNN, same story. Anybody that criticizes Israel without mentioning October 7th first is an anti-Semite and is a terrorist and loves terrorism. Still intimidated, by all this. Like it's never going to change unless mainstream media has the cojones to actually criticize Israel, and that hasn't changed.
Recently been mentioned as a possible designation for Gazans, with officials there saying they would be willing to absorb 1 million Gazans, though no formal agreement has been announced. And by the way, this aligns with reporting that was done by Dropsite News, indicating that Israel is preparing for a permanent presence in Gaza, something that we already knew, something that we already suspected. And they used satellite images to find that Israel has been building at least 13 new IDF outposts in Gaza. They've killed at least 414 Palestinians since the alleged ceasefire was signed on October 10th. And they've continued the controlled demolition of Palestinian property as well in Gaza. Now, Israel's sinister plot was also something that the Financial Times had reported on back in March of this year. They reported that U.S. officials had met with leaders of Somaliland to raise the possibility of displacing Palestinians to the area. Other countries Israel is negotiating with for their ethnic cleansing campaign include Indonesia, which seems to be somewhat receptive to the plan, Somalia, which is also receptive. But then you also have other countries like Uganda, South Sudan, and Libya.
Hey, B-Ree, it's really good to see you. All the other, wow, look at, we're another Goose raid, another Goose X raid. Thank you, Goose X, for raiding once again. You're making me feel bad that I don't raid people, that I'm too fucking lazy to raid people. Thank you very much. Happy New Year, everybody. I gotta do my usual apology. I'm sorry that you left content that you enjoy to now come to my stream and be berated by me. I apologize that you now have to deal with me instead of the person that you were enjoying. But thank you all the same. I do appreciate it. Gust, not Goosed, Gust. Like gust of wind. My bad. I don't even get the guy's name right. And that's how fucking pathetic I am. But Gust X Broadcast. Thank you very much. And folks, if you're not, on my side of the aisle here, if you're not subscribed to Gust, maybe you should consider subscribing to Gust. Not the first raid, so they're showing big support, and I do appreciate it. Thank you very much, Gust X Broadcast, for your support and for this raid. She never tells you. That's fine. It's the nature of raids, right? But just big props to everybody. Thank you for your support. Thank you for that view, and I also apologize because I probably am not going to raid anybody because look at me. I'm a piece of shit. Look at me. You think I'm going to help anybody out? Why do I undermine myself immediately? I'm just lazy and I'm sorry. But no, thank you very much for the support of Gust X Broadcast. Hopefully, like I said, some folks that are watching my stream would be so kind as to follow Gust X Broadcast for the support, because I very much do appreciate it. And big extra props to B-Ree, who probably pushes Gust into doing this. So thank you very much, Gust. Appreciate that. Welcome back, Marculus Stickers. Years Mom, Jers Texan. What we are covering right now, just to catch you up, is what's happening with Israel and Somaliland. Of course, Israel is out of the blue acknowledging the existence of Somaliland with, of course, the intention of ethnically cleansing Gaza to dump 1.8 million Gazans or Palestinians that live in Gaza into Somaliland to ethnically cleanse that region. And of course, we could expect the West Bank to be next after that. So just to catch you up on what we're talking about. And I've already gone through my caveat that, TYT is on my shit list. I've been shitting on TYT all day, and here I am stealing their content. But there you go. Now you're all caught up. Let's get back to it.
Which seem to be a little more resistant. And
Thanks
finally,
again,
as the article
Thank you.
mentions in its subheadline, Mossad has been working its tactics in the area for quite some time now, as I'm sure they are in many other countries, our own included. Cenk.
Yeah, so a lot of issues here. First, let's note the hypocrisy here. Many countries like France and Australia recognize Palestine. Israel lost it. They're like, unacceptable. You can't just go and declare a country
it's hypocritical.
Legitimate without first dealing with the country that's occupying it and telling the occupiers, please, pretty please, what else do we need to do for you to let go of your captives? You guys are the most amazing people on earth, blah, 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 right? So totally unacceptable. Then Israel goes and recognizes Somaliland to break off from the rest of Somalia. So what happened? I thought it was unacceptable. But as the Israelis always have two different rules. A rule for themselves and a rule for the rest of the planet.
Right.
So for the rest of you schmucks.
Now, TYT gets a lot of things wrong, but one of the big things that they are consistently good on is Israel-Palestine. So that's one of the reasons why we're covering this, because MS Now is too fucking cowardly to cover this, right? So I just, credit where credit is due for Cenk Uygur, but I've already gone into it. I got a lot of problems with his strategy to reach across the aisle to America First fascists. I think it's the losing strategy. We need to be defeating these people, not working with them. Just because they're broken clocks on a couple issues that we agree on, that doesn't, we shouldn't be ignoring the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene thinks immigrants are monsters and fully supports ICE. And Tucker Carlson supports the Nick Fuentes America First movement and also supports the Great Replacement theory. These are all things that TYT is heavily dropping the ball on. But one of the areas that they're not dropping the ball on is Israel-Palestine. And that's why I'm stealing their content now.
Who would ever listen to them as if they're not lying 24/7? Every time they go to speak about diplomacy or any of these issues, they're always lying. So are they actually outraged by recognizing a state like Palestine? No, because they just did it in Somaliland. And it's actually, of course, much worse because it's not equivalent at all. They're all Somalis there, as opposed to the Palestinians
Thank you
and
again,
Israelis that are obviously view themselves very differently. Now, to the core of the issue. So they want to move 1 million Gazans. Wait, what happened? I thought you said you were going to get out of Gaza. Point 16 in Trump's 20-point plan, peace plan for Gaza was Israel leaves Gaza.
They're building
so
bases.
not only have they not left Gaza,
they're building
as Anna
fucking
just explained
bases.
to you, they've started building permanent outposts in the 53% that they control. Not only that, they've begun to expand past the 53%.
Right, and this is honestly the story of Israel-Palestine, where Israel takes a certain stance, and then right in front of everybody, but the mainstream media stays quiet on it. But right in front of everybody, right, they let the settlers go in and do what they're doing. They right in front of everybody, they colonialize these areas, Golan Heights. Meanwhile, they make a big public face and they do like a propaganda campaign in the UK and the United States and Australia and other places, Germany, about how they're the good guys, they're moral and they're pro democracy, the only democracy in the Middle East, et cetera, et cetera. This has been the story of Israel for decades. Very two-faced, very hypocritical, and no, that's not a Jewish trope. That's just the reality of it, right? They made this public propaganda face about who they are, but then the reality on the ground, and this is where Democracy Now! Has done such a great job over the decades of covering this inherent hypocrisy, and we're just seeing it cranked up to the absolute max.
Through a campaign of course, as usual, slaughter of the innocents, 414 Palestinians killed since the so-called ceasefire. They continue to bomb and kill. But if you touch the Israelis, they'll cry and cry and cry about, oh my God, the ceasefire, the ceasefire. So they don't ever intend to follow any ceasefire. They're not following this one. They're always hypocritical on every single issue. So, but that's the 53% that's currently barren that Israel absolutely leveled. The other 47% has 2.2 million Palestinians in it. And obviously they're going to try to move them out to places like Somaliland. And they've announced it 100 times, guys. It's all over the Israeli press. If you haven't heard it here, it's because American press are dogs for Netanyahu and work for him.
That's 100% fact. And once again, this is decades and decades of the Israeli media rah, kill all the Palestinians, and then CNN going, oh, there's some people in Israel that disagree with, that don't like Palestinians. Oh, shucks. Just a few though. And it's like two completely separate realities. And it's only possible through corporate media, because of corporate media, ultimately the owners of corporate media wanting Israel to achieve this goal of colonizing Palestine and possibly even more the Middle East, right? The owners of mainstream media, they want to see that goal achieved. I'm talking about CNN. I'm talking about MS Now. I'm talking about, fucking ABC and CBS, obviously now CBS, right? But it's kind of hard to wrap your head around, right? But no, the Labour Party in the UK, Keir Starmer and the Labour Party, they want to see Israel achieve its colonization goals in Palestine and beyond, probably, right? But what they would prefer is keep it down, quiet, slowly, bit by bit, piece by piece. They don't want this big, press and killing hundreds of thousands of kids and all that kind of stuff. They would just prefer them to do what they were doing before October 7th, which is take little bits of Palestine piece by piece until eventually there's really nothing left. And, they just do basically a cleanup operation, but that would take decades, right? 50 years, another 100 years. But that's what Keir Starmer and the Labour Party would prefer. But ultimately, the goal is the colonization of Palestine.
The Israeli press is far more unconstrained because there are many different sides in Israel. But the American press serves Israel very loyally and dutifully, so they don't tell you about the monstrous ethnic cleansing they're planning to do by moving 1 million human beings.
Massive operation.
Again, textbook genocide, etc.
It is.
And so they're willing
to.
No,
it is literally textbook genocide. Now, genocide, is, everyone in the chat already knows this, but just real quick, you don't necessarily have to kill everybody for it to be considered. Maybe someone should tell Destiny about this, but intent is a big part of that classification of what is and isn't a genocide. And ethnic cleansing is also could be considered. Destiny makes the ridiculous statement that even the Holocaust wasn't a genocide, right? Because his myopic and ignorant view of what a genocide is, like it's from a fucking video game, right? You kill every man, woman, and children, every man, woman, and child. No, the official definition of genocide not only includes who's been killed, but what the intent is, and physical displacement is also part of that consideration as well.
Destabilize Somalia, massively destabilize it, cause it a lot more violence in order to get what they want. But as Anna pointed out, of course, the second thing is they also care about the geography of the area. So that is right in the area where they can strike at the Houthis in Yemen easier. They could protect that shipping lane easier, at least for their own ships. Of course, they would never want to protect anyone else's stuff ever. The whole world owes them. They owe nothing to the rest of the planet or to the Somalis or anyone else. Take. That's Israeli 101.
Yeah,
and
that is the view of the Israeli government. That's not anti-Semitism. That's fact.
Now, we've bombed Somalia 127 times since Trump re-entered office.
Marculus.
Did you know we're at war with?
If you've seen the Discord, I've actually posted like 3 or 4 clips from Destiny responding to Asmongold. And it's clear that there's some conviction there, but he's a ball of contradictions. And my biggest criticism of Destiny is that he's constantly undermining himself and his own rhetoric. And I think the reason why is, like you said, he doesn't truly consider himself to be a leftist. So he's okay undermining the leftist movement with his rhetoric and his penchant for disgusting name calling and juvenile rhetoric, juvenile use of rhetoric, right? So Yeah, you know, I got it. He's clearly a very smart person, Stephen Bunnell, whatever his fucking name is. He's clearly a very smart person, but he you know, because he doesn't truly identify, you know, as a leftist that's part of a leftist movement, he's perfectly comfortable undermining that movement, and ultimately that makes him not a very good representative of leftism. Even if he, you know, if you were to sit him down and go, you know, issue by issue, he would probably, you know, if he were to take one of those political compass tests, you know, that aren't very accurate, but, you know, just in a general way, he would probably agree with a lot of the things that democratic socialists believe in, right? But it's, you know, Arrested Development. That's what he should change his name to Arrested Development. Destiny. I mean, it's just funny. He calls himself Destiny. He doesn't even fucking believe in destiny, right? He doesn't believe in a preordained fate, you know, brought down by the gods. He's a fucking full-blown atheist. So like literally his name itself is a contradiction. So anyway.
Some factions in Somalia, like nobody talks about it because what's the big deal? We're just
Good
Somalis.
guy,
Let's just go,
Dari.
right?
Damn.
Now that is in coordination with the Somali
God
government, to be fair.
damn.
But the Somali government hates the idea of Somaliland, and that they do not want that. Interestingly, the reason I brought it up in this context is because there's been only one bomb that the U.S. has done in Somaliland, in that area that some are calling Somaliland.
So this is really something else. I didn't know about this, but this is really something else. That there's only been one bomb dropped in Somaliland, and guess who it targeted? Where do you hear this?
One bomb that the U.S. has done in Somaliland, in that area that some are calling Somaliland. It was a bomb to kill their top peacemaker in the area, because Israel does.
No, hey Gust, of course, I totally understand. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I hate raiding people, because it's like I feel obligated to stick around. It's like, bitch, I gotta go, man. I gotta go take a shit. I've been holding, you know, I'm like, I gotta go fucking, I gotta eat. I gotta go take care of my kid. I don't have time for more streaming. What the fuck is going on here? So no, I totally understand, and thank you. Big props to Gust once again for the raid. Thank you for the support. You know, multiple raids. You know, make sure we're following Gust. I'm sorry, I haven't seen your show. I'm just going to assume that you're a badass motherfucker with big testicles, okay? That's just how I'm going to assume things, because you certainly have good taste in political commentators. So thank you once again to Gust. I do appreciate the support. And folks, if you're not subscribed and following Gust, I heavily recommend it. Seems like he's a really solid dude. So thank you once again.
Doesn't want peace. They want conflict. They want separation.
Right. So back to this statement here. So the only time Somaliland was bombed was when Israel, or the United States, at the behest of Israel, bombed their top peacemaker, right? And we've seen Israel do this before with Palestine. We've seen Israel do this with Iran, specifically targeting peacemakers, right? Because the intention, of course, is not peace, right? So anybody that's effective in that realm, take them out.
They want to be able to have a puppet government in the middle of Africa where they could dump all the Palestinians after they steal their land, and it can more easily attack other Muslims in the area by having a base there. So they're like, yeah, kill the peacemaker. And of course, America doesn't work for our CIA, our military side. It doesn't work for us at all. It totally works for Israel. So they're like, yes, sir, right away, sir. Let's kill anyone trying to make peace, sir. And of course, the Israelis also tried to kill the peace negotiators in Qatar. They killed Iran's peace negotiators. Anytime anybody's trying
Qatar as well, yeah.
to make peace, don't worry, Israel will murder them.
That's
so
right.
They create more violence, conflict to take advantage of for their own benefit.
That's right. And you even got cases, I mean, like, you know, I'm not 100% on the Charlie Kirk, Israel did it, but I'm not 100% off. Like, you know, I'm kind of like 50-50 on that shit. They assassinate people in America, right? They'll fucking smoke you, which is, you know, I was worried about Zohran today, you know, him doing that inauguration. No bulletproof glass or anything. Israel will smoke Zohran Mamdani. They'll assassinate Zohran Mamdani if they feel the need to. You know, they're not afraid to utilize assassination as one of the tools in their belt there. So, staying on the TYT train, but actually someone who's way better than Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian, which is probably why he's no longer part of the main crew. I have a theory that J.R. Jackson is now doing his own thing under the TYT banner, as you can see in the top right, because he was the most progressive voice that was pushing back on Cenk and Anna when they were like, oh, maybe Tucker Carlson's not so bad. And like J.R. Jackson has been an OG TYT member since day one. Like when Cenk Uygur was just starting out, just making this network, J.R. Jackson has been with Cenk Uygur since day fucking one, right? Like 10 toes down. And you got to give credit to Cenk on this. He, if people disagree with him on his network, sometimes, right? And they're not like a case like Jimmy Dore or the woman from the Bituation Room who started talking shit about Cenk Uygur on different streams, right? But if you just disagree on TYT, he's not going to fire you right there on the spot like Sean Hannity would. Like, could you imagine if, like, a co-host, that isn't Combs, that isn't some weak, effeminate liberal like Combs, Francesca, and who, by the way, I'm a fan of. I like Francesca. I think she's great, but I keep it real, and I don't think how she left TYT was the coolest way. Was very classy. I mean, she calls herself a bitch, right? So, I mean, what can you expect, right? And you got to respect her keeping it real. I totally don't have a problem with Francesca disagreeing with Cenk and TYT, but I just find that, if you're working for TYT and then you go to other streams and you're talking shit publicly, I mean, that's a bridge too far. But I mean, dozens and dozens of times I've seen. Just recently, we saw the other Jordan, not the main Jordan, yelling at Cenk Uygur. Yeah, she's cute. Yep. But yelling at Cenk Uygur on TYT on the show, right? It went viral. I showed the Vanguard, talking about it. He didn't fire him. He still got a job at TYT. So I think that's what's going on here with J.R. Jackson, that he has his own thing called the Watch List Report. He probably still does produce work because he's a producer for Cenk Uygur and Anna Kasparian. But he used to be kind of a part of the show. They would, like, Cenk Uygur and Anna would be talking about stuff, and then they'd cut over to J.R. Jackson. He'd be producing the show. He'd, oftentimes get his 2 cents. But they cut that shit a couple years ago. And I think this is the compromise that was worked out, that, hey, under the TYT banner, you can do your own thing and have your own opinion. But I don't want you undermining my pseudo conservative rhetoric. I don't want you undermining me every time I give a sloppy blowjob to Tucker Carlson, because I do it every day. So I think this is the compromise that was worked out. So anyway, just to give you a heads up on why I'm showing this, but why I'm showing this is because this is great coverage of this, I mean, overt racist named Byron Donalds. And wait until you see this motherfucker over here. Straight up, I mean, like, technically they're dog whistles, but I mean, this guy's almost just literally, you got to vote for me because them N-words are trying to fuck your wife. Basically, like, he's doing political commercials where it's like, you got to almost literally, where it's like, you got to go after them N-words. I mean, it is some of the most overt racist shit I've ever seen in my life. And what's the cherry on top is that it's overt racism against one of the most prominent black Republicans who's completely shameless about sucking Donald Trump's toes. I mean, he's just unbelievable. Oh no, so Byron Donalds is the black guy that's super duper pro Trump, believes in everything, totally down for, a token, basically, right? Totally down for the racist agenda, totally down for Tom Hooman and Stephen Miller and all that. He's a right-wing black Republican that's made his whole identity being one of the good ones. And he has this challenger that is just using, I swear to God, some of the most overt racist dog whistles that you've ever seen. And if you're a black person watching this show, you got to see this, because it is like, God damn, dude, he is barely hiding it, right? Like, you expect him to Zeke Heil at any second. And J.R. Jackson here does a really great job covering it. Go ahead and watch this.
He's opposing Byron Donalds there. There's a man named James Fishback.
James Fishback, that's the name of the racist here. Byron Donalds, once again, is the black pick-me Republican.
He's opposing Byron Donalds there in Florida. And he has a very specific campaign against him.
I got a lot of flack for saying that Byron Donalds was a slave.
Yeah, dude. Oh, but listen to this. Slave for corporations, slave for Israel. And I mean, I'm going to stop pausing this, but it is jaw-dropping, overt racism. Like, this is the kind of shit that Nick Fuentes wishes he could get away with.
But I'm not going to apologize for it. If he wants me to stop calling him a slave, he can give the money back to AIPAC.
What a hero. Slow motion Sieg Heil
behind him. It's so cool. He's so based. James Fishback is not going to apologize for calling Byron Donalds a slave. You know why? Because he's a slave, according to, James Fishback. Let me let him explain a little further, because that's where he starts, but it's nowhere near where he finishes.
Let's just be completely honest of what Byron Donalds is. Byron Donalds is a tether. He is not an American descendant.
Wait a minute, James. How do you know the term tether?
He is a tether. He is not an American descendant of slaves.
So a tether, right? Someone that's holding us back, right? He literally talks about great replacement. I mean, it's just.
So when Byron Donalds cries like he has over the last couple of weeks because I call him a slave to AIPAC, a slave to corporate interest, a slave to the pro-immigration lobby that has hurt every race of.
And obviously we should be, like, I'm not going to say the term. We all know the term used to describe black people that undermine the black community by siding with racist. I'm not going to use it, but I mean, this woman should be ashamed of herself, right? She wants to be a Byron Donalds. She wants to be a token used by racists, right, as one of the good ones. It's disgusting. It's disgusting to see this kind of stuff, because not only is she black, but she's a woman. Okay, and like what does she support? She supports her own her own enslavement. I guess I don't know. I'm not using the right word here, but these racists, they want to put us in chains, and they want to start with women, and then they want to start with women of color. So she's like first in line to become a second-class citizen in this guy's America, and she's like cheering it on. Right. I mean, it really is just pathetic. It's just incredibly pathetic. So that's all I wanted to say.
Of Americans, but has also hurt Black Americans who disproportionately work in food, hospitality, leisure, and customer service.
He gives a shit.
He is in no position, has no right to be complaining about me calling him a slave when he has absolutely no direct descendant of slavery in his family. He's from Panama. He's from Belize. His dad's from Jamaica. Irrelevant. The precondition of affordability, Consuelo, is having a job. If you do not have a job, literally everything in your life is going to be unaffordable. And if you don't have a job because Byron Donalds is a slave to corporate interests and big super PACs that want to bring in cheap foreign labor, not because they love these people, not because they're.
And you can tell his little dick gets rock fucking hard calling black people slaves to their fucking face. You can feel it. He is just loving this. He's got commercials being played on mainstream television calling black people slaves, and he is just soaking in it. He fucking loves it.
Because they will work at half the rate and do double the work. And that is a system that enables the great replacement of all American workers.
So as you can see, James Fishback
Great replacement.
There, he's punching the term. And in fact, he's makes sure he uses it as many times as possible, no matter how many times folks ask him. So why do you keep doing that, bro? Do you think this is going to help you? It's pretty obvious. He's MAGA. Of course he thinks it's going to help him. It's worked for every other MAGA candidate to gain some support by othering, that dumb minority black guy who's apparently a slave. But as you can see, he's couching it similarly the way that Donald Trump and the rest of these fascists do. They couched it in these terms as if they're some kind of populist. So he's a slave because of AIPAC. It's a good perspective because AIPAC pays a lot of people and then gets them to do anything that they want. This crosses, partisan lines. They do have many politicians. His reasoning behind why it makes sense for him to call Byron Donalds a slave and not, maybe any other American black person.
Yeah, Marculus.
Because he's not a direct descendant of American.
He just likes
and
using
even went
the word
on about calling him a tether. To which that host was very happy about. Tether? How do you know about that, man? Tether. So just so we know, he's really driving that point home. He's a slave, he's a tether, and he has no reason to be upset about this. But I just want to really reiterate, because maybe because James Fishback keeps reiterating it.
You said that Byron Donalds is a slave to some of these corporate interests. Could you not have made the same point without using such a derogatory
disgusting.
term for
It's
a black
disgusting.
lawmaker?
Well, look, I think what's derogatory is the fact that Byron Donalds has taken $30 million.
He wants to put a noose around his neck for corporations. Got him. Got him.
Of corporate money, the vast majority of it from out of our state to fund his campaign. It's no wonder why he's in the pocket of property developers who want to pave over every little inch of our state.
And look, this is dangerous stuff. This is because, you know, Nick Fuentes is not very clever with his rhetoric, and he's just like, I like Hitler, Heil Hitler, right? This guy is very, very clever, and other racists will start repeating this rhetoric, right? This is crypto fascism, crypto racism, right? This enables these pre-existing racist beliefs to then become mainstream. So this is actually incredibly dangerous stuff, right? And it's funny, of course, that he's doing this to try to take out a bootlicker, a black person who's a bootlicker for Republicans, right? So that is a bit of Schadenfreude there. But let's not get it twisted. If he succeeds in this effort to take out this black Republican, and this kind of rhetoric becomes mainstream, we'll start hearing characters like Scott Jennings and other people who are supposed to be sensible conservatives, right, start repeating this rhetoric, right? It becomes normalized.
For the next strip mall or weed dispensary or liquor store, my message to Byron Donalds is very simple. Give back the $30 million in corporate money. We don't even know really where it came from. We know it's out of state. Give it back so you can actually stand up for American workers. That's the right thing to do.
Give the money back, you slave. I mean,
yeah.
I assume everyone knows who Byron Donalds is, and if you don't, I'm going to get to that soon. But we heard a lot from James Fishback. Listen, these are all the instances, and there's probably more. It's just all that I could find. Here's what he posted. Byron Donalds is a slave, that he capitalized as slave again, who was auctioned off.
Auctioned off. Get me off this fucking planet, dude. I mean, look, look, free speech is free speech, okay? And you want to be a racist, but the problem isn't so much that he's saying that. The problem is that he's getting away with it. Is that he continues to enjoy support from certain elements of the right-wing community, right? That it doesn't just disqualify you, right? That's the problem, is that he's succeeding in his effort to normalize this shit, dude.
For $31 million. He only wants to please his corporate masters. I'm running for governor to make Florida more affordable and working families, students, and seniors. He's quoting this Politico article that talks about $31.5 million that Donalds has raised in that Florida race. But you see the terms, you see what he highlighted: slave, auctioned, and corporate masters. Just in case you guys really weren't getting the point. It went even further. You know what else Byron Donalds is doing, according to James
even worse.
Fishback, who's very upset about this guy? He retweeted something from Brianna Morello, who said this tweet automatically disqualifies Donalds from any leadership position. And it's apparently Byron Donalds saying, to all celebrating, I wish you a happy Kwanzaa.
Oh no! Oh no! And of course, the reality is, we're going to find out later. You'll see. But I mean, it's like, what, Kwanzaa? Who cares, right? And how it's disqualifying, you know? How? Blah, blah.
Fishback responded and said, "So true, Brianna. So true." Well, I'm not in the business of defending Byron Donalds' dumbass, but from what I could see, unless he deleted it, that was never a post from Byron Donalds. Why would Byron Donalds wish anyone a happy Kwanzaa? Byron Donalds doesn't like American black folks.
Exactly.
He uses his positioning in MAGA to try and be the one black friend of Donald Trump to get any kind of positioning that he needs. And
exactly.
James Fishback, maybe he didn't look into whether or not Byron Donalds actually did that.
Doesn't matter.
Fishback was not done with old Byron. He says Byron Donalds represents a dark vision. That's in capitals, the dark vision for Florida. One where we surrender our land to AI data centers given to overdevelopment and allow Florida Works to be replaced by Indian H-1Bs. As governor, I'll protect our land, workers, and seniors. I feel like his excuse when he's talking about how he's not a direct descendant
These
of American
motherfuckers are not
slaves,
slick.
how that doesn't have anything to do
No,
with him
I
talking
mean,
about dark.
it's obvious to us, right? And it is obvious to the racists out there. But if it becomes normalized, if it becomes mainstream, this is the new language. This becomes the new language of overt racism, right? Because they don't have the nutsack to just point at black people and call them the N-word. Not yet, at least, right? Only if they have the full support of the government and the police behind them do they have the nutsack to do that. But they don't have the balls to do it, so they find little weaselly ways around it.
Dark visions and more terms that are pointing out darkness. Hey, here's another one. The future of Florida is dark if Byron Donalds wins. We will all be, he put in like, he highlighted this with stars. We'll all be enslaved to H-1Bs, private equity, and
it's
property
intentionally
developers.
ignorant.
We
Right,
don't
Marculus?
want to live in chains. Wow.
Come on,
I think you guys
bro.
are getting the point.
Come on.
I think you're getting the point of what James Fishback is driving. Here's the last thing that I'm going to show you from James Fishback. He did this little random promo video for himself standing outside of a Walmart.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have found Byron Donalds in his natural habitat outside of a Walmart in Tallahassee. He is there. He was with one chicken earlier. He's now moved on to another chicken, as is always his case with these things. And he does not appear to have stolen from the store yet, but third time would be a charm. Stock market's closed, so he has not made a stock trade. But we were, wow, ran into Byron Donalds. That's kind of cool.
Oh, wow. And, this chicken that represents a black man, he hasn't stolen from the store yet, but, he'll do it any day. I mean, he needs the fucking taste slapped out of his fucking mouth. He needs, he straight up needs, like, this is where my ass beaters come into play. If anyone knows the stream, I've come up with a piece of legislation. I literally wrote a piece of legislation with AI. I literally wrote a piece of legislation that would deputize patriotic Americans to have the legal ability to slap a motherfucker in the face trying this bullshit, right? Because that's what they need. They need to get back in the fucking closet. Okay? They need to get back in the fucking closet. Okay? They feel so comfortable weaponizing free speech to spread this hatred. But and I'm not saying kill him, of course. I'm not saying remove his free speech. I'm just saying give him a good, hearty, American, patriotic slap across the fucking face for being a fucking Nazi.
In Tallahassee, where he went to school.
So he's outside of a Walmart. And apparently Byron Donalds hasn't stolen anything from the store yet,
Right, so you get the point. And, this goes on a little bit longer explaining who Byron Donalds is. And I've already kind of given you a taste, right? He's the token black Republican who thinks Donald Trump is great. Folks, make sure you're liking. J.R. Jackson needs some help over here. 30K subscribers. He deserves far better than this. He's doing a great job. He really is. He's doing a kick-ass job. He's helping TYT's image of being a progressive network over here by actually calling fascists instead of Cenk Uygur, who's like, I don't want to be part of cancel culture, so I don't want to call overt fascists. Right. Tokens get spent, exactly. But no, J.R. Jackson over here, talking about Byron Donalds, not J.R. But folks, I couldn't recommend J.R. Jackson's The Watch List enough. I think he's doing a great job, and quite frankly, he deserves way more attention, way more respect. So if you have a little room in your YouTube algorithm, there's the link in the chat. Make sure you're clicking like and subscribe on that. He's doing a great job, J.R. Jackson. Thank you. All right, folks, we got time for one more video, and then you can go back to your life. Thank you very much, German Cow, for subbing. I appreciate that. But this is, one thing that I've been covering very lightly. But I wanted to talk about Iran, what's happening in Iran, because you know me, I hate theocracies. I have absolutely zero respect for theocratic governments. That includes Israel, Iran. Maybe you could call North Korea a theocratic government, where like the dictator is the theocratic, god. Thank you, JZR Texan. Thank you, B-Ree, for subbing to JR Jackson. Thank you so much. It helps justify my theft of their content a little bit if you guys support them, so I appreciate that. Oh, Jersey Texan. Is that it? Jersey? Just call you Jersey? Okay, whatever. I'm sorry. You guys got wacky ass names, okay? You got wacky ass fucking names. All right? Give me a break. This is starting to look like the end of the mullahs. Yeah, so going back to, thank you for redirecting me. But I'm no fan of theocracies, and Iran is, there's very, it seems like a revolution is brewing. And of course, the last time I was talking about Iran, Tehran, the capital of Iran, is having a water crisis. And like we were just talking about Las Vegas, it is like legitimate out of water situation for the capital of this country. It's so bad that the mullahs and the rest of the government there, subservient government, whatever you want to call it there, the rest of the establishment there, literally talking about moving the capital to a different location in Iran that still has access to water. But what are they going to do? There's like 9 million people or something that live in the capital city. There's like millions of people that live there. Maybe I'm getting my numbers mixed up there, but there's a lot of fucking people who live in Tehran, and a lot of actually rich, well-to-do Iranians living in Iran. It looks like they're about to be totally fucking abandoned. Literally no water. It's kind of even hard to even imagine, right? No water coming out of the shower, no drinking water, and like that problem not fixing itself, that problem just not going away, just like we're out of water, boom, right? So it's pretty fucking crazy. On top of that, because of the terrible leadership of the mullahs and the Iranian government, I mean, we're talking about, they have something called morality police, where it's basically, they've had ICE way before ICE, where it's literally these religious bigots who are allowed to just strut around under the protection of the law and harass women and harass men. You're not being religious enough, and you got to put a hijab on your head, and you need to do this and you need to do that. So I mean, could you imagine like your racist Facebook uncle getting money from the government to just go around and like, your skirt's too short, and you shouldn't be listening to rap music, and you're too gay, and stop being gay. And of course, we all know how Iran treats homosexual people. They execute them sometimes in brutal ways. There's famous footage of Iranian authorities, tying up gay people and then pushing them off buildings and splat right on the ground to a cheering crowd. That's the kind of shit that goes down in Iran. So would you believe people are had it up to fucking here with this theocratic nightmare? And students have now joined a larger protest movement, and it's looking like the recipe for revolution might be happening now. Of course, is Israel and the Mossad encouraging this, right? Is America encouraging this? There's probably CIA's probably there, Mossad's probably there, encouraging people, sending money and resources where they can. I haven't even mentioned not Hamas, but Hezbollah, right? How counterproductive Hezbollah has been, right? How Iran thinks that they're going to intimidate the West with this piddly fucking terrorist group that gives weapons to Hamas and gives weapons to other groups and causes trouble across the world, right? But it's looking like the whole apple cart might be tipped over here. And like, me, I don't like theocracies. I would definitely like to see it, but it does bother me that this benefits Israel, that this benefits the United States, and like what's going to happen? Are we going to get another, what happened in Syria is not the worst case scenario. It's a theocratic government, that I disagree with, but they're not the Taliban. Right, they're not immediately banning music. They're not, they're not immediately like, forcing every woman to wear a hijab. Eventually, they might get there, right? But that's not the worst case scenario. But if it was up to Israel, the most extreme despots in Iranian society would be taking over for the government there. And why do they want that? Because they want the government to be more extreme, so that they can further justify military aggression against them, right? So, the CIA and Mossad over here, talking to basically the Iranian equivalent of the Proud Boys. You should take over the government, and here's some weapons, and here's some money, and here's some propaganda. We'll do some free propaganda for you, right? So that's what I'm worried about. Yeah, Russia and China would be big losers because they're big supporters of Iran, Russia especially. So that's what I'm worried about, is that the most extreme violent elements coming out on top of this revolution. So we'll have to wait and see. But like I said before, the ingredients for a revolution are currently brewing right now in Iran. And here's a little footage from a recent protest where the student body is now, joining in. Yeah, links. But I mean, as we all know, Assad is a total bastard, a dictator, and he had no respect for the Syrian people. He gassed his own people. So it was a long time coming, but but the fact of the matter is that Syria is now a full-blown theocracy, right? Sharia law, right? And I'm not down for that shit. So I'm not quite sure of the numbers and the demographics. I just have this clip here, but I'll be continuing to cover this and continuing to, tell you what's going on as I find out more. And I want the Iranian people, once again, I want them to be free of religious tyranny. I want them to have, what we used to enjoy, right? Democracy, free speech, religious liberty. But and a revolution is the only thing that would create that situation, right? Took a revolution for America to be formed, but like I said, as we've seen in Syria, all too often, it becomes more extreme, or in this case, more religious, right? I don't want that. All right, so there you go. That's all the time I have for you today. Sorry, folks. I wish I had no life like XQC, and I just literally every single day do a fucking 13-hour stream. Could you imagine? Could you imagine having no life, no fucking life whatsoever, and you just do a 13-hour fucking stream every day? Like, get a life, dude. Get a fucking life. XQC, you're a fucking millionaire. How you're still on the grind? You've won. You've won, dude. You got your plaques. You got your views. Go marry some. Go have a life, dude. Go buy a house. Go marry somebody. Go have a kid. Okay, go to fucking college and learn something. Goddamn, You're a multi-fucking millionaire. Asmund Gold, Mizkif, the fucking XQC, Destiny, Hassan. Make something of your fucking life. Get the fuck off the computer. All right, folks. You know why I'm here. My name's Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground, and I represent real fucking change. And how do we get that real fucking change? Easy. It's step 1, 2, 3. Step 1, we inform ourselves. We seek out information, and we try to get down to the nitty-gritty of these stories. Step 2, we sign up and show up, and we use resources like the big list of protests right here, the BLOP. We sign up and show up, okay, to an organization that's already. You don't have to be Martin Luther King. You're not fucking Malcolm X, right? You're not Gandhi, okay? So swallow your pride, sign up and volunteer, give them some money, because step 3, we got to put in the fucking work. We got to make this shit a lifestyle. Political activism is a lifestyle. It's not a fucking hobby. It's not a fucking hobby, okay? Do you love liberty? Do you love democracy? Then start following the 3 steps. Because that's what we're about here, making real fucking change and saying fuck fascism. So peace in the motherfucking Middle East, glory to the Ukrainian democracy, free Palestine, free Tibet, free North Korea, free anybody under the yoke of a theocratic autocracy. And I'll see you next time. Keeping it fucking real, man. That's my fucking religion. That's my theocracy. Keeping it fucking real. Take care of yourself. Spin the news underground. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Big props to Gust. Thank you, Gust. That raid. I'm not gonna raid anybody. Just go do something productive. Okay, you're done with the Twitch today. You're done with Twitch. You're done. Okay, close the computer. Go do something. Take care of yourself. I love you. Just make it awkward. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. Get out there. Get some pussy. Get some dick. Smoke some weed. Drink some booze. Read a book. Play some fucking video games. Get out there. Taste the fruits of fucking life while you can. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. We'll get there one day. Only if we struggle. Only if we fight will we get there. But we will get there. Not a step back. Not a step fucking back. Fuck you, Nick Fuentes. Get that fucking slap. It's the News Underground. Realist motherfucking news channel on Twitch. They're gonna have to drag me away from this. They can do that quite easily. Take care of yourself, everybody, and thank you again. Appreciate it. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. Happy Kwanzaa. Happy Hanukkah. God, I miss marijuana. I miss weed so much. All right. Take care of yourself, everybody. Thank you so much.